Sharpe's Enemy by Bernard Cornwell. Richard Sharpe and the Defence of Portugal, Christmas 1812. This system is yet in its infancy. Much has been accomplished in a short time, and there is every reason to believe that the accuracy of the rocket may be actually brought upon a par with that of other artillery ammunition for all the important purposes of field service. Colonel Sir William Congreve, 1814. Prologue. On December the 8th, 1812, the English soldiers first came to Adrados. The village had escaped the war. It lay in that part of Spain east of the northern Portuguese border, and though it was close to the frontier, few soldiers had passed through its single street. The French had come once, 3 years before, but they had been running from the English Lord Wellington, and running so fast that they scarcely had time to stop and loot. Then, in May of 1812, the Spanish soldiers had come, the garrison of Adrados. But the villagers had not minded. There were only 50 soldiers, with 4 cannon, and once the guns had been placed in the old castle and watchtower outside the village, the soldiers seemed to think their war was done. They drank in the village inn, flirted with the women at the stream where the flat stones made laundry easy, and 2 village girls married gunners in the summer. By some confusion in the Spanish army, the garrison had been sent a powder convoy intended for Ciudad Rodrigo, and the soldiers boasted that they had more powder and fewer guns than any other artillery troop in Europe. They made crude fireworks for the weddings, and the villagers admired the explosions that flashed and echoed in their remote valley. In the autumn, some of the Spanish soldiers deserted, bored with guarding the valley when those soldiers came, eager to go back to their own villages and their own women. Then the English soldiers came, and on that day of all days. Adrados was not a place of great importance. It grew, the priest said, sheep and thorns, and the priest told the villagers that made the village a holy place, because Christ's life began with the shepherd's visit and ended with a crown of thorns. Yet the villagers did not need the priest to tell them that Adrados was sacred, because only one thing brought visitors to Adrados, and that was on the feast of December the 8th. Years before, no one knew how many, not even the priest, but in those far-off days when the Christians fought the Muslims in Spain, the Holy Mother had come to Adrados. Everyone knew the story. Christian knights were falling back through the valley, hard-pressed, and their leader had stopped to pray beside a granite boulder that was poised on the edge of the pass which fell off to the west towards Portugal, and then it happened. She had appeared. She stood on the granite boulder, her face pale as ice, her eyes like mountain pools, and she told the knight that the pursuing Muslims would soon stop to pray themselves, to face east towards their heathen home, and that if he turned his tired troop about, if they drew their battered swords, then they would bring glory to the cross. 2,000 Muslim heads dropped that day. More. No one knew how many, and each year the figure grew with the stories telling. Carved Muslim heads decorated the archway of the convent that was built around the place where she had appeared. In the convent chapel, at the top of the altar steps, was a small patch of polished granite, the place of the holy footfall. And each year, on December the 8th, the day of the miracle, women came to Adrados. It was a woman's day, not a man's, and the men would go to the village inn once they had carried the statue of the Virgin, its jewels swaying beneath the gilded canopy, round the village bounds and back to the convent. The nuns had left the convent 200 years before, attracted to plumper houses in the plains, unable to compete with the towns where the Holy Mother had been more generous in her appearance. Yet the buildings were still good. The chapel became the village church, the upper cloister was a store place, and one day a year the convent was still a place for miracles. The women entered the chapel on their knees. They shuffled awkwardly across the flagstones, their hands busy with beads, their voices muttering urgent prayers, and their knees would take them to the top of the steps. The priest intoned his Latin, The women bent and kissed the smooth, dark granite. There was a hole in the stone, and legend said that if you kissed in that place, and the tip of your tongue could reach the very bottom of the hole, then the baby would be a boy. The women cried as they kissed the stone, not with sorrow, but with a kind of ecstasy. Some had to be helped away. Some prayed for deliverance from illness. They brought their tumours, their disfigurements, their crippled children. Some came to pray for a child, and a year later they would return and give thanks to the Holy Mother, for now they shared her secret. They prayed to the Virgin who had given birth, and they knew, as no man could know, that a woman brought forth her children in sorrow. Yet still they prayed to be mothers, and their tongues stretched down the hole. They prayed in the candled glory of the convent chapel of Adrados, and the priest piled their gifts behind the altar, the harvest of each year. December the 8th, 1812, the English came. They were not the first visitors. Women had been arriving in the village since dawn, women who had walked 20 miles or more. Some came from Portugal, most from the villages that were hidden in the same hills as Adrados. Then 2 English officers came, mounted on big horses, and with them was a girl. The officers had loud, braying voices. They helped the girl from her horse outside the convent, then rode to the village where they paid their respects to the Spanish commandant over cups of the region's harsh red wine that was served in the inn. The men in the inn were good-humoured. They knew that many of the women were praying for a child, and they would be called on to help the Holy Mother in the prayer's fulfilment. The other British soldiers came from the east, which was strange, because there should have been no British soldiers to the east, but no one remarked on the fact. There was no alarm. The British had not been to Adrados, but the villagers had heard that these heathen soldiers were respectful. Their general had ordered them to stand to attention when the host was carried through the streets to a deathbed, and to remove their hats, and that was good. Yet these English soldiers were not like the Spanish garrison. These red-coated men were foul-looking, villainous, unkempt, their faces full of crudity and hatred. 100 of them waited at the eastern end of the village, sitting by the washing-place next to the road and smoking short clay pipes. 100 other men filed through the village, led by a big man on horseback, whose red coat was lavishly looped with gold. A Spanish soldier, coming from the castle to the inn, saluted the colonel, and was surprised when the English officer smiled at him, bowed ironically, and his mouth was almost toothless. The Spaniard must have said something in the inn, for the 2 British officers, jackets unbuttoned, came into the roadway, and watched the last of the soldiers file by towards the convent. One of the officers frowned. "Who the devil are you?" The soldiers he had spoken to grinned. "Smithers, sir." The captain's eyes flicked up the line of soldiers. "What battalion?" "Third, sir." "What bloody regiment, you fool?" "The colonel will tell you, sir." Smithers stepped into the centre of the street, put a hand to his mouth. "Colonel!" The big man turned his horse, paused, then spurred towards the inn. The 2 captains pulled themselves upright and saluted. The colonel reined in. He seemed once to have had the jaundice, perhaps to have served in the Fever Islands, for his skin was yellow, like old parchment. The face beneath the tasselled bicorn hat twitched in involuntary spasm. The blue eyes, startlingly blue, were unfriendly. "Button your bloody jackets!" The captains put down their wine cups, buttoned their jackets, and pulled their belts into place. One, a plump young man, frowned because the colonel had shouted at them in front of the grinning privates. The colonel let his horse walk 2 steps closer to the pair of captives. "What are you doing here?" "Here, sir?" The taller, thinner captain smiled. "Just visiting, sir." "Just visiting, eh?" The face twitched again. The colonel had a strangely long neck hidden by a cravat that he pinned high on his throat. "Just 2 of you?" "Yes, sir." "And Lady Farthingale, sir," added the plump one. "And Lady Farthingale, eh?" The colonel mimicked the captain's plummy voice. Then he screamed at them in sudden vehemence. "You're a bloody disgrace, that's what you want. I hate you, cross belly, I hate you!" The street was suddenly silent in the winter sunshine. The soldiers that had gathered either side of the colonel's horse grinned at the two captains. The taller captain wiped the spittle flung from the colonel's mouth off his red jacket. "I must protest, sir." "Protest? You puking horror! Smithers! Colonel, shoot him!" The plump captain grinned as if a joke had been made, but the other flung an arm up, flinched, and as Smithers, grinning, levelled and fired his musket, so did the colonel bring out an ornate chased pistol and shoot the plump captain in the head. The shots echoed in the street, the smoke drifted in two distinct clouds above the fallen bodies, and the colonel laughed before standing in his stirrups. "No, lads! No!" They cleared the inn first, stepping over the corpses whose blood was spattered on the lintel of the door, and the muskets crashed in the building. Bayonets hunted the men into corners and killed them, and the colonel waved 100 men who had been waiting at the eastern end of the village into the street. He had not wanted to start this quickly. He had wanted to get half his men up to the convent first, but these bloody captains had forced his hand, and the colonel screamed at them, urged them on, and led half his force towards the big square, blank-walled convent. The women in the convent had not heard the shots fired 500 yards to the east. The women were crowded in the upper cloister, waiting their turn to shuffle into the chapel on their knees, and the first they knew that the war had at last come in its horror to Adorados was when the red-coated men appeared in the gateway, bayonets levelled, and the screaming began. Other men were clearing the village houses one by one, while yet more streamed across the valley towards the castle. The Spanish garrison had been drinking in the village. Only a handful were at their posts, and they assumed that British uniforms belonged to their allies, and further assumed that these British soldiers could explain the uproar in the village. The Spaniards watched the redcoats come across the rubble of the castle's fallen east wall, shouted questions at them, and then the muskets fired, bayonets came, and the garrison died in the medieval ramparts. One lieutenant killed 2 of the redcoats. He fought with skill and fury, drove more of the invaders back, and he escaped over the fallen wall and ran through the thorn bushes to the watchtower on its hill to the east. He hoped he would find a handful of his men there, but he died in the thorns, shot by a hidden marksman, and the Spanish lieutenant never knew that the men who had captured the watchtower were dressed not in British red, but in French blue. His body rolled under a thorn bush, crushing the old brittle bones of a raven left by a fox. There were screams in the street. Men died who tried to protect their homes. Children screamed as their fathers died, as their homes were forced open. The musket shots dotted the breeze with small white clouds. More men came from the east, men in uniforms as varied as the battalions that had fought for Portugal and Spain in the 4 years of war in the peninsula. With the men came women, and it was the women who killed children in the village, shooting them, knifing them, keeping only those who could work. The women squabbled over the cottages, arguing who would have what, sometimes crossing themselves as they passed a crucifix nailed on the low stone walls. It did not take long to destroy Adorados. In the convent the screams had become constant as the English soldiers hunted through the 2 cloisters, the hall, the empty rooms, and the crammed chapel. The priest had run to the door, pushing his way through the women, and now he was held, quivering, as the redcoats sorted out their prize. Some women were pushed out of the building, the lucky ones, women too diseased or too old, and some were killed with the long bayonets. Inside the chapel, the soldiers took the ornaments from the altar, picked through the gifts that were piled in the narrow space behind it, and then smashed open the cupboard that held the mass vessels. One soldier was pulling on the white and gold finery the priest kept for Easter. He walked round the church, blessing his comrades who pulled women onto the floor. The chapel sounded with sobs, screams, men's laughter, and the tearing of cloth. The colonel had ridden his horse into the upper cloister and waited, a grin on his face, and watched his men. He had sent 2 men he could trust into the chapel, and they appeared now, holding a woman between them. The colonel looked at her, licked his lips, and his face twitched in its spasms. Everything about her was rich, from her clothes to her hair, a richness that spoke of money enhancing beauty. Her hair was black and full, falling in waves either side of a face that was generous and provocative. She had dark eyes that looked at him fearlessly, a mouth that seemed as if it smiled a lot, and her clothes were covered with a dark cloak trimmed in lavish silver fur. The Colonel smiled. "Is that her?" Smithers grinned. "That's her, sir." "Well, well, well. Isn't Lord Farthingdale a lucky bastard, then? Get the bloody cloak off. Let's have a look at her." Smithers reached for the fur-edged hood at the back of the cloak, but she pushed the men away, undid the clasp at her neck, and slowly took the cloak from her shoulders. She had a full body, in the prime of her youth, and there was something tantalizing to the Colonel in her absence of fear. The cloister stank of fresh blood, echoed with screaming women and children. Yet this rich, beautiful woman stood there with a calm face. The Colonel smiled again with his toothless mouth. "So, you're married to Lord Farthingale, whoever he is?" "Sir, Augustus Farthingale." She was not English. "Oh, dear me, I begs your ladyship's pardon." The Colonel gave his cackling laugh. "Sir Augustus? General, is he?" "The Colonel." "Like me." The yellow face twitched as he laughed. "Rich, is he?" "Very." She stated it as a fact. The Colonel dismounted clumsily. He was tall, with a huge belly, and an ugliness that was truly remarkable. His face twitched as he approached her. "You're no bloody English lady, are you now?" She still seemed utterly unafraid. She covered her dark riding habit with her fur-edged cloak, and even gave a tiny smile. "Portuguese." The blue eyes watched her closely. "How do I know you're telling the bleeding truth, then? What's a Portuguese doing married to Sir Augustus Farthingale, eh?" She shrugged, took from her left hand a ring, and tossed it to the Colonel. "Trust that." The ring was of gold. On its beveled face was a coat of arms, quartered, and the Colonel smiled as he looked at it. "How long you been married, my lady?" This time she did smile, and the soldiers watching grinned with desire. This was the Colonel's prize, but the Colonel could be generous when he wished it. She pushed black hair away from her olive skin. 6 months, Colonel." 6 months? Still got the shine on it, has it?" He cackled. "How much will Sir Augustus pay to have you back as a bed-warmer?" "A lot." She dropped her voice as she said it, enriching the two words with promise. The Colonel laughed. Beautiful women did not like the Colonel, and so he did not like them. This rich bitch had spirit, but he could break her. And he looked at his men who watched her, and he grinned. He tossed the gold ring in the air, caught it. "What were you doing here, my lady?" "I was praying for my mother." The grin went instantly from his face. His eyes were suddenly cunning, his voice guarded. "You were what?" "Praying for my mother. She's ill." "You love your mother?" His question was intense. She nodded, puzzled. "Yes." The Colonel jerked on his heels, swung to his men, and his finger jabbed at them like a blade. "No one!" His voice was at a scream again. "No one is to touch her! You hear me? No one!" Their head twitched, and he waited for the spasm to pass. "I'll kill any bastard who touches her. Kill them!" He turned back to her and gave her a clumsy bow. "Lady Farthingale, you have to put up with us." His eyes searched the cloister and saw the priest tied to a pillar. "We'll send the vicar with a letter and a ring. Your husband can pay for you, my lady, but no one, I promises you, no one will touch you." He looked at his men again, screamed, and the spittle flayed out in the sunlight. "No one touches her!" His mood changed back just as suddenly. He looked about the cloister, at the women who lay, bloody and beaten, on the coloured tiles, at the other women who waited, fearful and terrified, within the hedge of bayonets, and he grinned. "Plenty for everyone, yeah? Plenty!" He cackled and turned, his slim sword scabbard scraping on the ground. He saw a young girl, skinny, scarce out of childhood, and the finger jabbed again. "That's mine! Bring her here!" He laughed, hands on hips, dominating the cloister, and he grinned at the men in the convent. "Welcome to your new home, lads." The day of the miracle had come to Adrados again, and the dogs of the village sniffed at the blood that stiffened in the single street. Chapter 1. Richard Sharpe, captain of the light company of the South Essex Regiment's one and only battalion, stood at the window and stared at the procession in the street below. It was cold outside. He knew that too well. He had just marched his shrunken company north from Castelobranco, ordered to army headquarters by a mysterious summons for which he had still not been given an explanation. Not that headquarters often explained itself to mere captains, but it annoyed Sharpe that he had now been in Frenada 2 days, and was still none the wiser about the urgent orders. The general, Viscount Wellington of Talavera, no, by God, that was wrong. He was now the Marquis of Wellington, Grandee of Spain, Duque du Ciudad Rodrigo, Generalissimo of all the Spanish armies, nosy to his men, the peer to his officers, and the man, Sharpe assumed, who had wanted him in Frenada. But the general was not here. He was in Cadiz or Lisbon, or God only knew where, and the British army was huddling in its winter quarters while only Sharpe and his company were out in the cold December roads. Major Michael Hogan, Sharpe's friend, and the man who ran Wellington's intelligence department, had gone south with the general, and Sharpe missed him. Hogan would not have kept him waiting. At least Sharpe was warm. He had given his name yet again to the clerk on the ground floor, and then growled that he would wait upstairs in the headquarters mess, where there was a fire. He was not supposed to use the room, but few people wanted to argue with the tall, dark-haired rifleman with a scar that gave his face a slightly mocking look in repose. He stared down at the roadway. A priest sprinkled holy water. Acolytes rang bells and swung censers of burning incense. Banners followed the litter-borne statue of the Virgin Mary. Women knelt by the buildings and held clasped hands towards the statue. A weak sunlight lit the streets, winter sunlight, and Sharpe's eyes automatically searched the sky for clouds. There were none. The mess was empty. With Wellington away, most of the officers seemed to spend their mornings in bed, or else sitting in the inn next door where the landlord had been educated in the making of a proper breakfast. Pork chops, fried eggs, fried kidneys, bacon, toast, claret, more toast, butter, and tea so strong that it could scour a fouled howitzer barrel. Some officers had already gone to Lisbon for Christmas. If the French attacked now, Sharpe thought, they could stroll through Portugal to the sea. The door banged open, and the middle-aged man, wearing a voluminous dressing-gown over his uniform trousers, walked in. He scowled at the rifleman. "Sharpe?" "Yes, sir." The "sir" seemed judicious. The man had an air of authority, despite a streaming cold. "Major General Nairn." The Major General dropped papers on a low table next to the back numbers of the Times and the Courier from London, then crossed to the other tall window. He scowled at the street. "Damned papists." "Yes, sir," another judicious reply. "Damned papists. The Nairns, Sharpe, are all Scottish Presbyterians. We may be boring, but by God we are godly." He grinned, then sneezed violently before vigorously wiping his nose with a huge grey handkerchief. He gestured with the handkerchief at the procession. "Another goddamn feast day, Sharpe. Can't think why they're all so bloody thin." He laughed, and then looked with shrewd eyes at the rifleman. "So, you're Sharpe?" "Yes, sir." "Well, don't come near me. I've got a bloody cold." He walked towards the fire. "Heard about you, Sharpe. Bloody impressive. Scottish, are you?" "No, sir." Sharpe grinned. "Not your fault, Sharpe, not your fault. Can't help our damned parents, which is why we have to thrash our damned children." He glanced quickly at Sharpe, making sure he was being appreciated. "Came up from the ranks, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "You've done bloody well, Sharpe. Bloody well." "Thank you, sir." It was amazing how few words were usually needed to get by with senior officers. Major General Nairn bent down and damaged the fire by bashing its logs with a poker. "I suppose you're wondering why you're here. That right?" "Yes, sir." You're here because this is the warmest damn room in Frenada, and you're obviously no fool." Nairn laughed, dropped the poker, and worried his nose with his handkerchief. "Bloody awful place, Frenada." "Yes, sir." Nairn looked accusingly at Sharpe. "Do you know why the peer chose Frenada as his winter headquarters?" "No, sir." "Some people will tell you," and here the Major General broke off to collapse with a satisfied sigh into a vast horsehair armchair, "that it was chosen because it is near the Spanish border." He wagged a finger at Sharpe. "That bears some truth, but not the whole truth. Some people tell you that the peer chose his benighted town because it is bloody miles from Lisbon, and no snivelling place-seekers and bum-lickers will bother to make the journey up here to annoy him. Now, that, too, might contain a grain of the eternal truth, except that the peer's down there half the time, which makes life bloody easy for the sycophantic bastards. No, Sharpe, we must look for the real reason elsewhere." "Yes, sir." Nairn groaned as he stretched himself out. "The real reason, Sharpe, the immaculately conceived reason, is that this goddamned excuse for a bloody miserable little hovel of a crippled town being chosen is that it is right in the centre of the best goddamned fox hunting in Portugal." Sharpe grinned. "Yes, sir, and the peer, Sharpe, likes to chase foxes. Thus are the rest of us consigned to the eternal torments of this bloody place. Sit down, man." "Yes, sir." "And stop saying yes or no, sir, like a bloody bum-licker." "Yes, sir." Sharpe sat in the chair opposite Major General Nairn. The Scotsman had huge grey eyebrows that seemed to be trying to grow upwards to meet his shock of grey hair. The face was good and strong, shrewd-eyed and humorous, spoilt only by his cold-reddened nose. Nairn returned the gaze, looked Sharpe up and down, from the French cavalry boots to the rifleman's black hair, and then he twisted round in the armchair. "Chatsworth! You scum, you varlet Chatsworth! Heel, do you hear me? Heel!" An orderly appeared, who grinned happily at Nairn. "Sir?" "Tea, Chatsworth, tea! Bring me strong tea, something that will rekindle my military ardour, and kindly try to bring it before the new year." "I've already wet it, sir." "Something to eat, sir?" "Eat? I've got a cold, Chatsworth. I'm nigh unto death, and you blather at me about eating. What have you got?" "I've got some ham, sir, that you like, mustard, bread and fresh butter." Chatsworth was solicitous, obviously liking Nairn. "Ah, ham. Bring us ham, Chatsworth. Ham and mustard with your bread and butter." "Did you steal the toasting fork from his mess, Chatsworth?" "No, sir." "Then find which of your thieving comrades did take it, have them flogged, then bring the fork to me." "Yes, sir." Chatsworth grinned as he left the room. Nairn smiled at Sharpe. "I'm a harmless old man, Sharpe, left in charge of this bloody madhouse while the peer gallivants round half of the bloody peninsula. I am supposed, God help me, to be running this headquarters. Me! If I had time, Sharpe. I suppose I could lead the troops on a winter campaign. I could inscribe my name in glory, but I don't have bloody time. Look at this." He picked a paper from the pile beside him. "A letter, Sharpe, from the Chaplain General. The Chaplain General, no less. Do you know that he is in receipt of a salary of £565 a year, Sharpe, and in addition is named adviser on the establishment of semaphore stations, for which nonsensical bloody job he receives a further £600? Can you believe that? And what does God's vicar to his Majesty's army do with his well-paid time? He writes to me thus." Nairn held the letter in front of his face. "I require of you to report on the containment of Methodism within the army." God almighty, Sharpe! What's a man to do with such a letter? Sharpe smiled. "I wouldn't know, sir." "I do, Sharpe. I do. That's why I'm a Major General." Nairn leaned forward and threw the letter onto the fire. "That's what to do with letters like that." Nairn chuckled happily as the paper caught fire and flared brightly. You want to know why you're here, don't you? Yes, sir. You are here, Sharpe, because the Prince of Wales has gone mad. Just like his father, poor man, stark, staring, raving mad. And then leant back and nodded triumphantly at Sharpe. The letter shriveled to a black wisp on the logs as Nairn waited for a reaction. "Good God, Sharpe! You're supposed to say something. God bless the Prince of Wales would do at a pinch. But you sit there as though the news means nothing. Comes of being a hero, I suppose, always keeping a straight face. Stern business, is it, being a hero?" "Yes, sir." Sharpe was grinning broadly. The door opened and Chatsworth edged in with a heavy wooden tray that he put on the floor in front of the fire. "Bread and ham, sir. Mustard in the small pot. Tea's well brewed, sir. And I beg to report that the toasting fork was in your room, sir. Here it is, sir." "You're a rogue and a scoundrel, Chatsworth. You'll be accusing me of burning correspondence from the Chaplain-General next." "Yes, sir." Chatsworth grinned contentedly. "Are you a Methodist, Chatsworth?" "No, sir. Don't rightly know what a Methodist is, sir." "You are fortunate indeed." Nairn was fixing a slice of bread to the toasting fork. A lieutenant appeared at the open door behind him, knocked hesitantly to attract attention. "General Nairn, sir." "Major General Nairn is in Madrid, negotiating a surrender to the French." Nairn pushed the bread close to the logs, wrapping his hand in his handkerchief to keep the scorching heat away. The lieutenant did not smile. He hovered at the door. "Colonel Greaves' compliments, sir, and what's he to do with the iron brackets for the pontoons?" Nairn rolled his eyes to the yellowed ceiling. "Who is in charge of the pontoons, Lieutenant?" The engineers, sir." "And who, pray, is in charge of our gallant engineers?" "Colonel Fletcher, sir." "So what do you tell our good Colonel Grieve?" "I see, sir. Yes, sir." The lieutenant paused. "To ask Colonel Fletcher, sir?" "You are a general in the making, Lieutenant. Go and do that thing, and should the washerwoman general want to see me, tell her I am a married man and cannot accede to her importunings." The lieutenant left, and then glared at the orderly. "Take that grin off your face, Private Chatsworth. The Prince of Wales has gone mad, and all you can do is grin." "Yes, sir. Is that all, sir?" "It is, Chatsworth, and I thank you. Go now, and close the door silently." Nairn waited till the door was shut. He turned the bread on the fork. "You're not a fool, are you, Sharpe?" "No, sir." "Thank God for that. It's possible that the Prince of Wales does have a touch of his father's madness. He's interfering in the army, and the peer's damned annoyed." Nairn paused, holding the bread dangerously close to the flames. Sharpe said nothing, but he knew that the peer's annoyance and the Prince of Wales's interference had something to do with the sudden summons north. Nairn glanced at Sharpe from beneath the bushy eyebrows. "Have you heard of Congreve?" The rocket man?" "That's the one. Sir William Congreve, who has the patronage of Prinny, and is the begetter of a system of rocket artillery." Smoke came from the bread, and Nairn snatched it towards him. "At a time, Sharpe, when we need cavalry, artillery, and infantry, what are we sent? Rockets. A troop of rocket cavalry. And all because Prinny, with a touch of his father's madness, thinks they'll win the war. Here." He held the toasting fork to Sharpe, then proceeded to lavish butter on his blackened slice. "Tea?" "I'm sorry, sir." Sharpe should have poured. He filled 2 cups while Nairn dressed his toast with a massive chunk of ham, liberally smeared with mustard. Nairn sipped the tea and sighed. "Chatsworth makes a cup of tea fit for heaven. He'll make some woman a lovely wife one day." He watched Sharpe toast a slice of bread. "Rockets, Sharpe. We have in town 1 troop of rocket cavalry, and we are ordered by the Horse Guards to give this rocket troop a fair and searching test." He grinned. "Don't you like it blacker than that?" "No, sir." Sharpe liked his toast pale. He turned to bread. "I like it smoking like the bloody pit." Nairn paused while he ate a huge mouthful of ham. "What we have to do, Sharpe, is test these bloody rockets. And when we find they don't work, we send them back to England and keep all the horses which we can put to good use. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "Good, because you've got the job. You will take command of Captain Gilliland and his infernal machines, and you will practice him as if he were in battle. That's what you ought to say. What I say, and what the peer would say if he were here, is that you've got to test him so bloody hard that he slinks back to England with a grain of sense in his head." "You want the rockets to fail, sir?" Sharpe buttered his bread. "I don't want them to fail, Sharpe. I'd be delighted if they worked, but they won't. We had a few a couple of years back, and they're as flighty as a bitch in heat. But Prenny thinks he knows best. You are to test them, and you are also to practice Captain Gilliland in the manoeuvres of war. In plain words, Sharpe, you are to teach him how to cooperate with infantry on the grounds that infantry, if he were ever to get into battle, would have to protect him from the troops of the proud tyrant." Nairn wolfed another bite of the ham. "Personally speaking," his voice was muffled, "I'd be delighted if Boney got him and his bloody rockets. But we've got to show willing." "Yes, sir." Sharpe sipped his tea. There was something odd here, something still unsaid. Sharpe had heard of Congreve's rocket system. Indeed, the army had been having rumours of the new secret artillery for 5 or 6 years. But why was Sharpe selected to test them? He was a captain, and Nairn had spoken of him taking command of another captain. It did not make sense. Nairn had another piece of bread by the fire. "You're wondering why you were chosen, is that right? Out of all the brave officers and gentlemen, we chose you, yes?" "I was wondering, sir, yes." "Because you're a nuisance, Sharpe. Because you do not fit into the peer's well-ordered scheme of things." Sharpe ate his toast and ham, saving himself for the need to answer. Nairn seemed to have forgotten the toasting fork that lay on the hearth, and instead had plucked another piece of paper from the table. "I told you, Sharpe, that Prinny had gone mad. Not only has he foisted the dreadful Gilliland on us with his dreadful Congreve rockets, but he has foisted this on us as well." This was the piece of paper that Nairn dangled between finger and thumb as if contagious. "Appalling. I suppose you'd better read it, though God only knows why I don't just put it on the fire with that bloody man's letter. Here." He held the paper to Sharpe, then returned to his toast. The paper was thick and creamy. A seal was big and red on its wide left margin. Sharpe twisted it towards the window so he could read the words. The top 2 lines were printed in decorative copperplate script. "George the Third, by the grace of God, of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, etc., to our—" The next words were handwritten on ruled lines. "Trusty and well-beloved Richard Sharpe, Esquire." The printing resumed. "Greeting. We do by these presents constitute and appoint you to be—" Sharpe looked up at Nairn. The Major-General was grumbling as he scooped butter from the dish. "Waste of time, Sharpe. Throw it on the fire. Man's mad." Sharpe grinned. He tried to control the elation that was growing in him. Elation and sheer disbelief. He almost dared not read the next words. "Major. In our army, now in Portugal and Spain." Dear God. Dear sweet God. A major. The paper shook in his hands. He leant back for an instant, letting his head touch the chair behind him. A major. 19 years he had been in this army. He had joined days before his 16th birthday, and he had marched across India in the ranks, musket and bayonet in his hands. And now he was a major. Dear God, he had fought so hard for his captaincy, thinking it would never come, and now suddenly, out of the blue, from nowhere, this— Major Richard Sharpe. Nairn smiled at him. "It's only army rank, Sharpe. A brevet major, then, but still a major. Regimental rank was a man's real rank, and if the commission had said a major in our South Essex regiment, then it would have been regimental rank. Army rank meant that he was a major as long as he served outside of his own regiment, paid as a major, though if he were to retire now, his pay would be computed by his regimental rank, and not his new majority. But who cared? He was a major. Nairn looked at the tanned, hard face. He knew he was seeing someone remarkable, someone who had risen this far this quickly, and Nairn wondered what drove a man like Sharpe. Sitting by the fire, the commission in his hand, he seemed a quiet, contained man, yet Nairn knew of this soldier. Few people in the army did not know of Sharpe. The peer called him the best leader of a light company in the army, and perhaps Nairn wondered that was why Wellington had been angered by the Prince of Wales's interference. Sharpe was a good captain, but would he be a good major? Nairn shrugged to himself. This Sharpe, this man who still insisted on wearing the green uniform of the 95th Rifles, had not let the army down yet, and making him into a major was hardly likely to still the ferocity of his fighting power. Sharpe read through the commission to the bottom. He would well discipline both inferior officers and soldiers. He would observe and follow such orders as were given him. Dear God, a major. Given at our court at Carlton House the 14th day of November 1812 in the 53rd year of our reign. The words, by His Majesty's command, had been crossed out. In their place the commission read, by the command of His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, in the name and on the behalf of His Majesty. Nairn smiled at him. Prinny heard about Barajos, then about Garcia Hernandez. He insisted. It's against the rules, of course, absolutely against the rules. The damn man has no business promoting you. Throw it on the fire. Would you take it hard if I disobeyed that order, sir? Congratulations, Sharpe. You're beginning as you mean to go on. The last words were hurried as a sneeze gathered in his nose, and Nairn grabbed his handkerchief and trumpeted into it. He shook his head, bullied and blew his nose, and smiled again. My real congratulations. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me, Major. Thank all of us by making sure that little Gilliland's rockets go fizz, plop. Do you know the beggar's got over 150 horses for his toys? 150! We need those horses, Sharpe, but we can't bloody touch them as long as Prinny thinks we're going to knock Boney Bum over tip with them. Prove him wrong, Sharpe. He'll listen to you. Sharpe smiled. So that's why I was chosen. Good! You're not a fool. Of course that's why you were chosen. And as a punishment, of course. Punishment? For being promoted before your time. If you'd had the grace to wait for one of your own majors to die in the South Essex, you'd have landed regimental rank. It'll come, Sharpe. It'll come. If 1813 is anything like this year, we'll all be field marshals by next Christmas. He pulled the dressing gown tight round his chest. If we live to see next Christmas, which I doubt. Nairn stood up. Off you go, Sharpe. You'll find Gilliland playing fireworks on the Garda Road. Here's your orders. He knows you're coming, poor lamb. Pack him back to Prinny, Sharpe, but keep the bloody horses. Yes, sir. Sharpe stood up, took the proffered orders, and felt the elation again. A major. Bells suddenly clanged from the church, jangling the still air, frightening birds into hurried flight. Nairn flinched at the sound and crossed to the window. Get rid of Gilliland, then we can all have a quiet Christmas. Nairn rubbed his hands together. Except for those bloody bells, Major. There's nothing, thank the good Lord, that is disturbing His Majesty's army in Portugal and Spain. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. God, the Major sounded good in his ears. The bells rang on, marking the feast day, while 50 miles north and east, the first English soldiers, redcoats untidy, filed into the quiet village of Dorarus. Chapter 2. The rumour reached Frenada soon enough, yet in its passing through the Portuguese countryside the story twisted and curled in the same manner that Congreve's rockets tangled their smoke trails above the shallow valley where Sharpe tested them. Sergeant Patrick Harper was the first man of Sharpe's company to hear the story. He heard it from his woman, Isabella, who had heard it from the pulpit of Frenada's church. Indignation in the town flared, an indignation that Harper shared. English troops, not just English but Protestants to boot, had gone to a remote village which they had looted, killed, raped, and defiled on a holy day. Patrick Harper told Sharpe. They were sitting with Lieutenant Price and the company's 2 other sergeants in the winter sunlight of the valley. Sharpe heard his sergeant out, then shook his head. "I don't believe it." "Swear to God, sir. The priest talked of it, so he did, right there in the church." "You heard it?" "Isabella heard it." Harper's eyes, beneath the sandy brown eyebrows, were belligerent. His indignation had thickened the Ulster accent. "Your man is hardly going to lie in his old pulpit. What's the point of that?" Sharpe shook his head. He had fought with Harper on a dozen battlefields. He would count the sergeant as a friend, yet he was not used to this bitterness. Harper had the calm confidence of a strong man. He had an unconquerable humour that saw him through battlefields, bivouacs, the malevolent fate that had forced him, an Irishman, into England's army. Yet Donegal was never far from Harper's mind, and there was something in this rumour that had touched the patriotic nerve that smarted whenever Harper thought of how England had treated Ireland. Protestants, raping, and killing Catholics, a holy place defiled. The ingredients were seething in Harper's head. Sharpe grinned. "Do you really believe, Sergeant, that some of our lads went to a village and killed a Spanish garrison and raped all the women? Truly? Does that sound right to you?" Harper shrugged, though reluctantly. "Oh, I give you it's the first time, I give you that, but it happened. For God's sake, why would they do it?" "Because they're Protestants, sir. Go 100 miles just to kill a Catholic, so they will. It's in their blood." Sergeant Huckfield, a Protestant from the English shires, spat a blade of grass from his lips. "Harps, and what about your bloody lot? The Inquisition. You never heard of the Inquisition in your country? Christ, you talk about killing. We learned it all from bloody Rome. Enough!" Sharpe had endured this argument too often, and certainly did not want it aired when Harper was filled with anger. He saw the huge Irishman about to utter again, and he stopped it before tempers flared. "I said, enough!" He twisted round to see if Gilliland's troop had finished their seemingly interminable preparations, and vented his anger on their slowness. Lieutenant Price was lying full length, his shako tipped over his eyes, and he smiled as he listened to Sharpe swearing. When it was done, he pushed his shako back. "It's because we're working on a Sunday, breaking the Lord's Day. Nothing good ever came out of working on the Sabbath. That's what my father says. It's also the 13th. Sergeant McGovern's voice was gloomy. "We are working on Sunday," Sharpe said with forced patience, "because that way we will get this job done by Christmas, and you can rejoin battalion. Then you can eat the geese that Major Forrest has kindly purchased and get drunk on Major Leroy's rum. If you prefer not to, then we'll go back to Frenada now. Any questions?" Price made his voice into that of a small lisping boy. "What are you buying me for Christmas, Major?" The sergeants laughed, and Sharpe saw that Gilliland at last was ready. He stood up, brushing earth and grass from the French cavalry overalls he wore beneath his rifleman's jacket. "Time to go. Come on." For 4 days now he had practised and rehearsed with Gilliland's rockets. He knew, or thought he knew, what he would have to say about them. They did not work. They were entertaining, even spectacular, but hopelessly inaccurate. They were not new in war. Gilliland, who had a passion for the weapon, had told Sharpe they were first used in China hundreds of years before, and Sharpe himself had seen rockets used by Indian armies. He had hoped that these British rockets, the product of science and engineering, might prove to be better than those which had decorated the sky at Seringapatam. Congreve's rockets looked just like the fireworks that celebrated royal days in London, except these were much bigger. Gilliland's smallest rocket was fully 11 feet long, 2 feet of which was the cylinder containing the powder propulsion and tipped with a round shot or shell. The rest made up of the rocket's stout stick. The largest rocket, according to Gilliland, was 28 feet long, its head taller than a man, and its load more than 50 pounds of explosive. If such a rocket could be persuaded to go even vaguely near its target, it would be a fearful weapon. For 2 hours again, beneath a cloudless sky in which the December sun was surprisingly warm, Sharpe exercised Gilliland's men. It was probably, he thought, a waste of all their time, for Sharpe doubted if Gilliland would ever need to liaise with infantry in battle. Yet there was something about this new weapon that fascinated Sharpe. Perhaps, he thought, as he cleared his thin skirmish line for the 4th time from the front of the battery, it was the mathematics of the rockets. A battery of artillery had 6 guns, yet it needed 172 men and 164 horses to move it and serve it. In battle, the battery could deliver 12 shots a minute. Gilliland had the same number of men and horses, yet at full fire he could deliver 90 missiles in the same minute. He could sustain that rate of fire for a quarter of an hour, firing his full complement of 1,400 rockets, and no artillery battery could hope to rival that power. There was another difference, an uncomfortable fact. 10 of the 12 cannon-fired shots would hit their target at 500 yards. Even at 300 yards, Gilliland was lucky if one rocket in 50 was even close. For the last time that day, Sharpe cleared his skirmish line. Price waved from the far side of the valley. "Clear, sir." Sharpe looked at Gilliland and shouted, "Fire!" Sharpe's men grinned in anticipation. This time only 12 small rockets would be fired. Each lay in an open-ended trough, so that it would skim the ground when it was ignited. The artillerymen touched the fire to the fuses. Smoke curled into the quiet air, and then, almost together, the 12 missiles exploded into movement. Great trails of smoke and sparks slammed backwards. The grass behind the troughs was scorched by fire, and the rockets were moving faster and faster, rising slightly above the winter-pale field, filling the valley with their tangled roar, screaming above the pasture as Sharpe's men whooped with joy. One struck the ground, cartwheeled. Its stick broke, and the loose head smashed down into the earth, spraying flame and dark smoke into the valley. Another veered right, collided with the second, and both dived into the grass. 2 seemed to be going perfectly, searing above the field, while the rest wandered and made intricate patterns in smoke above the grass. All except one. One rocket thrust itself in a perfect curve, higher and higher, pushing up so that it was hidden by the smoke that was plumed out and seemed to stack itself beneath its fiery tail. Sharpe watched it, squinting into the brightness of the sky, and he thought he saw the stick flicker in the smoke, turning. Then he saw flame again. The rocket had flipped over and was plunging earthward, accelerating before the rush of fire, screaming down at the men who had fired it. "Run!" Sharpe yelled at the artilleryman. Harper, his indignation at the massacre temporarily forgotten, was laughing. "Run, you idiots!" Horses bolted, men panicked, and the sound grew louder, a thunderbolt from the December sky, and Gilliland's shrill voice was shrieking confusion at his men. The artillerymen dived to the earth, hands over their heads, and the noise grew and suddenly crashed into nothing as the solid 6-pound shot of the 12-pound rocket buried itself in the soil. The stick quivered above it. For a second, the rocket propellant still flamed hungrily at the cylinder's base. Then it died, and there were only flickering blue flames licking at the stick. Harper wiped his eyes. "God save Ireland!" The others? Sharpe was looking upfield. Sergeant Huckfield shook his head. "All over the place, sir. Nearest to the target area was probably 30 yards." He licked the pencil and made a note in the book he was carrying, then shrugged. "About average, sir." Which was, sadly for Gilliland, true. The rockets seemed to have a mind of their own once they were in motion. As Lieutenant Harry Price had said, they were superb for frightening horses, so long as no one cared which horses were frightened, French or British. Sharpe walked Captain Gilliland up the valley among the smoking remains of his missiles. The air was bitter with powder smoke. The notebook said it all. The rockets were a failure. Gilliland, a small young man, his face thin but lit with a fanatical passion for his weapon, pleaded with Sharpe. Sharpe had heard all the arguments before. He half listened, the other part of his mind sympathetic to Gilliland's desperate eagerness to be part of the 1813 campaign. This year was ending sourly. After the great victories of Ciudad Rodrigo, Badajoz and Salamanca, the campaign had ground to a halt before the French fortress of Burgos. The autumn had seen a British retreat back to Portugal, back to the food stocks that would keep an army alive through the winter, and the retreat had been hard. Some fool had sent the army's supplies by a different road, so that the troops slogged westward through pouring rain, hungry and angry. Discipline had broken down. Men had been hung by the roadside for looting. Sharpe had stripped two drunks stark naked and left them to the mercies of the pursuing French. No man in the South Essex became drunk after that, and it was one of the few battalions that had marched back into Portugal in good order. Next year they would avenge that retreat, and for the first time the armies of the peninsula would march under one general. Wellington was head now of the British, the Portuguese, and the Spanish armies, and Gilliland, pleading with Sharpe, wanted to be part of the victories that unity seemed to promise. Sharpe cut the speech short. "But they don't hit anything, Captain. You can't make them accurate." Gilliland nodded, shrugged, shook his head, flapped his hands in impotence, then turned again to Sharpe. "Sir, you once said a frightened enemy is already half-beaten, yes?" "Yes." "Think of what these will do to an enemy. They're terrifying, as your men just found out." Gilliland shook his head in exasperation. "But there's always a rogue rocket or two, sir. But think of it. An enemy that's never seen them. Suddenly, the flames, the noise. Think, sir." Sharpe thought. He was required to test these rockets, test them thoroughly, and he had done that in 4 hard days' work. They had started the rockets at their full range of 2,000 yards, and quickly brought the range down to just 300 yards, and still the missiles were hopelessly inaccurate. And yet, Sharpe smiled to himself. What was the effect on a man who had never been exposed to them? He looked at the sky. Midday. He had hoped for an easy afternoon before going to see the performance of Hamlet that the officers of the Light Division were staging in a barn outside the town. But perhaps there was just one test that he had forgotten. It need not take long. An hour later, alone with Sergeant Harper, he watched Gilliland make his preparations 600 yards away. Harper looked at Sharpe and shook his head. "We're mad." "You don't have to stay." Harper sounded glum. "I promised your wife I'd look after you, sir. Here I am, keeping the promise." Teresa. Sharpe had met her 2 summers ago when his company had fought alongside her band of partisans. Teresa fought the French in her own way, with ambush and knife, with surprise and terror. They had been married 8 months, and in that time Sharpe doubted if he had spent more than 10 weeks with her. Their daughter, Antonia, was 19 months old now, a daughter he loved because she was his only blood relative, but for a daughter he did not know, and who would grow to speak a different language, but still his daughter. He grinned at Harper. "We'll be all right. You know they always miss." "Nearly always, sir." Maybe they were mad to try this test. Yet Sharpe wanted to deal fairly with Gilliland's enthusiasm. The rockets were inaccurate, so much so that they had become a joke to Sharpe's men, who loved to watch the veering, crashing and burning of Gilliland's toys. Yet most of the rockets did travel towards the enemy, however curious their path, and perhaps Gilliland was right. Perhaps they would terrify, and there was only one way to find out: to become the target himself. Harper scratched his head. If my mother knew, sir, that I was standing against the wall with 30 bloody rockets aimed at me— He sighed, touched the crucifix around his neck. Sharpe knew the artillerymen were jointing the sticks. Each 12-pounder needed 2 lengths of stick. The first length was slotted into a metal tube on the side of the rocket head, and then fixed in place by crimping the metal with pliers. A similar metal tube, similarly crimped, joined the 2 sticks into a 10-foot shaft that balanced the rocket head. The shaft had another use, a use that intrigued and impressed Sharpe. Each trooper in the rocket cavalry kept a lance head in a special holster on his saddle. The lance head could be hammered onto the jointed sticks and then carried into battle on horseback. Gilliland's men were not trained to fight with a lance, any more than they were trained in the use of the sabres they all carried. But there was an ingenuity about the detached lance head that pleased Sharpe. He had appalled Gilliland by insisting that the rocket troop rehearse cavalry charges. "Port fires alight!" Harper seemed determined to keep up a commentary on his own death. Sharpe could see his own company sitting by Gilliland's rocket cars, his specially fitted supply wagons. "Oh, God!" Harper crossed himself. Sharpe knew the port fires were going down to touch the rocket fuses. You said yourself they couldn't hit a house at 50 yards. I'm a big target. Harper was 6 foot and 4 inches tall. There was a wisp of smoke far down the field, but one rocket would already be moving, burning the grass, leaping like quickfire above the soil, hammering in front of its fire and smoke. The others burst into life. "Oh, God!" Harper groaned. Sharpe grinned. "If they're close, just jump over the wall. Anything you say, sir." For a second or two the rockets were curious, twisting dots, haloed by fire, centered on their pulsing smoke trails. The trails weaved as the missiles climbed and wandered, and then, so fast that Sharpe would have had no time to throw himself behind the low stone wall, the rocket seemed to leap towards the 2 men. The sound filled the valley, the fire blazed behind the spread of missiles, and then they were past, screaming above the wall, and Sharpe found he had ducked even though the closest rocket had been 30 yards away. Harper swore, looked at Sharpe. "Not so funny here, eh?" Sharpe found himself feeling relieved that the rockets had gone. Even at 30 yards, the noise and fire was alarming. Harper grinned. "Wouldn't you say our duty was done, sir?" "Just the big ones, then it's done, for what we are about to receive." The next volley was not to be ground-fired, but to be aimed upwards in firing tubes supported by a tripod. Gilliland, Sharpe knew, would be working at the mathematics of the trajectory. Sharpe had always supposed mathematics to be the most exact of all the sciences, and he did not clearly see how it could be applied to the inexact nature of rocketry. But Gilliland would be busy with angles and equations. The wind had to be ascertained, for if a breeze was blowing across the rocket's path, then they had a perverse habit of turning into the wind. That, Gilliland had explained, was because the wind put more pressure on the long stick than on the cylinder head, and so the tubes had to be aimed downwind for an upwind target. Another calculation was the stick length, a longer stick giving more height and a longer flight, and at 600 yards Sharpe knew the artilleryman would be sawing off a length of each rocket's tail. A third imponderable was the angle of launch. A rocket travelled relatively slowly as it left the firing tube, and so the head fell towards the ground in the first few feet of flight, and the angle of launch had to be increased to compensate. Modern science at war. "Hold your hat, sir!" The smoke and flames were easily visible beneath the firing tubes, even at 600 yards, and then, with appalling suddenness, the missiles leapt into the air. These were 18-pounder rockets, a dozen of them, and they sliced the air above the lingering smoke trails of the first volley, climbing, and Sharpe saw one slam off to the left, hopelessly off course, while the others seemed to have coalesced into a living flame-shot cloud that grew silently over the valley. "Oh, God!" Harper was holding the crucifix. The rockets, strangely, seemed not to be moving. The cloud grew. The flame-surrounded dots were still and hovering. and Sharpe knew it was an illusion caused by the trajectory bringing the missiles in a curve pointing straight at the two of them. Then a single dot dropped from the cloud, fired its edges, smoke dark against the clear sky behind. The noise burst on them, a screaming roar, flame-born, and the dot grew larger. "Down! Christ!" Harper dived right, Sharpe left, and Sharpe clung to the saw by the war, and the noise hammered at him, growing, seeming to make the stones of the wall shake, and the air was throbbing with a noise that came closer and closer and filled the whole world with terror as the rocket slammed into the wall. "Jesus!" Sharpe rolled over and sat up. The rocket, the most accurate of the week, had demolished the stone wall where he and Harper had been standing. The broken stick toppled slowly off the wreckage. The cylinder smoked innocently in the next field. Smoke drifted over the burned grass. They started laughing, beating the dirt off their uniforms, and suddenly it seemed hilarious to Sharpe, so that he rolled onto his side, helpless with laughter. "Holy Jesus! You'd better thank him. If that had been a shell instead of round-shot—" Harper left the thought unfinished. He was standing and staring at the ruins of the wall. Sharpe sat up again. "Is that frightening?" Harper grinned. "You'd regret having a full belly, that's for sure, sir." He bent down and picked up his shako. "So, maybe there is something to the mad colonel's invention." "Aye, sir." "And think if you could fire a whole volley at 50 paces. Harper nodded. "True, but there's a lot of maybes and ifs there, sir." He grinned. "You're fond of them, aren't you? You fancy trying them out, yes?" He laughed. "Toys for Christmas." A figure in blue uniform, leading a second horse, was riding towards them from the firing point. Harper pulled his battered shako low over his eyes and nodded towards the galloping man. "I think he's worried he's murdered us, sir." Clouds of earth flew up behind the galloping horses. Sharpe shook his head. "That's not Gilliland." He could see a cavalryman's pelisse across the blue uniform's shoulders. The cavalryman skirted a burning rocket wreck, urged his horse on, waved as he came close. His shout was urgent. "Major Sharpe?" "Yeah?" "Lieutenant Rogers, sir, headquarters. Major General Nairn's compliments, sir, and would you report at once?" Sharpe took the reins of the spare horse from Rogers, looped them over the horse's head. "What's it about?" "About, sir? Haven't you heard?" Rogers was impatient, his horse fretful. Sharpe put his left foot in the stirrup, reached for the saddle, and Harper helped by heaving him upwards. Rogers waited as the sergeant retrieved Sharpe's shako. "There's been a massacre, sir, at some place called Adrados." "Massacre? God knows, sir. All hell's loose. Ready?" "Lead on." Sergeant Patrick Harper watched Sharpe lurch as his horse took off after the lieutenant. So the rumour was true, and Harper smiled in satisfaction. Not a satisfaction because he had been proved right, but because Sharpe had been summoned, and where Sharpe went, Harper followed. So what if Sharpe was a major now, supposedly detached from the South Essex? He would still take Harper, as he always took Harper, and the giant Irishman wanted to help take revenge on the men who had offended his decency and his religion. He began walking back towards the company, whistling as he went, the prospect of a fight pleasant in his soul. Chapter 3. Damn, 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 damn. Major General Nairn, still in a dressing gown, still with the cold, stared out of the window. He turned as Lieutenant Rogers, having announced Sharpe, left the room. The eyes under the straggling eyebrows looked at Sharpe. "Damn!" "Sir?" "Cold as a parson's bloody heart." "Sir, this room, Sharpe." It was an office. One table smothered in mats, which in turn were littered with empty cups and plates, snuff-boxes, 2 half-eaten pieces of cold toast, a single spur, and a marble bust of Napoleon, on which someone, presumably Nairn, had inked embellishments which made the Emperor of the French look like a simpering weakling. The Major General crossed to the table and lowered himself into a leather chair. "So what have you heard about this bloody massacre, Major?" "Cheer an old man up and tell me you've heard nothing." "I'm afraid I have, sir." "Well, what man?" Sharpe told him what had been preached in the church that morning, and Nairn listened with fingers steepled in front of his closed eyes. When Sharpe finished, Nairn groaned. "God in his heaven, Major! It couldn't be bloody worse, could it?" Nairn swivelled in the chair and stared across the roofs of the town. "We're unpopular enough as it is with the Spanish. They don't forget the 17th century, blast their eyes, and the fact that we're fighting for their bloody country doesn't make us any better. Now the priests are preaching that the heathen British are raping anything that's Catholic with the skirts on. God, if the Portuguese are believing it, what the hell are they believing over the border? They'll be petitioning the Pope to declare war on us next." He turned back to the desk, leaned back and closed his eyes. "We need the cooperation of the Spanish people, and we are hardly likely to get it if they believe this story. Come!" This last word was to a clerk who had knocked timidly on the door. He handed Nairn a sheet of paper which the Scotsman looked through, grunting approval. "I need a dozen, Simmons." "Yes, sir." When the clerk had gone, Nairn smiled shyly at Sharpe. "Be sure your sins will find you out, eh? I burn a letter from that great and good man, the bloody Chaplain-General, and today I have to write to every bishop and archbishop inside spitting distance." He mimicked a cringing voice. "The story is not true, your grace. The men were not from our army, your holiness. But nevertheless, we will apprehend the bastards and turn them inside out. Slowly." "Not true, sir?" Nairn flashed a look of annoyance at Sharpe. "Of course it's not bloody true." He leant forward and picked up the bust of Napoleon, staring at it between its cold eyes. "You'd like to believe it, wouldn't you? Splash it all over your bloody monitor. How the savage English treat Spanish women. That would take your mind off all those good men you left in Russia." He slammed the bust onto the table. "Damn!" He blew his nose noisily. Sharpe waited. He was alone with Nairn, but he had seen much coming and going as he entered the headquarters. The rumour, whatever its truth, had stirred Frenada into activity. Sharpe was part of it, or else Nairn would not have sent for him. But the rifleman was content to wait until he was told. The moment had evidently come, for Nairn waved Sharpe into a chair by the small fireplace and took the chair opposite. "I have a problem, Major Sharpe. In brief, it is this. I have a nasty mess on my doorstep, a mess I must clear up, but I don't have the troops to do it." He held up a hand to stop an interruption. "Oh, yes, I know. I have a whole bloody army, but that's under Beresford's control." Beresford was in nominal command of the army, while Wellington politicked in the south. Beresford's up north with his Portuguese, and I don't have time to write a "please, sir" note to him. If I ask for help from one of the divisions, then every general inside 10 miles is going to want a finger in this pie. I'm in charge of this headquarters. My job is to pass the papers and make sure the cooks don't piss in the soup. However, I do have you, and I do have the so-called garrison battalion of Frenada, and if you're willing, then we might put the lid on this peculiarly nasty pot of snakes." "Willing, sir." "You will be a volunteer, Sharpe. That's an order." He grinned. "Tell me what you know of Pot-au-Feu." "Marshal Pot-au-Feu." Sharpe shook his head. "Nothing." "An army of deserters?" That did ring faint bells. Sharpe remembered a night on the retreat from Burgos, a night when the wind flung rain at the roofless barn where 400 wet, miserable and hungry soldiers had sheltered. There had been talk there of a haven for soldiers, an army of deserters who were defying the French and the English, but Sharpe had dismissed the stories. They were like other rumours that went through the army. He frowned. "Is that true?" Nairn nodded. "Yes." He told the story that he had gleaned that morning from Hogan's papers, from the priest of Adrados, and from a partisan who had brought the priest to Frenada. It was a story so incredible that Sharpe at times stopped Nairn simply to ask for confirmation. Some of the wildest rumours, it seemed, turned out to be fact. For a year now, perhaps a few months longer, there had been an organized band of deserters, calling themselves an army, living in the mountains of southern Galicia. Their leader was a Frenchman, whose real name was unknown, an ex-sergeant, who now styled himself as Marshal Pot-au-Feu. Nairn grinned. Stock pot, I suppose that translates. There's a story that he was once a cook. Under Pot-au-Feu, the army had prospered. They lived in territory that was unimportant to the French marshals or to Wellington. They subsisted by terrorizing the countryside, taking what they wanted, and their numbers grew as deserters from every army in the peninsula heard of their existence. French, British, Portuguese and Spanish, all were in Pot-au-Feu's ranks. How many, sir? Nairn shrugged. We don't know. Numbers vary between 400 and 2,000. I'd guess 600 or 700. Sharpe raised his eyebrows. That could be a formidable force. Why have they come south, sir? That's a question. Nairn blew his nose into the huge, wrinkled handkerchief. It seems that the frogs are being pretty lively in Galicia. I don't know, bloody rumour again, but there's a whisper that they might try a winter attack on Braganza, then on to Oporto. I don't believe it for a second, but there's a school of thought which maintains that Napoleon is in need of some victory, any victory, after the Russian catastrophe. If they capture the north of Portugal, then they can trumpet that as some kind of achievement. Nairn shrugged. I can't think why, but we're told to take the possibility seriously, and certainly there's a lot of frog cavalry lumbering about in Galicia, and our belief is that they drove our friend Pot-au-Feu towards us, and he promptly sends his British deserters to attack a village called Adrados, where they murder a small Spanish garrison and go on to make themselves free with all the ladies. Now, half of bloody Spain thinks that the Protestant English are reverting to the wars of religion. That, Sharpe, is the story in its rancid little nutshell. So we go up there and turn the bastards inside out? Nairn smiled. Not yet, Sharpe. Not yet. We have a problem. He got to his feet, crossed to the table, rummaged through the mess of papers and litter, and returned with a small black leather-bound book. He tossed the book to Sharpe. Did you see a tall, thin man when you arrived here? Silver hair? Elegant? Sharpe nodded. He had noticed the man because of the flawless uniform, the look of bored distinction, and the obvious wealth of the man's spurs, sword, and other ornaments. I did. That's him. Nairn pointed at the book. Sharpe opened it. It was new, the covers stiff, and on the title page he read, Practical Instructions to the Young Officer in the Art of Warfare, with special reference to the engagements now proceeding in Spain. The author was named as Colonel Sir Augustus Farthingdale. The book cost 5 shillings, published by Richard Phillips, and was printed by Joyce Gold of Shoe Lane in London. The pages were mostly uncut, but Sharpe's eye was caught by a sentence that ran over a page, and so he took out his penknife and slit the next 2 pages apart. He finished the sentence and smiled. Nairn saw the smile. Read it to me. The men during the march should keep their files, and no indecent language or noise be allowed. God! I missed that one. Nairn grinned. You will note that the book has an introduction by my friend, the Chaplain General. He recommends frequent divine service to keep the men quiet and ordered. Sharpe closed the book. So, why is there a problem? Because Colonel Sir Augustus Farthingdale has taken himself a wife, a Portuguese wife, some filly of a good family, it seems, but a papist. God knows what the Chaplain General would say to that. Anyway, this spring flower of Sir Augustus's autumn wants to go to Adrados to pray at some bloody shrine where miracles are 2 a penny, and guess who meets her there? Pot-au-Feu. Lady Farthingdale is now hostage. If any troops go within 5 miles of Adrados, they'll turn her over to the rapists and murderers who make up their ranks. On the other hand, Sir Augustus can have her back on payment of 500 guineas. Sharpe whistled. Nairn grinned. Aye, it's a pretty price for a pair of legs to wrap round you in bed. Anyway, Sir Augustus swears the price is fair, that he will do anything, to bring his bride safe home. God, Sharpe, there is nothing so disgusting as the sight of an old man in love with a woman 40 years younger. Sharpe wondered if there was some jealousy in Nairn's words. Why would they want to ransom her, sir, if she's their insurance against attack? You're not a fool, are you? God knows the answer to that. They have deemed to send us a letter, and the letter informs us that we may send the money on a certain date, at a certain time, and so on and so on. I want you to go. Alone? You can take one other man. That's all. The money? Sir Augustus will provide it. He claims his lady wife is a pearl beyond price, so he's busy writing notes of hand to get her back. And if they won't release her? Nairn smiled. He was huddled back in his dressing gown. I don't believe they will. They just want the money, that's all. Sir Augustus made a half-hearted offer to deliver it, but I turned him down, much to his relief. I suppose 2 hostages are better than 1, and a knight of the realm makes a useful bargaining piece. Anyway, I need a soldier to go up there. Sharpe raised the book. He's a soldier? He's a bloody author, Sharpe. All words and wind. Now you go, man. Take a look at their defences. Even if you don't bring the filly back, you'll know how to go and get her. Sharpe smiled. A rescue? Nairn nodded. A rescue. Sir Augustus Farthingale, Major, is our government's military representative to the Portuguese government, which means, between you and me, damn all, except that he gets to eat a lot of dinners and meet pretty young ladies. How he stays so thin, God only knows. He is, however, popular in Lisbon. The government likes him. His wife, moreover, is supposed to be from some high-up family, and we're not going to get letters of thanks if we casually allow her to be raped by a gang of scum in the mountains. We have got to get her out. Once that's done, our hands are free and we can cook pot-au-feu in a very hot cauldron. You're happy to go? Sharpe looked through the window. The score of smoke trails rose vertically from the chimneys of Frenada, smoke fading into the flawless cold sky. Of course he would go. Nairn had not let Sir Augustus go because the colonel might become a hostage himself, but Nairn had not expressed any such fear about Sharpe. He smiled at the Major General. I assume I'm expendable, sir. You're a soldier, aren't you? Of course you're expendable. Sharpe was still smiling. He was a soldier, and a lady needed rescuing. And was that not what soldiers throughout history had done? The smile became wider. Of course I'll go, sir. With pleasure. In the churches of Spain they were praying for revenge on the perpetrators of Adras's misery. The prayers were being answered. Chapter 4. La Entrada de Dios, the Gateway of God. It looked it, too, from 200 feet below on a bright winter morning as Sharpe and Harper walked their patient horses up the track which ran between rocks whose shadows still harboured the night's frost. Adrados lay just beyond the saddle of the pass, but the pass was the gateway of God. To left and right were rocky peaks, a nightmare landscape, savage and sharp. In front of them was the smooth grass of the road through the Sierra. Guarding that road was the gateway. To the right of the pass was the castle, the Castillo de la Virgen. El Cid himself had known that castle, had stood on its ramparts before riding out against the curved scimitars of Islam. Legend said that 3 Muslim kings had died in the dungeons beneath the castle of the Virgin, died refusing to profess Christianity, and their ghosts were said to wander wraith-like in the gateway of God. The castle had stood years beyond number, built before the wars of God were won, but when the Muslims had been thrown back across the sea, the castle had begun to decay. The Spanish had moved from the high places of refuge, back down the passes into the softer plains. Yet the castle still stood, a refuge for foxes and ravens, its keep and gatehouse still holding the southern edge of the gateway of God. And on the northern side, 200 yards from the castle was the convent. It was a huge building, low and square, and its windowless walls seemed to spring from the granite of the Sierra's rocks. Here was the place where the Virgin had stood. Here was where they had built a shrine about her footfall and a castle to protect it, and the convent had no windows, because the nuns who had once lived in its rich cloisters were supposed not to look upon the world, only at the mystery of the smooth patch of granite in their gold-painted chapel. The nuns had gone, taken in leather-curtained carts to the mother house at Léon, and the soldiers whose surcoats had decorated the walls of the castle had gone too. The road still led through the hills, a road that wound up from the deep ravine rivers of the Portuguese border, but there were newer and better roads to the south. The gateway of God guarded only Adorados now, a valley of sheep, thorns, and Pot-au-Feur's desperate band of deserters. "They'll have seen us by now, sir." "Yes." Sharpe pulled out the watch that Sir Augustus Farthingale had lent him. They were early, so he stopped the 3 horses. The 3rd horse carried the gold, and it was hoped would provide a mount for Lady Farthingale if Pot-au-Feur kept his word and released her on payment of the ransom. Harper climbed off his horse, stretched his huge muscles, and stared at the buildings and the skyline. "They'd be bastards to attack, sir." "True." An attack on the gateway from the west would be an uphill assault, steeply uphill, with no chance of approaching the pass unseen. Sharpe turned. It had taken him and Harper 3 hours to climb from the river, and for much of that time they would have been visible to a man with a glass on the castle ramparts. The rocks to left and right of the pass were jumbled and steep, impassable to artillery, barely climbable by infantry. Whoever held the gateway of God barred the one road through the Sierra, and it was fortunate for the British that the French had never needed these hills, and so no battle had ever been fought on this impossible slope. The hills had no value, because the roads to the south bypassed the Sierra, making a defence of Spain impossible in these hills, but to Pot-au-Feur the old buildings were a perfect refuge. High above them were birds, circling slowly, and Sharpe saw Patrick Harper staring lovingly at them. Harper loved birds. They were his private retreat from the army. "What are they?" "Red kites, sir. They'll be up from the valley, looking for carrion." Sharpe grunted. He feared that they might provide lunch for the birds. The closer they rode to the high valley, the more he believed it was a trap. He did not believe that Farthingale's bride would be released. He believed the money would be taken, and he wondered whether he or Harper would leave alive. He had told the sergeant that he need not come, but the big Irishman had jeered at such pusillanimity. If Sharpe was going, he would go. "Come on, let's go on." Sharpe had not liked Sir Augustus Farthingale. The colonel had been condescending to the rifleman, amused when he discovered that Sharpe did not possess a watch, and could not therefore time his arrival at the convent to the exact moment stipulated by Pot-au-Feur's letter. 10 minutes past 11, exactly. Yet beneath the colonel's bored voice, Sharpe had detected a panic about his wife. The colonel was in love. At 60 he had found his bride, and now she was being snatched from him. And though the colonel tried to hide every emotion beneath a mask of elegant politeness, he could not hide the passion which his bride engendered. Sharpe had not liked him, but Sharpe had felt sorry for him, and he would try to restore the lost bride. The red kites slid their spread wings and forked tails over the castle ramparts, and Sharpe could now see men on the walls. They were on the ramparts of the keep, on the turret of a great gate tower that faced into the pass, and behind the castellations of the wall around the courtyard. Their muskets were tiny lines against the pale blue of the December sky. The road was zigzagging now as the pass narrowed. It crossed the saddle of the pass close to the castle wall, too close, and Sharpe pulled his horse off the road and set it at the steep grass bank of the pass's last few yards. The convent was to their left now, and Sharpe could see how it had been built on the very edge of the pass, so that its eastern wall, facing the village, was just a single story high, while the western wall, looking towards Portugal, was 2 floors high. In the southern wall facing across the pass, a big hole had been crudely smashed into the lower floor. The hole was covered by a blanket. Sharpe nodded at it. "You'd think they put a gun in there." "A good place for one," Harper said. "The gun would fire straight across the neck of the pass." They breasted the last few feet, their horses scrambling up the steep turf, and there was the high valley of Odradus. A quarter-mile ahead of them was the village itself, a huddle of small, low houses built around one larger house that Sharpe supposed to be the village inn. The road turned right once it was through the village, sharp right, turning to the south, and Sharpe almost groaned aloud. There was a hill that made the pivot of the turning valley, a hill that was steep, thorn-covered, and crowned by an old watchtower. The Castillo de la Virgen guarded the pass, but the watchtower was the sentry post for the whole Sierra. The tower looked old, its summit crowned by castellations like the castle walls, but at its foot he could see the scars of earthworks, and he guessed the Spanish garrison had made new defences there. Whoever controlled the watchtower controlled the whole valley. Guns put at the summit of the watchtower hill could fire down into the courtyard of the castle. "Let's keep going." They were 5 minutes early, and Sharpe did not turn towards the convent. Instead, he led Harper on the track which ran past a spring towards the village. He wanted to see the eastern face of the castle, the face that looked onto the village. But as he rode, there was a sudden shout from the gatehouse, and then a rattle of musket shots. "Friendly!" Harper grinned. The shots had gone hopelessly wide, intended only as a warning. Sharpe reined in and stared at the castle. The gatehouse faced him, massively turreted, topped with men who jeered towards the riflemen. The archway, its gates long gone, was barricaded with 2 peasant carts, presumably stolen from the village, while the gatehouse turrets above seemed solid and untouched by the passage of time. The keep had not been so fortunate. Sharpe could see daylight through some of the holes in its upper floors, yet the stairways must still wind to the very top, for men stood on the ramparts staring at the 2 horsemen in the valley. They had ridden far enough to see along the length of the eastern wall, and their excursion had been worthwhile. Most of the wall was gone. Nothing now but a heap of rubble marking the line of the old wall. The rubble line would be simple to cross, a ready-made breach into pot-au-feur's fastness. They turned towards the convent. No one stared from its apparently flat roof. No smoke drifted from its cloisters. It seemed to be abandoned. One doorway faced east, a doorway that was flanked by 2 small barred windows that Sharpe guessed had been the only normal channels of communication with the outside world. The door itself was huge, decorated with strange heads carved into the stone archway, and Sharpe dismounted beneath their eroded gaze and tied the horse's reins to the rusting bars of the left-hand window. Harper heaved the saddlebags off the 3rd horse, the gold heavy, and Sharpe pushed at one of the doors. It creaked open. The watch said 11:10. The scroll worked minute hand precisely pointing to the Roman 2. The door, hinges rusted, swung fully open. It showed a cloister beyond the entrance tunnel. A century of neglect had made the cloister ragged, but it kept its beauty. The stone pillars that supported the cloister arches were carved, their heads a riot of stone leaves and small birds, while the cloister floor was paved in coloured tiles, green and yellow, now edged with weeds and dead grass. In the centre was a raised pool, empty of water but filled with weeds, and in one corner of the courtyard a young hornbeam had pushed its way through the tiles, cracking them around its bowl. The cloister seemed empty. The roof line of the southern and eastern walls was etched in shadow on the tiles. Sharpe took the rifle from his shoulder. He was a major now, the ranks long in the past, yet he still carried the rifle. He had always carried a long arm into battle, a musket when he was a private, a rifle now he was an officer. He saw no reason not to carry a gun. A soldier's job was to kill, a rifle killed. He cocked it. The click suddenly loud in the dark entranceway, and he walked on soft feet into the sunlight of the cloister. His eyes searched the shadows of the arches. Nothing moved. He gestured to Harper. The huge sergeant carried the saddlebag into the courtyard. The coins chinked dully inside the leather. His eyes, like Sharpe's, searched the roofline, the shadows, and saw nothing, nobody. Beneath the arches, doors opened from the cloister, and Sharpe pushed them open one by one. They seemed to be storerooms. One was full of sacks, and he drew his huge clumsy sword and slit at the rough cloth. Grain spilled onto the floor. He sheathed the sword. Harper dropped the saddlebag beside the raised pool and took from his shoulder the 7-barreled gun and pulled back the flint. The gun was a gift from Sharpe, and it fired 7 half-inch bullets from its 7 barrels. Only a hugely strong man could wield the gun, and they were few in number, so much so that the Royal Navy, for whom the guns had been made, had abandoned the weapon when they found its recoil wounded more of their men than its bullets wounded of the enemy. Harper adored the gun. At close range it was a fearful weapon, and he had become used to the massive kick. He lifted the prison and checked with his finger that there was powder in its pan. On the left of the courtyard there was just the one door beneath a window dark with stained glass. It was a large door, ornate with decoration, larger than the door on the western side which Sharpe had tried, pushed and found firmly barred from the far side. He tried the lever handle of the decorated door, and it moved. Harper shook his head, gestured at the 7-barreled gun, and took Sharpe's place. He looked questioningly at his officer. Sharpe nodded. Harper shouted as he jumped through the door, a fearful screaming challenge designed to terrify anyone within the building, and he threw himself to one side, crouched, and swept the 7-barreled gun around the gloom. His voice died away. He was in the chapel, and it was empty. "Sir?" Sharpe went inside. He could see little. The stoop that had held holy water was empty and dry, its bowl lined with dust and tiny fragments of stone. The light fell on the tiles of the chapel floor by the doorway, and Sharpe could see an untidy brown stain that flaked at the edges of the tiles. Blood. "Look, sir." Harper was standing at a great iron grille that made the area they were standing into a kind of antechamber to the chapel proper. There was a door, pierced in the grille, but the door was padlocked shut. Harper fingered the lock. "New, sir." Sharpe craned his head back. The grille went to the ceiling, where gold paint shone dully on the beams. "Why is it here?" "To stop outsiders getting into the chapel, sir. This is as far as anyone could go. Only the nuns were allowed in there, sir. When it was a convent, that is." Sharpe pressed his face against the cold bars. The chapel ran left and right, altar to the left, and as his eyes became accustomed to the gloom, he saw that the chapel had been defaced. Blood was splashed on the painted walls. Statues had been torn from their niches. The light of the eternal presence ripped from its hanging chains. It seemed a pointless kind of destruction, but then Pot-au-Feur's band was desperate, men who had run and had nowhere else to flee to, and such men would wreak their vengeance on anything that was beautiful, valued, and good. Sharpe wondered if Lady Farthingdale was even alive. Horses' hooves came faintly from outside the convent. The 2 riflemen froze, listened. The hooves were coming closer. Sharpe could hear voices. "This way." They moved quickly, quietly out into the cloister. The hooves were closer. Sharpe pointed across the courtyard, and Harper, astonishingly silent for a huge man, disappeared into the dark shadow beneath the arches. Sharpe stepped backwards into the chapel, and pulled the door close so that he and his rifle looked through a slit onto the entrance tunnel. Silence in the courtyard. Not even a wind to stir the dead leaves of the hornbeam on the green and yellow tiles. The hooves stopped outside. The creak of a saddle as a man dismounted, the crunch of boots on the roadway, and then silence. 2 sparrows flew down into the raised pool and pecked among the dead weeds. Sharpe moved slightly to his right, searching for Harper, but the Irishman was invisible in the shadows. Sharpe crouched so that his shape, if seen through the crack, would be confusing to whoever came out of the dark tunnel. The gate creaked. Silence again. The sparrows flew upwards, their wings loud in the cloister, and then Sharpe almost jumped in alarm because the silence was shattered by a bellowed shout, a challenge, and a man leapt into the cloister, moving fast, his musket jerking round to cover the dark shadows where assailants might wait. And then the man crouched at the foot of a pillar by the entrance and called softly behind him. He was a huge man, as big as Harper, and he was dressed in French blue with a single gold ring on his sleeve, the uniform of a French sergeant. He called again. A second man appeared, as wary as the first, and this man dragged saddlebags behind him. He was in the uniform of a French officer, a senior officer, his red-collared blue jacket bright with gold insignia. Was this Pot-au-Feu? He carried a cavalry carbine, despite his infantry uniform, and at his side, slung on silver chains, was a cavalry sabre. The two Frenchmen stared round the cloister. Nothing moved. Nobody. "Allons!" The sergeant took the saddlebag and froze, pointing. He had seen Harper's bag beside the pool. "Stop!" Sharpe yelled, kicking the door open with his right foot as he stood up. "Stop!" The rifle pointed at them. They turned. "Don't move!" He could see their eyes, judging the distance of the rifle shot fired from the hip. "Sergeant!" Harper appeared to their flank, a vast man moving like a cat, grinning, the huge gun gaping its bunched barrels at them. "Keep him there, Sergeant." "Sir!" Sharpe moved past them, skirting them, and went into the tunnel. 5 horses were tied outside the convent beside the 3 he and Harper had brought, and, having noticed them, he pushed the convent door shut, then went back to look at the 2 prisoners. The sergeant was huge, built like an oak tree, with a tanned skin behind his vast black moustache. He stared hatred at Sharpe. His hands looked large enough to strangle an ox. The man in officer's uniform had a thin face, sharp-eyed and sharp-featured, with intelligent eyes. He looked at Sharpe with disdain and condescension. Sharpe kept the rifle pointing between them. "Take their guns, Sergeant." Harper came behind them, plucked the carbine from the officer, then pulled the musket from the sergeant. Sharpe sensed the massive resistance of the huge sergeant, twitched his rifle towards the brute of a man, and the sergeant reluctantly let the musket go. Sharpe looked back to the officer. "Who are you?" The reply was in good English. "My name is not for deserters." Sharpe said nothing. 5 horses, just 2 riders. Saddlebags just as he and Harper had carried. He stepped forward, his eyes on the officer, and kicked the saddlebags. Coins sounded inside. The French officer's thin face sneered at him. "You will find it all there." Sharpe stepped back 3 paces and lowered his rifle. He sensed Harper's surprise. "My name is Major Richard Sharpe, 95th Regiment, an officer of His Britannic Majesty. Sergeant." "Sir." "Put the gun down." "Sir." "Do as I say." The French officer watched the 7 barrels sink down, then looked at Sharpe. "Your Honour, Monsieur." "My honour." The Frenchman's heels clicked together. "I am Chef de Battalion du Breton, Michel du Breton. I have the honour to command a battalion of the Emperor's 54th of the line." Chef du Battalion. 2 heavy gold epaulets, a full colonel, no less. Sharpe saluted, and it felt strange. "My apologies, sir." "Not at all. You were rather impressive." Du Breton smiled at Harper. "Not to mention your sergeant." "Sergeant Harper." Harper nodded familiarly at the French officer. "Sir?" Du Breton smiled. "I think mine's taller." He looked from his own sergeant to Harper and shrugged. "Well, maybe not. You will find his name appropriate. Sergeant Bigard." Bigard, reassured by his officer's tone of voice, stiffened to attention and nodded fiercely at Sharpe. The rifleman gestured to Harper. "Their guns, Sergeant." "Thank you, Major." Du Breton smiled courteously. "I assume that gesture means we are enjoying a truce?" "Yes?" "Of course, sir." "How wise." Du Breton slung the carbine on his shoulder, He might be a colonel, but he looked as if he could use the weapon with skill and familiarity. He looked at Harper. "Do you speak French, Sergeant?" "Me, sir? No, sir. Gaelic, English, and Spanish, sir." Harper seemed to find nothing odd in meeting two enemy in the convent. "Good. Bigger speaks some Spanish. Can I suggest the two of you stand guard while we talk?" "Sir." Harper seemed to find nothing odd in taking orders from the enemy. The French colonel turned his charm onto Sharpe. "Measure." He gestured towards the centre of the cloister, bent down and dragged his saddlebags until they rested beside the one Sharpe had brought. Dubarton nodded at it. "Yours?" "Yes, sir." "Gold?" 500 guineas. Dubarton raised his eyebrows. "I presume you have hostages here, yes?" "Just one, sir." "An expensive one." "We have 3. His eyes were looking at the roofline, searching down into the shadows, while his hands brought out a ragged cheroot that he lit from his tinderbox. It took a few seconds for the charred linen to catch fire. He offered a cheroot to Sharpe. "Major?" "No, thank you, sir." 3 hostages, including my wife." "I'm sorry, sir." "So am I." The voice was mild, light even, but the face was hard as flint. "Deron will pay." "Deron?" "Sergeant Deron, who now styles himself Marshal Pot-au-Feu. He was a cook, Major, and rather a good one. He's quite untrustworthy." The eyes came down from the roofline to look at Sharpe. "Do you expect him to keep his word?" "No, sir." "Nor I, but it seemed worth the risk." Neither spoke for a moment. There was still silence beyond the convent and silence within the walls. Sharpe pulled the watch out of his pocket. 25 minutes to 12. "Were you ordered here at a specific time, sir?" "Indeed, Major." Dubarton blew a stream of smoke into the air. 25 minutes past 11. He smiled. "Perhaps our Sergeant Deron has a sense of humour. I suspect he thought we might fight each other. We very nearly did." Harper and Bigger, either side of the cloister, watched the roofs and doors. They made a frightening pair and encouraged Sharpe to believe that they all might leave alive. 2 such men as the sergeants would take a deal of killing. He looked again at the French colonel. "Can I ask how your wife was captured, sir?" "Ambushed, Major, in a convoy going from Léon to Salamanque. They stopped it by using French uniforms. No one suspected anything, and the bastards went off with a month's supplies. And 3 officers' wives who were coming to join us for Christmas." He walked over to the door in the western wall that Sharpe had already tried to open, tugged at it, then came back to Sharpe. He smiled. "Would you be Sharpe of Talavera, or Badrose?" "Probably, sir." Dubarton looked at the rifle, at the huge cavalry sword that Sharpe chose to carry high on its slings, and then at the scarred face. "I think I could do the Empire a great service by killing you, Major Sharpe." He said the words without offence. "I'm sure I could do Britain an equal service by killing you, sir." Dubarton laughed. "Yes, you could." He laughed again, pleased at his immodesty, but despite the laughter he was still tense, still watchful, the eyes rarely leaving the doors and roofs. "Sir," Harper growled from behind them, pointing his gun at the chapel door. Bigger had swung round to face it. There was a small noise from inside, a grating noise, and Dubarton threw his cheroot away. "Sergeant, to our right." Harper moved fast as Dubarton waved Bigger to stand behind the officers and to their left. The colonel looked at Sharpe. "You are in there. What's there?" "Our chapel. There's a bloody great grill behind the door. I think it's being unlocked." The chapel doors were pulled open, and facing them, curtsying, were 2 girls. They giggled, turned, and fetched a table from behind them, which they carried out the door, beneath the cloister, and placed in the sunlight. One looked at Bigger, then at Harper, and made a face of mock surprise at their height. They giggled again. A 3rd girl appeared with a chair, which she placed beside the table. She too curtsied towards the officers, then blew them a kiss. Dubarton sighed. "I fear we must endure whatever they have planned for us." "Yes, sir." Boots clattered in the chapel, and soldiers filed out, left and right, into the cloisters. They wore uniforms of Britain, France, Portugal, and Spain, and their muskets were tipped with bayonets. Their faces were mocking as they filed to line 3 of the 4 walls. Only the wall behind de Breton and Sharpe was unguarded. The 3 girls stood by the table. They wore low-cut blouses, very low, and Sharpe guessed they must be cold. "Mes amis! Mes amis!" The voice boomed from within the chapel. It was a deep voice, gravelly, a great bass voice. "Mes amis!" A ludicrous figure came out of the shadow, through the cloister's arch, to stand by the table. He was short and immensely fat. He spread his arms, smiled. "Mes amis!" His legs were cased in tall black leather boots, cut away behind the knees, and then in white breeches that were dangerously tight about his huge fat thighs. His belly wobbled as he laughed silently, ripples of fat running up his body beneath the flowered waistcoat he wore beneath a blue uniform jacket that was lavishly adorned with gold leaves and looping strands. The jacket could not button over his immense front. Instead, it was held in place by a gold waist sash, while a red sash was draped across his right shoulder. At his neck, below the multitude of chins, an enamelled gold cross hung. The tassels of his gold epaulets rested on his fat arms. Sergeant Deron, now calling himself Marshal Pot-au-Feu, took off his hat, wondrously plumed in white, and revealed a face that was almost cherubic. An aging cherub, with a halo of white curls, a face that beamed with goodwill and delight. "Mes amis," he looked at Sharpe. "Parlez-vous français?" "No." He wagged a finger at Sharpe. "You should learn the French, a beautiful language. Eh, Colonel?" He smiled at de Breton, who said nothing. Pot-au-Feu shrugged, laughed, and looked again to Sharpe. "My English is very bad. You the Colonel meet? Yes?" He twisted his head as far as the rolls of fat on his neck would allow. "Mon Colonel! Mon brave! Ici! Come in, sir! Come in, and here I am!" The man with the yellow face, the toothless grin, the blue childlike eyes, and the horrid ungovernable spasms leapt grotesquely through the door. He was dressed in the uniform of a British colonel, but the finery did nothing to hide the lumpen gross body or the brute strength that was in his arms and legs. The capering figure stopped, half-crouching, and stared at Sharpe. The face twitched, the voice cackled, and then the mouth twisted into a smile. "Sharpe! Hello, Sharpe!" A string of spittle danced from his lips as the face jerked. Sharpe turned calmly towards Harper. "Don't shoot, Sergeant." "No, sir." Harper's voice was full of loathing. "Not yet, sir." "Sir! Sir! Sir!" The yellow face laughed at them as the man who called himself Colonel straightened up. "No sirs here, no. No bloody airs and bloody graces here." The cackle again, obscene and piercing. Sharpe had half expected this, and he suspected that Harper had expected it too. Yet neither had voiced the fear. Sharpe had hoped that this man was dead. Yet this man boasted he could not be killed. Here, in the sunlight of the cloister, spittle dangling from his mouth, stood ex-Sergeant Obadiah Hakeswill. Hakeswill. Chapter 5. Obadiah Hakeswill, the sergeant who had recruited Sharpe into the army, the man who had caused Sharpe to be flogged in a dusty Indian square, Hakeswill. The man who had Harper flogged earlier this same year, who had tried to rape Teresa, Sharpe's wife, who had held a saw-back bayonet at the throat of Sharpe's baby daughter, Antonia. Obadiah Hakeswill. The head twitched on its long neck. The spittle dropped in a glittering cartwheel from his mouth. He hawked, spat, and shuffled sideways. This was the man who could not be killed. He had been hanged when he was 12. It was a trumped-up charge of stealing sheep, trumped up because the vicar whose daughter young Hakeswill had tried to molest did not want to drag his child's reputation in the mud. The magistrates had been happy to oblige. He was the youngest of all the prisoners being hanged that day. The executioner, wanting to please the massed spectators, had not given any of his victims a neck-breaking drop. He had suspended them slowly, letting them hang and throttle themselves to death, letting the crowd enjoy each choking sound, each futile kick. And the executioner had tantalized the crowd by offering to tug on the ankles and responding to their shouts of yes or no. No one cared about the small boy at the end of the gibbet. Hakeswill had hung, feigning death, cunning even as he slipped into nightmare-ridden darkness, and then, before the end, the heavens had opened. The street outside the jail was hammered and sluiced by the cloudburst. Lightning slammed and bent the weathercock on the high church steeple, and the wide market street cleared as men, women, and children ran for shelter. No one cared, as Hakeswill's uncle cut the small body down. They thought the boy was dead, that the body was being sold to a doctor eager for a fresh corpse to explore. But the uncle took Obadiah into an alleyway, slapped him into consciousness, and told the child to go away, never to return. Hakeswill had obeyed. He had started twitching that day, and the twitching had not stopped in 30 years. He'd found the army, a refuge for men like himself, and in its ranks he had discovered a simple code for survival. To those who were superior, the officers, Hakeswill was the perfect soldier. He was punctilious in his duty and his respect, and he was made into a sergeant. No officer with Hakeswill as his sergeant need worry about discipline. Sergeant Hakeswill terrorized his companies into obedience, and the price of freedom from that tyranny was paid to the ugly sergeant in money, liquor, or women. It never ceased to amaze Hakeswill what a married woman would do to keep her soldier husband from a flogging. His life was dedicated to revenge upon a fate that had made him ugly, unloved, a creature loathed by his fellows, useful only to its superiors. Yet fate could give blessings, too. It had cheated death Obadiah Hakeswill. He was not the only man or woman to escape a hanging. So many survived that some hospitals charged the cost of caring for the living hanged on the ghouls who fought to snatch fresh corpses from the gallows to sell to doctors. Yet Hakeswill saw himself as unique. He was the man who had survived death, and now no man could kill him. He feared no man. He could be hurt, but he could not be killed. And he had proven that on battlefields and in back alleys. He was the favoured child of death. And he was here, in the gateway of God, Pot au Feur's lieutenant. He had deserted from Sharpe's company in April, his careful rules for survival in the army shattered by his lust for Teresa, his court-martial and execution guaranteed by his murder of Sharpe's friend, Captain Robert Knowles. And so he had slipped into the black-red darkness of the horror that was Badajoz at the siege's end. Now he was in Adrarus, where he had found other desperate men who would play to his evil, pander to his madness, follow him into the murk of his lusts.
A pleasure, yes?
Hakeswill laughed at Sharpe.
Gotta call me sir now, I'm a colonel.
Pot au Feur watched Hakeswill fondly, smiling at the performance. The face jerked.
Gonna salute me, eh?
He took off the bygone hat so that his hair, grey now, hung lank over the yellow skin. The eyes were china blue in the ravaged face. He looked past Sharpe.
Got the bloody Irishman with you, born in a pigsty, bloody Irish muck.
Harper should have kept quiet, but there was a pride in the Irishman, and in his voice was a sneer. "How's your poxed mother, Hakeswill?" Hakeswill's mother was the only person in the world he loved. Not that he knew her, not that he had seen her since he was 12, but he loved her. He had forgotten the beatings, his whimpering as a small child beneath her anger. He remembered only that she had sent her brother to take him from the scaffold. And in his world, that was the one act of love. Mothers were sacred. Harper laughed, and Hakeswill bellowed in uncontrollable rage, lurched into a run, and his hand fumbled for the unfamiliar sword at his side. The cloister was stunned by the size of this hatred, the force of it. the noise that echoed through the arches as the huge man charged at Harper. The sergeant stood calm. He let the flint down onto the steel of his gun, reversed it, and then thrust the heavy brass-bound butt into Hakeswell's belly, stepped to one side, and kicked him in the side. The muskets of Pot-au-Feur's men twitched into their shoulders, flints back, and Sharpe dropped to one knee, rifle steady, and the barrel was aimed straight between Pot-au-Feur's eyes. "No! No!" Pot-au-Feur screamed at his men, flapping a hand toward Sharpe. "No!" Hakeswell was on his feet again, eyes streaming in pain and anger, and the sword was in his hand, and he whipped it at Harper's face, the steel hissing and blurring in the sunlight, and Harper parried it with the butt of his gun, grinned, and no one moved to help Hakeswell, for they feared the huge rifleman. Dobreton looked at Bigard, nodded. It had to be ended. If Hakeswell died, then Sharpe knew they were all doomed. If Harper died, then Pot-au-Feur would die, and his men would avenge him. Bigard strode calmly between the officers, and Hakeswell screamed at him, shouted for help, but still no one moved. He lunged with the sword at Harper, missed, and swung helplessly towards the vast French sergeant, who seemed to laugh, moved with sudden speed, and Hakeswell was pinioned by the great arms. The Englishman fought with all his strength, wrenched at the hands which held him, but he was like a kitten in the Frenchman's grip. Harper stepped forward, took the sword from Hakeswell's hand, stepped back with it. "Sergeant!" Dobreton's voice was a warning. Sharpe still had his eyes on Pot-au-Feu. Harper shook his head. He had no intention of killing this man yet. He held the sword handle in his right hand, the blade in his left. He grinned at Hakeswell and then slammed the sword onto his knee. It broke in two, and Harper threw the fragments onto the tiles. Bigard grinned. A scream cut through the convent. An awful scream, agony slicing the air. No one moved. The scream had come from within the convent, a woman's scream. Pot-au-Feu looked at Sharpe's rifle, then at Dobreton. He spoke in a reasonable tone, his deep voice placatory, and Dobreton looked at Sharpe. "He suggests we forget this small contretemps. If you lower your gun, he will call his man back. Tell him to call the man first." It was as if the scream had never happened. "Obadiah! Obadiah!" Pot-au-Feu's voice was wheedling. "Come here, Obadiah, come." Dobreton spoke to Bigard, and the French sergeant slowly released his grip. For a second Sharpe thought Hakeswell would throw himself at Harper again. But Pot-au-Feu's voice drew the shambling, yellow-faced figure back towards him. Hakeswell stooped, picked up the fragment of sword with its handle, and thrust it pathetically into his scabbard, so at least it looked correct. Pot-au-Feu spoke softly to him, patted his arm, and beckoned to one of the three girls. She huddled next to Obadiah, stroking him, and Sharpe lowered his rifle as he stood up. Pot-au-Feu spoke to Dobreton. The colonel translated for Sharpe. "He says Obadiah is his loyal servant. Obadiah kills for him. He rewards Obadiah with drink, power, and women." Pot-au-Feu laughed when Dobreton had finished. Sharpe could see the strain on the colonel's face, and he knew the Frenchman was remembering the scream. His wife was held here. Yet neither officer had asked about the scream, for both knew that to do so was to play into Pot-au-Feu's hands. He wanted them to ask. It came again, wavering to a shrill intensity, sobbing in gasps to silence. Pot-au-Feu acted as if it had never sounded. His deep voice was talking to Dobreton again. "He says he will count the money. Then the women will be brought." Sharpe had presumed that the table was for counting the money, but three men dragged the coins to a clear patch of tiles and began the laborious task of piling them and counting. The table had another purpose. Pot-au-Feu clapped his podgy hands, and a fourth girl appeared, who carried a tray. She put it on the table, and the fat Frenchman fondled her, took the lid from the earthenware pot on the tray, and then spoke lengthily to Dobreton. The rumbling voice seemed full of pleasure. It lingered lasciviously on certain words as Pot-au-Feu spooned food into a bowl. Dobreton sighed, turned to Sharpe, but his eyes looked into the sky. Smoke was rising where there had been none 20 minutes before. You want to know what he said? Should I, sir? It's a recipe for hare stew, Major. Dubreton gave a thin smile. I suspect rather a good one. Pot-au-feu was eating greedily, the thick sauce dripping onto his fat, white-breeched thighs. Sharpe smiled. I just cut them up, boil them in water and salt. I can truly believe that, Major. I had to teach my own wife to cook. Sharpe raised an eyebrow. There was an inflection in Dubreton's words that was intriguing. The Frenchman smiled. My wife is English. We met and married during the Peace of Amiens. The last time I was in London. She has lived 10 years since in France, and is now even a creditable cook. Not as good as the servants, of course, but it takes a lifetime to learn how simple cooking is. Simple? Of course. The Colonel glanced at Pot-au-feu, who was delicately picking up a lump of meat that had fallen onto his lap. He takes his hairs, cuts the flesh off the bones, and then soaks them for a full day in olive oil, vinegar, and wine. You add garlic, Major, a little salt, some pepper, and a handful of juniper berries, if you have them. You save the blood, and you mix it with the livers, which you have ground into a paste. There was an enthusiasm in Dubreton's voice. Now, after a day, you take the flesh, and you cook it in butter and bacon fat. Just brown it. Put some flour in the pan, and then put it all back into the sauce. Add more wine, add the blood and the liver, and heat it up. Boil it. You will find it superb, especially if you add a spoonful of olive oil as you serve it. Pot-au-feu chuckled. He had understood a good deal of what Dubreton had said, and as Sharpe looked, the fat Frenchman smiled and lifted a small jug. Oil! He patted his huge belly and broke wind. The scream came once more, the third time, and there was a helplessness in the agony. A woman was being hurt, horribly hurt, and Pot-au-feu's men looked at the four strangers and grinned. These men knew what was happening and wanted to see the effect on the visitors. Dubreton's voice was low. Our time will come, Major. Yes, sir. Hickswell and his woman had crossed to the piles of money, and he turned with a grin on his face. All here, Marshal. No. Pot-au-feu held out a hand, and Hickswell tossed him one of the golden guineas. The Frenchman held it up, turned it. Hickswell waited until the twitching of his face had subsided. What's your woman now, Sharpe? That was the agreement. Oh, the agreement! Hickswell laughed. He plucked at the girl beside him. How about this one, Sharpe? Want this one, do you? The girl looked at Sharpe and laughed. Hickswell was enjoying himself. This one's Spanish, Sharpe. Just like your wife. Still got her, have you, Teresa? Where's she died of the pox yet? Sharpe said nothing. He heard Harper move restlessly behind him. Hickswell came closer, the girl with him. Now, why don't you take this one, Sharpe? You like her. Look. He brought his left hand round and plucked at the strings of her bodice. It fell open. Hickswell cackled. You can look, Sharpe. Go on, look. Oh, of course. Bleeding officer, aren't we? Too high and bloody mighty to look at a horse's tits. The men on the edge of the cloister laughed. The girl smiled as Hickswell fondled her. He cackled. You can have her, Sharpe. She's a soldier, so the money you brought means she's yours for life. She was a soldier because, like the men in the ranks, she would serve for $1 a day. The girl pursed her painted lips at Sharpe. Pot-au-feu laughed, then spoke in French to Dubreton. Dubreton's replies were brief. Hickswell had not finished with his game of taunting Sharpe. He pushed the girl towards him, pushed her hard so that she stumbled against the rifleman, and Hickswell pointed and laughed. She wants him! Sharpe slung his rifle. The girl's eyes were hard as flint, her hair dirty. He looked at her, and there was something in his eyes that made her ashamed, and she dropped her gaze. He pushed her gently away, took the strings of her bodice and pulled it up, tying a knot. Go. Major. Dubreton's voice was low. He gestured beyond Sharpe to where the locked door in the western wall had been opened. Beyond it was another door, a grille, and beyond that Sharpe could see the sunlight of another cloister. "He wants us to go through there. Just the two of us. I think we should go." Dobreton shrugged. Sharpe walked past the raised pool, the Frenchman beside him, and the soldiers at the western side of the cloister parted as the two officers stepped under the arch and into the doorway. The grille swung open to the touch. They were in a short, cold passageway, and then they were on the upper balcony of the inner cloister. Hakeswill followed them, and with him were half a dozen soldiers who stood either side of the officers. Their muskets were cocked, their bayonets pointing at Sharpe and Dobreton. "Jesus God!" Sharpe's voice was bitter. This inner cloister had once been beautiful. Water had been channeled through its court to form a maze of small decorated canals. The shallow channels were brilliant with painted tiles, yet the water had long ceased to flow. The canals were broken, and the stones of the court were cracked. All that Sharpe saw in a few seconds, and he saw the thorn bushes that grew like weeds in one corner, the vines that straggled winter-dead up the fine, pale stonework, as he saw the soldiers on the courtyard below. They looked up and grinned at their audience. A brazier burned in the cloister's centre, burned so that the air shimmered above it, and in the bright burning bayonets rested. A woman was tied on her back in the courtyard's centre. Her wrists and ankles had been tied to iron pegs that had been driven between the cracked stones. She was naked to the waist. Her chest was bloody, black marks beneath the blood that trickled down her ribcage. Sharpe looked at Dobreton, fearful that this was his English wife, but the Frenchman gave the smallest shake of his head.
"Watch, Sharpe!"
Hakeswill cackled behind them. One of the soldiers went to the brazier, and protecting his hand with a hank of rag, he took a bayonet from the flames. He checked that the head was glowing hot, turned with it, and the woman began to jerk, to gasp in panic, and the soldier put his boot on her stomach, half hiding his work, and the woman screamed. The red-hot blade went down, the scream filled the cloister, and then the woman must have fainted. The soldier stepped away.
"She tried to run away, Sharpe."
Hakeswill's breath was foul over Sharpe's shoulder.
"Didn't like it with us, did she? Can you see what it says, Captain?"
The smell of burned flesh came to the upper story. Sharpe wanted to haul the great sword free of its scabbard, to give the edge its freedom on the bastards in this convent, but he knew he was powerless. His moment would come, but it was not now. Hakeswill laughed.
"Puta! That's what it says. She's Spanish, you see, Captain. Lucky she's not English, isn't it? Got another letter in English. Whore!"
The woman was scarred for life, branded by evil. Sharpe supposed her to be one of the women from this village, or perhaps a visitor from another village who had tried to run down the long twisting road that led westwards from the gateway of God. It would be as hard to escape from Adrados as it would be to approach the castle ramparts unseen. The soldiers pulled the pegs out of the ground, cut the bonds, and two of them dragged the woman across the stones and out of sight beneath the arches of the lower story. Hakeswill had walked round the corner of the upper cloister so that he faced the two officers across the angle. He rested his hands on the stone balustrade and sneered at them.
"We wanted you to see that, so you know what will happen to your bitches if you try and come up here."
The face twitched. The right hand pointed to the bloodstains by the brazier.
"That."
Two bayonets still rested in the fire.
"You see, gentlemen, we've changed our mind. We like having the ladies here, so we're bleeding keeping them. We don't want you to have all the trouble of taking the money back, so we're keeping that too."
He laughed, watching their faces. "You can take the message back instead. You understand this, Froggy?" Dobreton's voice was scornful. "I understand. Art is alive." The blue eyes opened wide, feigning innocence.
"Alive, Froggy? Of course they're bloody alive. They stay alive as long as you keep away from here. I'll show you one of them in a minute. But you bloody listen first, listen good."
He twitched again, the face jerking on its long neck, and the pin cravat slipped, showing the scar on the left side of his neck, and he pulled at the cravat till the scar was hidden. He grinned, showing the blackened stumps of his teeth.
"They ain't been hurt, not yet, but they will be. I'll burn 'em first, mark 'em, and then the lads can have 'em, and then he'll die, you understand?"
He screamed the question at them.
"Sharpe, you understand?"
Yes.
"Froggy?"
Yes.
"Clever, aren't you?"
He laughed, eyes blinking, tooth stumps grinding in his mouth. The face twitched suddenly once, then stopped.
"Now you brought the money, so I'll tell you what you've done. You bought their virtue."
He laughed again.
"You kept them safe for a little while. Of course, we might want more money if we decide their virtue's expensive, follow me? But we got women now, all we want, so we won't use your bitches if you pay up."
Sharpe dreamt some nights of killing this man. Hakeswill had been his enemy for nigh on 20 years, and Sharpe wanted to be the man who proved that Hakeswill could be killed. The rage he felt at this moment was impotent. Hakeswill laughed, shuffled sideways down the balustrade.
"Now, I'll show you one bitch and you can talk to her, but," his finger pointed again at the brazier, "remember the spikes. I'll carve a bloody letter on her if you ask her where we keep her, understand? You don't know which bloody building they're locked in, do you? And you'd like to know, wouldn't you? So don't bloody ask, or else I'll mark one of the pretties, you understand?"
Both officers nodded. Hakeswill turned and waved at a man who stood in the courtyard, close to where the first woman had been dragged away. The man turned, called to someone behind him. Sharpe sensed Dubarton stiffen as the woman was brought into the courtyard. She was dressed in a long black cloak, and she stepped delicately over the broken canals. 2 men guarded her, both with bayonets. Her hair, golden and wispy, was piled loosely on her head. Hakeswill was watching the 2 officers.
"Chose this one special for you. Chatters away in French and English. Would you believe she's English and married to a froggy?"
He laughed. The woman was stopped in the centre of the courtyard, and one of the soldiers nudged her, pointed upwards, and she looked at the balcony. She gave no sign of recognizing her husband, nor he of her, and Sharpe knew that both were proud people who would not give her captors the satisfaction of knowing anything about her. Hakeswill sidled back towards the officers.
"Go on in. Talk."
"Madame." Dubarton's voice was gentle. "Monsieur." She was probably, Sharpe thought, a beautiful woman, but her face was in shadow, was marked by tiredness, and the strain of captivity had deepened the lines either side of her mouth. She was thin, like her husband, and her voice as they spoke was dignified and controlled. One of the soldiers guarding her was French, and he listened to the conversation. Hakeswill was bored.
"In English, English!"
Dubarton looked at Sharpe, back to his wife. "I have the honour to introduce Major Richard Sharpe, madame. He is of the English army." Sharpe bowed, saw her incline her head in acknowledgment, but her words were drowned by a great cackle from Hakeswill.
"Major? They made you a bloody major, Sharpe. Christ on the cross, they must be bloody desperate. Major!"
Sharpe had not put a major's stars on his shoulders. Hakeswill had not known until this minute. Madame Dubarton looked at Sharpe. "Lady Farthingale will be pleased to know you are here, Major." "Please pass on her husband's solicitations, ma'am. I trust she and all of you are well." Hakeswill was listening, grinning. Sharpe desperately searched in his head for some form of words, any form of words, that might hint to this woman that she must give some indication of where the hostages were kept. He was determined that he would avenge this day's insults, that he would rescue this woman and the other women. But Hakeswill had been right. If he did not know in which building they were kept, then he was helpless. Yet he could not think of anything that he could say which would not sound suspicious, which would not provoke Hakeswill into ordering the branding of Dubarton's wife. She nodded slowly. "We are well, Major, and we have not been hurt." "I'm pleased to hear that, ma'am." Hakeswill leaned over the balustrade.
You're happy here, aren't you, dearie? He laughed. Happy. Say you're happy.
She looked at him. I am withering in my bloom, Colonel, lost in solitary gloom.
Ah, he grinned. Doesn't she speak nice?
He turned to the officers.
Satisfied? No.
Dobreton's face was harsh.
Well, I am.
He waved at the soldiers.
Take her away.
They turned her, and for the first time her poise went. She pulled at her captors, twisted, and her voice was pleading and desperate. I'm withering in my bloom.
Take her away.
Sharpe looked at Dobreton, but still his face was a mask showing no reaction to his wife's distress. The Frenchman watched her until she was gone, and then turned wordlessly towards the upper cloister. Harper and Bigard were standing together, and their faces showed relief as their officers came back into the cloister. The door was shut behind them. The soldiers once more were arrayed against the western wall, and Pot-au-Feu, still in his chair, spoke in French to Dobreton. When he had finished, he spooned more of the stew from the great earthenware pot. Dobreton looked at Sharpe. He's saying what your man was saying. We paid for their virtue, that's all. We must go home empty-handed. Pot-au-Feu grinned as the colonel finished, swallowed his mouthful, then waved the soldiers who barred the entrance to the convent to make way. He gestured with his spoon at the officers. Go! Go! Dobreton glanced at Sharpe. But Sharpe did not move, except to unsling the rifle from his shoulder and thumb back the flint. There was one thing unsaid, one thing that needed to be said, and even though he knew it to be hopeless, he would try. He raised his voice, looking around the cloister at the men in red uniforms. I have a message for you. Every man here will die, except those of you who give yourselves up. They began jeering him, shouting him down. Sharpe's voice had been trained on a parade ground. He forced the words through their noise. You must present yourselves to your outposts before New Year's Day. Remember that? Before the New Year. Otherwise, he pulled the trigger. The shot was a fluke, yet he knew it would work because he willed it to work, because he would not leave without one small measure of revenge on the scum of this place. It was a shot from the hip, but the range was short and the target big, and the spinning bullet shattered the cooking pot, and Pot-au-Feu screamed in pain as the hot sauce and meat exploded over his thighs. The fat man wrenched himself sideways, lost his balance, and fell onto the tiles. The soldiers were silent. Sharpe looked round. New Year's Day. He slammed the butt of the rifle down, felt in his pouch for a cartridge, and then, before their eyes, reloaded the rifle with quick professional movements. He bit the bullets out of the paper cartridge, primed the pan, closed it, then poured the rest of the powder into the barrel, followed it with a wadding, and then he spat the bullet into the greased leather patch that gripped the rifling of the barrel and made the Baker rifle into the most accurate weapon on the battlefield. He did it fast, his eyes not on his work, but on the men who watched him, and he rammed the bullet down the 7 spiraling grooves, slotted the ramrod into its brass tubes, and the gun was loaded. Sergeant, sir, what will you do to these bastards in the new year? Kill them, sir. Harper sounded confident, happy. Dobreton grinned, spoke softly, his eyes on Pot-au-Feu, who was struggling to his feet, helped by 2 of the girls. It was dangerous, my friend. They might have fired back. They're scared of the sergeants. Anyone would be scared of those 2. Shall we go, Major? A crowd had gathered outside the convent, men, women, and children, and they shouted insults at the 2 officers, insults that died as the 2 vast sergeants appeared with their weapons held ready. The 2 big men walked down the steps and pushed the crowd back by their sheer presence. They seemed to like each other, Harper and Bigard, each one amused perhaps by meeting another man as strong. Sharpe hoped they never met on a battlefield. Major, Dobreton was standing on the top step, pulling on thin leather gloves. Sir, are you planning to rescue the hostages? His voice was low, though no enemy was in earshot. If it can be done, sir. You? Dobreton shrugged. This place is much further from our lines than yours. You move through the country a good deal easier than us. He half smiled. He was referring to the partisans who ambushed the French in the northern hills. We needed a full regiment of cavalry to bring us within 2 miles of this place. He tugged the gloves comfortable. If you do, Major, may I make a request of you? Yes, sir. I know, of course, that you would return our hostages. I would be grateful if you could also return our deserters. He held up an elegant hand. Not, I assure you, to fight again. I would like them to pay their penalty. I assume yours will meet the same fate. He walked down the steps, looked back at Sharpe. On the other hand, Major, the difficulties of rescue may be too great. Yes, sir. Unless you know where the women are kept. Yes, sir. Dobreton smiled. Big Air was waiting with the horses. The colonel looked up at the sky as if checking the weather. My wife has great dignity, Major, as you saw. She did not give those bastards the satisfaction of knowing I was her husband. On the other hand, she sounded a little hysterical at the end, yes? Sharpe nodded. Yes, sir. Dobreton smiled happily. Strange she should be overwrought in a rhyme, Major. Unless she's a poet, of course, but can you think of a woman poet? He looked pleased with himself. They cook, they make love, they play music, they can talk, but they are not poets. My wife, though, reads a lot of poetry. He shrugged. Withering in my bloom, lost in solitary gloom. Will you remember the words? Yes, sir. Dobreton peeled off a newly donned glove and held out his hand. It has been my privilege, Major. Mine too, sir. Perhaps we'll meet again. It would be a pleasure. Would you give my warmest regards to Sir Arthur Wellesley, or Lord Wellington, as we must now call him? Sharpe's surprise showed on his face, to Dobreton's delight. You know him, sir? Of course. We were at the Royal Academy of Equitation together at Angers. It's strange, Major, how your greatest soldier was taught to fight in France. Dobreton was pleased with the remark. Sharpe laughed, straightened to attention, and saluted the French colonel. He liked this man. I wish you a safe journey home, sir. And you, Major. Dobreton raised a hand to Harper. Sergeant, take care. The French went east, skirting the village, and Sharpe and Harper went west, dropping over the crest of the pass, trotting down the winding road towards Portugal. The air suddenly seemed clean here, the madness left behind, though Sharpe knew they would be going back. A Scottish sergeant major, an old and wise soldier, had once talked to Sharpe through the dark night before battle. He had been embarrassed to tell Sharpe an idea, but he said it finally, and Sharpe remembered it now. A soldier, the Scotsman had said, is a man who fights for people who cannot fight for themselves. Behind Sharpe, in the gateway of God, were women who could not fight for themselves. Sharpe would go back. Chapter 6. Sir, you didn't see her? No, sir. Sharpe stood awkwardly. Sir Augustus Farthingdale had not seen fit to invite him to take a chair. Through the half-open door of Farthingdale's sitting-room, part of his expensive lodgings in the best part of town, Sharpe could see a dinner party. Silverware caught the light, scraped on china, and 2 servants stood deferentially beside a heavy sideboard. So, you didn't see her? Farthingdale grunted. He managed to convey that Sharpe had failed. Sir Augustus was not in uniform. He wore a dark red velvet jacket, its cuffs trimmed with lace, and his thin legs were tight-cased in buckskin breeches above his tall, polished boots. Above his waistcoat was draped a sash, washed blue silk, decorated with a heavy golden star. It was presumably some Portuguese order. He sat down at a writing desk, lit by 5 candles in an elegant silver candelabra, and he toyed with a long-handled paper knife. He had hair that could only be described as silver. Silver, cascading away from his high forehead to be gathered at the back by an old-fashioned ribbon, black against the hair. His face was long and thin, with a touch of petulance about the mouth, and a look of annoyance in his eyes. It was, Sharpe supposed, a good-looking face, the face of a sophisticated middle-aged man who had money, intelligence, and a selfish desire to use both for his own pleasure. He turned towards the dining-room. "Agostina!" "Sir," an unseen servant answered. "Shut the door." The wooden door was closed, cutting off the noise of men's voices. Sir Augustus's eyes, unfriendly, looked Sharpe up and down. The rifleman had just arrived back in Frenada, and had not waited to straighten his uniform or wash the travel stains from his hands or face. Farthingale's voice was precise and cold. "The Marquis of Wellington is deeply concerned, Major Sharpe, deeply." Farthingale managed to convey that he and Wellington were on close terms, that he was vouchsafing a state secret to Sharpe. The paper-knife tapped the polished desktop. "My wife, Major, has the highest connections in the Portuguese court, you understand." "Yes, sir. The Marquis of Wellington does not want our relationship with the Portuguese government jeopardized." "No, sir." Sharpe resisted the impulse to tell Sir Augustus Farthingale that he was a pompous idiot. It was interesting that Wellington had written, the letter doubtless posted north by one of the young cavalry officers who, by changing frequent horses, could cover 60 miles a day. Wellington must be in Lisbon, then, for the news could not have reached Cadiz in time for a reply to be received. And Farthingale was pompous because even Sharpe knew that Wellington's concern would not be the Portuguese government. His concern would be the Spanish. The story of Adrados had spread like fire on a parched plain, feeding from the sensibilities of Spanish pride. And in the new year the British army must march back into Spain. The army would buy its food from the Spanish, use Spanish labour to bake bread and drive mules, find forage and give shelter, and Pot-au-Feu and Hakesville had jeopardized that cooperation. The poison of Adrados had to be lanced as one small step towards winning the war. Yet Sharpe, who guessed he had known Wellington longer than Farthingale, knew that there would be something else about Pot-au-Feu which would deeply disturb the general. Wellington believed that anarchy was always just a rabble-rouser's shout away from order, and order, he believed, was not just an essential, but the supreme virtue. Pot-au-Feu had challenged that virtue, and Pot-au-Feu would have to be destroyed. The paper-knife was put down on a pile of paper, perhaps Farthingale's next book of practical instructions to young officers, and one immaculate knee was crossed over the other. Sir Augustus straightened the tassel of a boot. "You say she has not been harmed?" There was a hint of worry beneath the polished voice. "So Madame de Breton assured us, sir." A clock in the hallway struck 9. Sharpe guessed that most of the furnishings of these lodgings had been transported north just for Sir Augustus's visit. He and Lady Farthingale had made their magnificent progress around the winter quarters of the Portuguese army, and then stopped at Frenada on their way south, so that Lady Farthingale could visit the shrine of Adradas and pray for her mother who was dying. Farthingale had preferred a day's rough shooting, but 2 young captains had eagerly offered to escort his wife to the hills. Sharpe wished that Sir Augustus would show him a picture of his wife, but the colonel did not evidently think that desirable. "I have it in mind, Major, to lead the rescue of Lady Farthingale." Sir Augustus inflected the statement as a question, almost a challenge, but Sharpe said nothing. The colonel dabbed the corner of his mouth with a finger, then inspected the fingertip as if something might have adhered to it. "Tell me how possible a rescue is, Major." "It could be done, sir." "The Marquis of Wellington," again the annoying circumlocution of Wellington's full title, "wishes it to be done. We'd need to know which of the buildings she's in, sir. There's a castle, a convent, and a whole village, sir." "Do we know?" No, sir. Sharpe did not want to speculate here. That could wait until he saw Nairn. The eyes looked at Sharpe with hostility. Sir Augustus's expression implied that Sharpe had failed utterly. He sighed. So, I have lost my wife. 500 guineas. At least I'm glad to see you still have my watch. Yes, sir. Of course. Sharpe unclipped the chain reluctantly. He had never owned a watch. Indeed, he had often been scathing about them, saying that any officer who needed a machine for telling the time of day did not deserve to wear a uniform. But now he felt that the possession of this timepiece, albeit borrowed, lent him a certain air of success and property, something proper to a major. Yes, sir. He handed it to Sir Augustus, who opened the lid, checked that both hands and the glass were still there, and who then slid open a drawer of the desk and put the watch away. Then the long, slim fingers wiped delicately against each other. Thank you, Major. I am sorry this has been so fruitless an experience. Doubtless we will meet at Major General Nairn's headquarters meeting in the morning. He stood up, his movements precise as a cat. Good night, Major. Sir. Orders for Sharpe to attend the headquarters the following morning waited at his lodgings. Orders and a bottle of brandy, donated by Nairn, with a scrawled letter saying that if Sharpe had got back on time, then he would need the contents of this bottle. Sir Augustus had not even offered him a glass of water, let alone a glass of wine, and Sharpe shared the bottle with Lieutenant Harry Price and let vent to his feelings about velvet-clad civilians who thought they were colonels. Price smiled happily. That's my ambition, sir. A velvet coat, a young wife full of juice, and all the heroes like you saluting me. May it happen for you, Harry. May all the dreams come true, sir. Price had been sewing a patch onto his red jacket. Like most of the South Essex, he wore a red coat. Only Sharpe and his few riflemen, who had survived the retreat to Corunna and then been formed into the South Essex's Light Company, kept their prided green coats. Green coats, of course. Green bloody coats. What is it, sir? Price was holding the bottle upside down, hoping for a miracle. Nothing, Harry, nothing. Just an idea. Then God help someone, sir. Sharpe held the idea, and with it a second thought, and took them both to the headquarters in the morning. It had clouded in the night, light cold rain falling for most of the morning, and the table in the hallway outside the room where Nairn waited was heaped with coats, cloaks, scabbards, and damp hats. Sharpe added his own to the pile, propped the rifle against the wall where an orderly promised to keep watch over it. Nairn, Farthingdale, Sharpe, and one unknown lieutenant colonel made up the meeting. Nairn, for once, had eschewed his dressing-gown and wore the dark green facings and gold lace on one of the Highland regiments. Sir Augustus was resplendent in the red, black, and gold of the Princess Royal Dragoons, his cavalry spurs tearing at the carpet. The lieutenant colonel was a fusilier. His red coat faced him white, and he nodded warmly at Sharpe. Nairn made the introductions. Lieutenant Colonel Kenny, Major Sharpe. Your servant, Sharpe. And it's an honour. Kenny was big, broad-faced, with a ready smile. Nairn looked at him and smiled. Kenny's a Welshman, Sharpe, so don't trust him further than you can throw a cat. Kenny laughed. He's been like that ever since my lads rescued his regiment on Barossa. Sir Augustus coughed pointedly in protest at the Celtic bandage, and Nairn glanced at him from beneath his huge eyebrows. Of course, Sir Augustus, of course. Sharpe, your story, man. Sharpe told it all, and was only interrupted once. Nairn looked at him incredulously. Took her bodice off, threw her at you? Yes, sir. And you did it up again? Yes, sir. Extraordinary. Go on. When Sharpe had finished, Nairn had a sheet of paper covered with notes. A fire crackled in the hearth. The rain was soft on the window. Somewhere in the town a sergeant major screamed at his men to form column of fours on the centre files. The Major General leaned back. This Frenchman, Sharpe, Dubreton, what's he going to do? He'd like to mount a rescue, sir. Will he? May have twice as far to go as us, sir. The French and British were wintering well apart. Nairn grunted. "We must do it first. A rescue. Then smoke those scum out of their holes." He tapped a piece of paper. "That's what the peer wants. That's what we'll give him." "What would you need to rescue the women, Sharpe?" "Sir," Sir Augustus leaned forward, "I was hoping I might be entrusted with the rescue." Nairn looked at Sir Augustus and stretched the silence out till it was painful. Then, "That's noble of you, Sir Augustus. Very creditable. Still, Sharpe's been there. Let Sharpe give us his ideas first, eh?" It was time for the first of the two ideas. A slim idea in the light of morning, but he would try it. "We can rescue them, sir, as long as we know where they are. If we do, sir, then I only see one way. We must travel by night, so we can approach unseen, lay up all day as close as we can, and attack the next night. It would have to be done by riflemen, sir." "Riflemen?" Nairn bridled. Kinney smiled. "Why do you think only riflemen? Do you think no one else can fight in this army?" "Because I saw many uniforms there, sir, but I didn't see one rifleman. On that night, anyone not in a green uniform is an enemy." Nairn grunted. "But you didn't see all of his men?" "No, sir." Sharpe was placatory. "Yet all of them knew that less men deserted from the rifles than from other regiments." Nairn glanced at Sir Augustus's red, black, and gold. "Riflemen, then. What else?" "There was one other thing, but it would all be in vain unless Sharpe knew in which building the hostages were kept. He said as much, and Nairn smiled slowly, mischievously. "But we do know." "We do?" Sharpe was surprised, remembering to add, "Sir?" "We do. We do." Nairn grinned at them. Kinney waited. Sir Augustus looked annoyed. "Perhaps you would care to enlighten us, sir?" "My duty and my pleasure, Sir Augustus." Nairn closed his eyes, leaned far back, and raised his right hand dramatically. His voice was declamatory. "Line after line, my gushing eyes o'erflow, led through a something woe, now warm in love." He had raised his voice to a triumphant shout on the word love. Now he loaded conspiratorially, his eyes opening. "Now withering in my bloom, lost in a convent's solitary gloom." Nairn grinned impishly. "Alexander Pope, from Eloise Navillard, a sad tale of a young man gelded in his prime. That's what comes of too much love. So, they're in the convent. She's a clever lassie, that Frenchman's wife." Kinney leaned forward. "How many riflemen?" "2 companies, sir." Kinney nodded. "Can they hold the convent overnight?" Sharpe nodded back. "Yes, sir." "So you'd need relief in the morning, yes?" "Yes, sir." Kinney looked at Nairn. "It's as we discussed it, sir. 1 small group to go in and secure the ladies, and a battalion to come up in the morning to punish the men. There's one thing worries me, though." Nairn raised an eyebrow. "Go on." "They may be deserters, but I think we can assume they are not fools. If you go in at night—" He was looking at Sharpe, Sir Augustus's request utterly forgotten or ignored. "If you go in, Major, don't you think they'll be expecting something of the sort? I mean, there'll be sentries. There'll be a picket line. It's a risk, Sharpe. Though I don't mind a risk, you might find that they have enough time to take their vengeance on the ladies." Sir Augustus nodded, seeming to have changed his mind about the desirability of any rescue. "I agree with Kinney." Nairn looked at Sharpe. "Well, Major?" "I've thought of that, sir." He smiled. This was the second idea, the better idea. "I thought of going in on Suan's night." Nairn grinned. Automatically he corrected Sharpe. "Suan's nicht." "I like it, man. I like it. Suan's nicht. The bastards will all be flat on their backs with the drink." Suensnicht, the Scottish name for Christmas Eve, the night when any soldier could expect to get hopelessly, helplessly drunk. In England, it was the night for frumenty, a lethal drink of husked wheat grain boiled in milk and then liberally soused with rum and egg yolks to be drunk until insensate. Christmas Eve. Kinney nodded, smiling. We were the first to be caught by that trick. We might as well use it ourselves. He was referring to the Christmas Eve of 1776, when George Washington caught the garrison of Trenton unawares, the defenders believing that no war could be waged over Christmas. Then Kinney shook his head. But? Nairn asked. Kinney seemed to subside, the hope of repeating Washington's trick going. Christmas Day, sir. When you want my men to relieve Major Sharpe. Well, it's scarce 5 days away, sir. He shook his head. I can't do it. I can have the men there, but I don't much like going empty-handed. I'd have a thought to an extra ration issue, sir, and if the French are likely to be poking themselves into the place, then I'd be glad of a full spare issue of cartridge. He could be talking, Sharpe knew, of up to 1,000 pounds of dried beef and over 40,000 cartridges. Kinney's face grew more dubious. All the mules are gone, sir. May take a week to get back here from winter pasture. The mules, like the British cavalry, were mostly wintering in the plumper land near the sea. Nairn growled to himself, made marks on his paper. You could get there without mules. Well, of course, sir. But what if the French do come? They're not there to fight us, are they? They're there to capture this pot-au-feu. Kinney nodded. And if they have a chance of killing off a prime battalion as extra pickings? Aye. Nairn was disgruntled. I dare say you're right. New Year's Eve, Sharpe? Sharpe smiled. I'd rather Christmas Eve, sir. He looked at Kinney. Would 7 horse-drawn wagons help? Plus a good few pack horses, all fit, all ready to march? Help? Good God, man. Of course they'd help. They'd suffice. And how, pray, do you work this miracle? Sharpe looked back to Nairn. The rocket troop, sir. I'm sure the Prince Regent would be delighted if they were found some warlike employment. God's teeth, Sharpe! Nairn smiled at him. 2 weeks ago, I promote you from captain. Now you're presuming to tell me what would please His Royal Highness. He looked at Kinney. The suggestion of the Prince of Wales, plenipotentiary, pleases you then, Colonel? It does, sir. Nairn grinned happily at Sir Augustus Farthingale. It looks as if your wife will be safely in your arms within the week, Sir Augustus. Sir Augustus flinched slightly, but bowed his head. Indeed it does, sir, and I'm grateful. I would still like to go with the rescue force, sir. You would, eh? Nairn frowned, not understanding the request. I mean no offence, Sir Augustus. Upon my word, none at all. But might you not think that such exploits are best left to hotter heads? We cooler brains must wait in patience, write our books. Sir Augustus gave a thin smile. You mean older heads, sir? Older, wiser, cooler. And do you truly fancy climbing a bloody hill in the dead of night, laying up all day in the freezing cold, and then keeping up with fellows like Sharpe the next night? I admire the sentiment, Sir Augustus. I do truly, but I beg you to reconsider the request. The thin face with its handsome mane of hair looked down towards the table. Perhaps, Sharpe thought, he was thinking of that cold day that would be Christmas Eve. Sharpe did not want the man there, and he dared to mutter a comment that might help Sir Augustus to withdraw a request that Nairn could scarce refuse. We'll not be taking any horses, sir. None at all. The head snapped up. I can march, Major, if I have to. Oh, I'm sure, sir. My concern is for Lady Farthingale. She is a delicate lady of good family. I would not like to think of her treated— He paused. I would like to offer her my protection, sir. Good God, Sir Augustus! Nairn stopped. The inference of Farthingale's words was that Lady Farthingale, having survived capture by pot-au-feu, would be at risk from Sharpe's men. Nairn shook his head. She'll be safe, Sir Augustus, she'll be safe. You can ride up with Kinney in the morning. Yes, can you?" The Welsh colonel did not look overjoyed, but he nodded. "Yes, sir, of course, sir." "And you'll be arriving at dawn, Sir Augustus." Sir Augustus nodded, leaned back. "Very well. I shall ride with the Fusiliers." He looked with his unfriendly gaze at Sharpe. "I can be assured that Lady Farthingale will be treated with every respect." The words implied an outrageous insult, but Sharpe supposed that they also implied an outrageous jealousy, that perhaps an older man would feel for a younger wife. He chose to give a civil answer. "Of course, sir." He turned to Nairn. One question left. "Do we have the rifleman, sir?" Nairn smiled, mischievously again, and in reply he pushed a letter across to Sharpe. "Third paragraph down, Major. They're already on their way." Sharpe read the letter and understood Nairn's smile. The letter had been dictated by Wellington to his military secretary, and the general was making specific suggestions how Pot-au-Feu must be defeated. The third paragraph began, "I would advert you to Major Sharpe, in need of employment, believing that with 2 companies of riflemen he might effect rescue before the punitive battalion arrives. To that end, and in the belief that this measure will be deemed appropriate, I have given orders that 2 companies of the 60th be attached to headquarters." Sharpe looked up, and Nairn smiled broadly. "It was interesting to see, Major, whether we came to the same conclusions." "We evidently did, sir." "Console yourself with the thought that he did not think of using the rocket troop. He has, however, asked the partisans to help. A few irregular cavalry in the hills will make life easier." Sharpe wondered if Teresa would receive that message. Might he see her at Christmas? The thought quickened him and pleased him. Nairn took the letter back and turned the pages. His face was serious. "The partisans, though, are not to take the credit. Spain believes that British troops raped this village and defiled their church. There must be a new sermon preached in the churches, gentlemen, that British troops avenged that massacre, and that any person in Spain is safe under the protection of our flag." He had evidently been paraphrasing the letter, for now he dropped it and smiled at Sharpe. "You told these bastards they had till New Year's Day." "Yes, sir." "Then break your word, Major. Go and kill them at Christmas instead." "Yes, sir." Nairn looked out of the window. The rain had stopped, and a great rift was spreading through the clouds, bringing back the blue sky. The Scotsman smiled. "Good hunting, gentlemen. Good hunting." Chapter 7. The rifle captain looked villainous. His left eye was gone, the socket covered by a black patch that was green at the edges. Most of his right ear was missing, and 2 of his front teeth were clumsy fakes. The wounds had all been taken on battlefields. He slammed to attention in front of Sharpe, saluted, and the military precision was diluted by the suspicion in his voice. "Captain Frederickson, sir." Frederickson looked lithe as a whip, as hard as the brass furniture on his men's rifles. The second captain, burlier and less confident, allowed a smile on his face as he saluted. "Cross, sir. Captain Cross." Captain Cross wanted Major Sharpe to like him. Frederickson could not give a damn. There had been elation in promotion, but now Sharpe was surprised by his nervousness. Just as Cross wanted Sharpe to like him, so Sharpe wanted to be liked by the men who had come under his command. He was being tempted to believe that if he was friendly and approachable, reasonable and kind, then men would follow him more willingly. But kindness was not the wellspring of loyalty, and he knew the temptation had to be resisted. "What are you smiling about, Captain?" "Sir?" Cross's eyes darted to Frederickson, but the one-eyed man stared flintily ahead. The smile went. These captains, and their companies, were the men whom Sharpe would lead into the gateway of God, into a difficult night action, and that would be no place for a friendly, approachable, reasonable, and kind man. They might like him eventually, But first they would have to dislike him, because he imposed standards on them, because loyalty came from respect. "What's your state?" Frederickson answered first, as Sharpe had thought he would. 79 men, sir, 4 sergeants and 2 lieutenants. Ammunition? 80 rounds, sir. The answer was too pat. It was a lie. British gunpowder was the best in the world, and most soldiers made a few pence on the side by selling cartridges to villagers. Yet Frederickson's answer also implied that the shortfall was none of Sharpe's business. He, Frederickson, would make sure his men went into battle with a full pouch. Sharpe looked at Cross. "Captain?" 58 men, sir, 4 sergeants and 1 lieutenant. Sharpe looked at the companies that paraded in Frenada's square. They were tired, dishevelled, waiting for dismissal. They had just marched from the colour and were looking forward to warm billets, drink, and a meal. 6 horses, the property of officers, stood in front of the green-jacketed ranks. Sharpe looked up at the sun. 3 hours of daylight left. "We're taking extra ammunition. It's signed for. I'll tell your sergeants where to fetch it." Cross nodded. "Sir, and we're going 10 miles tonight. All officers' horses ought to stay here." He turned away, turned back by an exclamation of surprise from Captain Cross. "Captain?" "Nothing, sir." Frederickson was smiling. Just smiling. They bivouacked that night, as cold as flogged skin in winter, making shelters from branches and cooking rationed beef in the small camp kettles. No rifleman ever carried the huge Flanders cauldrons that were the army issue and had to be carried on a mule because of their weight. It took a whole tree trunk to warm a Flanders cauldron, and so the light troops of Wellington's army simply took the small cooking pots from the enemies they killed, as they took their comfortable packs, and Sharpe looked at the 30 small fires with satisfaction. His own company was with him, a shrunken company because the summer of 1812 had whittled his numbers down. Lieutenant Price, 3 sergeants, and just 28 men were the South Essex's skirmishers, and only 9 of the men, plus Harper, were riflemen from Sharpe's old company of the 95th that he had brought out of the retreat to Corunna 4 years before. Price shared a fire with Sharpe, looked at his major and shivered. "We can't go in with you, sir." "You're wearing a red coat, Harry." Price swore. "We'll be all right, sir." "No, you won't." Sharpe raked a chestnut out of the fire with his knife. "There'll be enough to do on Christmas Day, Harry. Trust me." Price's voice was resentful. "Yes, sir." Then, unable to stay gloomy for long, he grinned and jerked his head at the campfires. "You've cheered them up, sir. Don't know what's hit them." Sharpe laughed. 2 of the lieutenants had been hobbling after a 10-mile march, not used to being out of their saddles. The riflemen were resigned. Sharpe was just another bastard who had denied them a warm bed, the chance of a warm girl, and forced them to sleep on a December night in an open field. Price swore as a chestnut burned his fingers. "They definitely intrigued, sir." "Intrigued?" "All hands had talked with them, told them a thing or two." He grinned as at last the skin came off the chestnut. "Told them how long people usually live when they fight for Major Sharpe. Christ, Harry, don't lay it on too thick." Price munched happily. "They're tough lads, sir. They'll be all right." They were tough, too. The 60th, the Royal American Rifles, a regiment that had been raised in the 13 colonies before the rebellion. They had been trained as sharpshooters, stalkers, killers of the deep forest. But since the loss of America, the regiment's ranks had been filled by British and by exiled Germans. At least half these men were German, and Sharpe had discovered that Frederickson was the son of an English mother and German father and spoke both languages fluently. Sergeant Harper had discovered the ironic nickname that Frederickson's company had given to their captain, Captain William Frederickson, as hard an officer as any in the army, had inevitably become Sweet William. Sweet William crossed to Sharpe's fire. "Speak to you, sir." "Go ahead." Frederickson squatted down, his one eye baleful. "Is there a password tonight, sir?" "Password?" Frederickson shrugged. "I wanted to take a patrol out, sir." He did not want to ask permission. It offended captains of the 60th to ask permission. The regiment did not fight in battalions like other regiments, but was split up into companies, that were attached to the army's divisions to strengthen the skirmish line. Companies of the 60th were the army's orphans, tough and independent, proud of their solitary status. Sharpe grinned. There was no need to patrol this country. Safe, friendly Portugal. "You want to take a patrol out, Captain?" "Yes, sir. Some of my men could do with some night training." "How long?" The thin, eye-patched face looked at the flames, then back to Sharpe. 3 hours, sir." "Time enough to go back to the village they had passed in the dusk, and get into the big farm on the hill behind the church." Sharpe had heard the sounds too, and the sounds had made him just as hungry as Frederickson, so he wanted a password to get back past the picket line. "Pork chop, Captain." "Sir?" "That's the password. And my price." The faintest grin. "Your men say you don't approve of stealing, sir." "I never liked the sight of the provosts hanging men for looting." Sharpe felt in his pouch, threw Frederickson a coin. "Leave that on the doorstep." Frederickson nodded. "I will, sir." He stood up. "And, Captain, sir, I like the middle chops." "The ones with the kidney." The grin showed in the darkness. "Yes, sir." They ate the pork the next day at dusk, hidden in a grove of oak trees, a long day's march behind them. Tonight there would be no rest, only a difficult night march across the river and up into the hills. Sharpe paraded them formally, stripped them of packs, canteens, pouches, haversacks, greatcoats, and shakos, and he watched as the sergeants searched each man and his equipment for drink. This was one night and a day when no man could risk being drunk, and the riflemen watched sullenly as their liquor was poured onto the ground. Then Sharpe held up a cluster of canteens. "Brandy!" They cheered up a little. "We'll dole it out tomorrow to see us through the cold. Once the job's done, you can drink yourselves stupid." They climbed that night through a dark landscape of broken rocks and dismal shadows, the howl of wolves in their ears. The wolves rarely attacked men, though Sharpe had seen one leap on a tethered horse, bite a mouthful from its rump, and scare off into the darkness, pursued by a futile volley of musket shots. Higher and higher they climbed, going eastward, and a fitful moon deceived Sharpe about the landmarks he had memorized on his first visit to the convent. He was going to the north of the Gateway of God, and past midnight he turned the soldiers southwards, and the going was easier because the climbing was done. He feared the dawn. They must be in hiding before Pot-au-Feur's men in the watchtower could search the upland scenery for intruders. He took them too close, unaware until a sentry across the valley dropped a whole dry thorn bush onto a fire, and the flames startled upwards, sheeting the watchtower stones with light, and Sharpe hissed for silence. God, they were close! He circled back, and just before dawn he found a deep gully. The gully, though too close to the convent for comfort, was otherwise perfect. A major, 2 captains, 4 lieutenants, 11 sergeants, and 165 rank and file were hidden by its deep banks. They must spend the whole day in concealment. It was a strange way to spend Christmas Eve. In Britain they would be preparing food for the day's feast. Geese would be hanging plucked on the farmhouse walls next to hams, rich from the smokehouse. Plum puddings would be trussed next to the hearths on which brawn would be boiling, while in the houses of the rich the servants would be taking the pigs' heads from the pickle barrels and stuffing them with force meat. Christmas pies were being made, veal and beef, while the Christmas fruit breads rose in the brick ovens, their smell rivaling the rich aroma of the new brewed beer. Firelight would glint on bottles of homemade wine, and on the great bowl that waited for the spices and hot wine of the wassail cup. Christmas was a time when a man should be in a warm house, steamy from cooking, and thinking of little else but the midwinter feast. Sharpe wondered if these men would resent losing their Christmas to the war. Yet as its eve passed slow and cold, he detected a pride in them that they had been chosen for their task. They had conceived a bitter hatred for the deserters, and Sharpe suspected that hatred was caused partly by envy. Most soldiers thought at one time or another of desertion, but few did it, and all soldiers dreamt of a perfect paradise where there was no discipline, much wine, and plentiful women. Pot au Feu and Hakeswill had come close to realizing that dream, and Sharpe's men would punish them for daring to do what they had only dreamt of doing. Fredrickson thought Sharpe was being fanciful. He sat on the gully's side next to Sharpe and Harper and nodded at his men. "It's because they're romantics, sir." "Romantics?" The word sounded surprising, coming from Sweet William. "Look at the bastards. Half of them would murder for 10 shillings, less. They're drunkards. They'd steal their mother's wedding ring for a pint of rum. Jesus, but they're bastards." He smiled fondly at them, then lifted a frayed corner of the eye patch and poked with a finger at the wound. It seemed to be an habitual, unthinking gesture. He wiped a finger on his jacket. "God knows they're not saints, but they're upset about the women in the convent. They like the idea of rescuing women." Fredrickson smiled his crooked smile. "Everyone hates the bloody army till someone needs rescuing. Then we're all bloody heroes and white knights." He laughed. Most of the men had slept fitfully through the morning, while Price's redcoats provided sentries. Now those men were huddled in sleep, while Captain Cross's pickets lined the gully's rim, their heads barely visible above the skyline. Sharpe had seen figures on the watchtower turret, and just after midday 3 men on horseback had appeared to the east. Sharpe assumed they were a patrol, but the men had disappeared into a hollow and not reappeared for an hour. He guessed they had taken bottles with them, drunk, then gone back to the valley with some fiction of an uneventful patrol. The cold was Sharpe's biggest worry. It had been colder during the night, but the men had been moving, while now they were immobile, unable to light any fires, and frozen by a wind that blew the length of their hiding place and brought with it an intermittent drizzle. After the patrol had gone, Sharpe had started a childish game of tag, its bounds restricted by an imaginary contour halfway up the gully. Its most important rule, silence. It forced warmth into men and officers, and the game had run for more than 2 hours. Whenever an officer was in the game, it became more boisterous. The tag was passed by forcing another player to the ground, and Sharpe had twice been tackled with bone-crunching glee, both times repaying the tag on the same man. Now, as the light was beginning to fade, the men were sitting with their weapons, intent on the preparations for the night. Patrick Harper had Sharpe's sword. It was a blade that Harper himself had bought, repaired, and given to Sharpe when it was feared Sharpe was dying in the army hospital at Salamanca. It was a heavy cavalry sword, huge and straight-bladed, clumsy because of its weight, but a killer wielded with strength. The man who had shot him, the Frenchman, Leroux, who had brought Sharpe so close to death, had died beneath this sword. Harper sharpened the blade with long strokes of his handstone. He had worked the point to needle sharpness, and now he held the handle out to Sharpe. "There, sir. Like new." Next to Harper was his 7-barreled gun, much admired by Fredrickson. It was the only loaded weapon that would go with the first party into the convent. The men of that party had been hand-picked, the cream of the 3 companies, and they would attack only with swords, knives, and bayonets. Sharpe would lead that party, Harper beside him, and the signal for the other riflemen to come forward was a blast from the Irish sergeant's gun. Harper picked the gun up, scratched at the touch-hole with wire, blew on it, then grinned happily. "Mutton pie, sir." "Mutton pie?" "That's what we'd be eating at home, so we would. Mutton pie, potatoes, and more mutton pie. Ma always makes mutton pie at Christmas." "Goose," Fredrickson said. "And once we had a roast swan. French wine." He smiled as he rammed a bullet into his pistol. "Mincemeat pies. Now that's something to fill a belly. Good minced beef." "We used to get minced tripe," Sharpe said. Fredrickson looked disbelieving, but Harper grinned at the eye-patched captain. "If you ask him nicely, sir, he'll tell you all about his life in the Foundling home." Fredrickson looked at Sharpe. "Truly?" "Yeah, 5 years. I went when I was 4. And you got tripe for Christmas?" "If we were lucky. Minced tripe and hard-boiled eggs. And it was called mincemeat. We used to enjoy Christmas. There was no work that day." "What was the work?" Harper grinned, for he had heard the stories before. Sharpe put his head back on his pack and stared at the low, dark clouds. "We used to pick old ships' cables apart, the ones that were coated with tar. You'd get a length of 8-inch cable, stiff as frozen leather, and if you were under 6 you had to pick apart a 7-foot length every day." He grinned. "They sold the stuff to caulkers and upholsterers. Wasn't as bad as the bone room." "The what?" "Bone room. Some children used to pound bones into powder, and it was made into some kind of paste. Half the bloody ivory you buy is bone paste. That's why we liked Christmas. No work." Fredrickson seemed fascinated. "So, what happened at Christmas, sir?" Sharpe thought back. He'd forgotten much of it. Once he had run away from the home and managed to stay away. He had tried to force the memories out of his mind. Now they were so remote that it seemed as if they belonged to some other man, far less fortunate. There was a church service in the morning, I remember that. We used to get a long sermon telling us how bloody lucky we were. Then there was the meal. Tripe. He grinned. "And plum pudding, sir. You told me you got plum pudding. Once." Harper was loading the huge gun. "Once, yes. It was a gift from someone or other. In the afternoon the quality would come and visit. Little boys and girls brought by their mothers to see how the orphans lived. God, we hated them. Mind you, it was the one bloody day of the winter when they heated the place. Couldn't have the children of the rich catching a cold when they visited the poor." He held the sword up, stared at the blade reflectively. "Long time ago, Captain. Long time ago." "Did you ever go back?" Sharpe sat up. "No." He paused. "I thought about it. Be nice to go back. Dressed up in uniform, carrying this." He hefted the sword again, then grinned. "That's probably all change. The bastards who ran it are probably dead, and the children probably sleep in beds and get 3 meals a day and don't know how lucky they are." He stood up so that he could slide the sword into its scabbard. Fredrickson shook his head. "I don't think it's changed much." Sharpe shrugged. "It doesn't matter, Captain. Children are tough little things. Leave them to life, and they manage." He made it sound brutal because he had managed, and he walked away from Fredrickson and Harper because the conversation made him think of his own daughter. Was she old enough to be excited by Christmas Eve? He did not know. He thought of her small, round face, her dark hair that had looked so much like his when he had last seen her, and he wondered what kind of life she would have. A life without a father, a life that had come out of war, and he knew that he did not want to leave her alone to life. He talked to the men, chatting easily, listening to their jokes and knowing their hidden fears. He had the sergeants hand out another half-dozen canteens of brandy, and was touched because men offered him swigs of the precious liquid. He left his own advance party till last, the 15 men sitting in their own group, and putting the last touches to sword bayonets that were already sharp. 8 were Germans who spoke good English, good enough to understand urgent orders, and he waved them down as, with the formality of their race, they began getting to their feet. "Warm enough?" Nods and smiles. "Yes, sir." They looked freezing. One man, thin as a ramrod, licked his lips as he ran an oiled leather cloth over his sword bayonet. He held the blade up to the last light of the day and seemed satisfied. He put the bayonet down and, with meticulous care, folded the leather and put it into an oilskin packet. He looked up, saw Sharpe's interest, and wordlessly handed the blade up to the major. Sharpe put a thumb on the foredge. Christ! It was like a razor. "How'd you get it that sharp?" "Trouble, sir. Trouble. Work it every day." The man took the bayonet back and pushed it carefully into its scabbard. Another man grinned at Sharpe. "Taylor wears a spike out every year, sir. Sharpens him too much. You should see his rifle, sir." Taylor was obviously the showpiece of his company, used to the attention, and he handed the weapon to Sharpe. Like the bayonet, this too had been worked on. The wood was oiled to a deep polish. The stock had been reshaped with a knife, giving a narrower grip behind the trigger, while on top of the butt a leather pad had been nailed with brass-headed nails, a cheek piece. Sharpe pulled the cock back, checking first that the gun was unloaded, and the flint seemed to rest uneasily at the full position. Sharpe touched the trigger and the flint snapped forward, almost without any pressure from Sharpe's finger, and the thin man grinned. "File down, sir." Sharpe gave the rifle back. Taylor's voice reminded him of Major Leroy's of the South Essex. "You American, Taylor?" "Yes, sir." "Loyalist?" "No, sir." "Fugitive?" Taylor seemed an unsmiling, laconic man. "From what?" "Merchantman, sir. Ran in Lisbon." "He killed the captain, sir." The other man volunteered with an admiring smile. Sharpe looked at Taylor. The American shrugged. "Where are you from, in America, Taylor?" The cold eyes looked at Sharpe as if the mind behind them was thinking whether or not to answer. Then the shrug again. "Tennessee, sir." "Never heard of it." "Does it worry you? We're at war with the United States." "No, sir." Taylor's answer seemed to suggest that his country would manage quite well without his assistance. "I hear you've a man in your company, sir, who thinks he can shoot." Sharpe knew he meant Daniel Hagman, the marksman of the South Essex. "That's right. You tell him, sir, that Thomas Taylor is better." "What's your range?" The eyes looked dispassionately at Sharpe. Again he seemed to think about his answer. "At 200 yards, I'm certain." "So's Hagman." The grin again. "I mean, certain of putting a ball in one of his eyes, sir." It was an impossible boast, of course, but Sharpe liked the spirit in which it was made. Taylor, he guessed, would be an awkward man to lead, but so were many of the riflemen. They were encouraged to be independent, to think for themselves on a battlefield, and the rifle regiments had thrown away much old-fashioned blind discipline and relied more on morale as a motivating force. A new officer to the 95th or the 60th was expected to drill and to train in the ranks, to learn the merits of the men he would command in battle, and that was a hard apprenticeship for some, yet it forged trust and respect on both sides. Sharpe was sure of these men. They would fight. But what of Pot-au-Feur's men in the convent? All were trained soldiers, and his one hope that appeared more slender as the cold day wore on into night was that soon the deserters would be hopeless with drink. Evening. Christmas Eve. And clouds covered the skies so there was no star to guide them. The Christmas hymns were being sung in the parish churches at home. Aye, let us swell our tuneful notes and join the angelic throng. Sharpe remembered the words from the Foundling home. Goodwill to sinful men is shown, and peace on earth is given. There would be no goodwill for sinful men this night. Out of the darkness would come swords, bayonets, and death. Christmas Eve, 1812, in the gateway of God would be screams and pain, blood and anger, and Sharpe thought of the innocent women in the convent, and he let the anger begin. Let the waiting be done, he prayed. Let the night arrive. And he wanted the flare of battle within him. He wanted Hakeswill dead. He wanted the night to come. Christmas Eve turned to darkness. Wolves prowled in the saw-toothed peaks. A wind drove cold from the west, and the men in green jackets waited, shivering. And in their hearts was revenge and death. Chapter 8. A night so dark it was like the eve of creation. A blackness complete, a darkness that did not even betray an horizon, a night of clouds and no moon. Christmas Eve. The men made small noises as they waited in the gully. They were like animals crouching against a bitter cold. The small drizzle compounded the misery. Sharpe would go first with his small group. Then Frederickson, the senior captain, would bring on the main group of riflemen. Harry Price would wait outside the convent until the fight was over, or until, unthinkably, he must cover a wild retreat in the darkness. It was a night when failure insisted on rehearsing itself in Sharpe's head. He had peered over the gully's rim in the dusk, and he had stared long at the route he must take in the darkness. But suppose he got lost? Or suppose that some fool disobeyed orders and went forward with a loaded rifle, tripped and blasted the night apart with an accidental shot? Suppose there was no track down the northern side of the valley? Sharpe knew there were thorn bushes on the valley's flanks, and he imagined leading his troops into the snagging spines, and then he forced the pessimism away. It insisted on coming back. Suppose the hostages had been moved. Suppose he could not find them in the convent. Perhaps they were dead. He wondered what kind of young, rich woman would marry Sir Augustus Farthingale. She would probably think of Sharpe as some kind of horrid savage. The line of the Christmas hymn kept going through his head, another unwelcome visitor to his thoughts. Goodwill to sinful men is shown. Not tonight. He had meant to go at midnight, but it was too dark for Fredrickson or any of the other owners of watches to see their timepieces, and it was too damn cold to wait in the interminable darkness. The men were numbed with the cold, somnolent with it, cut to the bone by the western wind, and Sharpe decided to go early. And there was light. It was a glow, hazed in the air, made by fires in the valley. The glow had been invisible from the gully, but as Sharpe led his force south, stumbling on the rough broken ground, the crest of the valley's northern edge was limned by the flame glow in the air. He could see the slight dip in that crest which he had marked as his target, and he sensed the path that led left and right and then on towards the flames of Adrodus' valley. They carried only their weapons and ammunition. Their packs, haversacks, blankets, and canteens were left in the gully. That equipment could be fetched in the morning, but this night they would fight unladen. The riflemen would discard their greatcoats before the attack, revealing their dark green uniforms, which would be their distinguishing mark this night. Goodwill to sinful men. Sharpe stopped, hearing noise ahead. For a fraction of a second he feared that the enemy had a picket line at the valley's rim. He listened, relaxed. It was the sound of revelry, cheers and laughter, the roar of men's voices. Christmas Eve. A bloody night to be born, Sharpe thought. Midwinter, when food was scarce and wolves prowled close to the hill villages. Perhaps it was warmer in Palestine, and perhaps the shepherds who saw the angels did not have to worry about wolves. But winter was still winter, everywhere. Sharpe had always thought Spain a hot country, as though it was in the summer when the sun baked the plains into dust, but in winter it could still be freezing, and he thought of being born in a stable where the wind sliced like a knife between the cracks of the timber. He led them on again towards the gateway of God, a dark line of men bringing blades in the night. He dropped flat at the valley's rim. Thorn trees were dark on the slope before him. The valley was lit by the fires in castle, convent, watchtower, and village, and glory to God in the highest, there was a path leading at an angle down through the thorns. The sound of laughter came from the convent. Sharpe could see other men silhouetted by the fires in the castle's big yard. It was cold. He turned his head round and hissed at his men. Count! 1, Harper. 2, a German sergeant called Rossner. 3, Thomas Taylor. Fredrickson dropped beside Sharpe, but stayed silent as the men counted themselves off in the darkness. All were present. Sharpe pointed to the foot of the slope, where the dark path between the thorns debouched onto a rough pasture land that was stippled red and black by the firelight. "Wait at the tree line." "Yes, sir." Fredrickson's men would have only 50 yards to cover from the edge of the bushes to the door of the convent. They would come when they heard the boom of the 7-barreled gun, or if they heard a volley of musketry, but they would ignore a single musket shot. On a night like this, a night of drinking and celebration, the odd single shot would be nothing unusual. If Fredrickson heard nothing while he counted off 15 minutes, then he was to come anyway. Sharpe looked at the captain, whose black patch gave his face a spectral look in the darkness. He was beginning to like this man. "Your men are all right?" "Anticipating the pleasure, sir." Goodwill to sinful men. Sharpe took his own group forward. He looked once to his right. Far off in Portugal, a speck of light throbbed like a red star, of fire in the border hills. The path was steep. The drizzle had made it slick and treacherous, causing one of Sharpe's men to slip and crash into a tangle of thorn bushes. Everyone froze. Spines of thorn snapped and tore as the man pulled himself free. Sharpe could see the great arched door of the convent, a single slit of light showing where the doors were slightly ajar. Shouts and laughter came from the building, and once a crash of glass and loud cheers. There were women's voices among the men's. He went slowly, testing each foothold, feeling the excitement because he was so close to revenging himself for the insults of his last visit. The door opened. He stopped. The men behind him stopped without orders, and two figures were silhouetted in the archway of the convent. One man, with a musket on his shoulder, clapped the shoulder of the second man and pushed him out into the roadway. Clear over the sounds of revelry was the noise of the second man retching. Christmas was working its magic in the convent. The first man, presumably the sentry, laughed from the archway. He stamped his feet, blew on his hands, and Sharpe heard him shout for the sick man to come inside. The door closed on them. The slope was gentler now, and Sharpe risked a glance behind, and was shocked by how naked and visible his men appeared to be. Surely they must be seen. Yet no one had shouted an alarm from the valley. No shot had stabbed the night. And then he was at the edge of the bushes, and he brought his men to a halt.
"Tailor and Ball." "Sir." "Good luck to you."
The two riflemen, greatcoats hiding their uniforms, went forward towards the convent. Sharpe would have liked to have done this piece of work, but there was a danger that the sentry might recognize him or Harper. He must wait. He had chosen both men carefully, for to kill a man silently with the bare blade was no job for a keen beginner. Bell had learned his skills in the London streets, Taylor across the other side of the world, but both men were confident. Their job was simply to kill the sentry or sentries in the entranceway. They made no attempt to hide their approach. Their feet dragged on the roadway, their voices slurred as if with drink, and Sharpe heard foul oaths from Bell as the rifleman stepped in the vomit at the foot of the steps. The door opened, and the sentry looked out. The door was pushed wider open, and a second man stood there, musket slung. "Come on! It's bloody cold!" A brazier flamed behind them. Taylor sat down on the bottom step and began singing. He held a bottle up that had been provided by Sharpe. "Got a present for you." He sang the words over and over, laughing at the same time. Bell bowed to them. "A present!" "Christ, come on!" Bell gestured at Taylor. "He can't walk!" The bottle was still held up. The two sentries came down the steps good-naturedly, and one reached for the bottle and never saw the right hand pull the honed blade from inside the greatcoat, swing, and the sentry's right hand was touching the bottle as Taylor's blade went in under the armpit, travelling slightly upwards, straight to the tangle of heart and arteries. Taylor still held the bottle, but now he supported the dead weight of the man as well. Bell grinned at the second sentry just as alarm touched his face, and the Londoner was still grinning as his blade cut any shout from the man's throat. Sharpe saw the body lurch, saw it held, saw the two riflemen taking the corpses into the shadows. "Come!" He took the rest of his men forward. Fredrickson was at the foot of the slope now, beginning the slow count towards 15 minutes, or the sound of the shot that would signal vengeance for Adrados. The convent steps were messy with the blood of Bell's victim, and Sharpe's boots made dark footprints in the entrance tunnel beside the brazier. He walked alone into the upper cloister, stepping into the shadows of the arched walkway, and the cloister seemed to be deserted. The shouts, the laughter, both came from the inner cloister, but as he waited, his eyes searching the courtyard, he heard moans and small voices from the darkness. The tunnel ahead of him, the passage through which he and Dubreton had been escorted to see the woman branded with the word Puta, was empty, the door and grille open. He held out his left hand and clicked his fingers, and then led his men under the dark of the cloister's walkway, going slowly. Their boots seemed to be loud on the stones. The brazier touched light on the tiles about the raised pool. The chapel door was open, and as Sharpe passed, a hand shot out and grasped his left shoulder. He swung on the hand, right fist already moving, then stopped. A woman stood there, swaying and blinking. Behind her there were candles beyond the open door in the grille. "Coming in, darling," she smiled at Sharpe, then staggered against the door. "Go and sleep it off." A man's voice, speaking in French, called from inside the chapel. The woman shook her head. "It's no bloody good, darling. Brandy, brandy, brandy." A child, not 3 years old, came and stood beside her mother and peered up solemnly at Sharpe, sucking its thumb. The woman squinted at Sharpe. "Who are you?" "Lord Wellington." The French voice shouted again, and there was a sound of movement. Sharpe pushed the woman inside the door. "Go on, love. He's feeling better now."
"A chance to be a fine thing. Come back, yes?"
"We'll be back." He led his men, grinning broadly, round the further corner and down to the passageway that led to the inner cloister. Footsteps echoed in it as he approached, and then a child burst from the archway, pursued by another child, and they ran into the upper cloister and shrieked with laughter and excitement. A voice yelled at them from a storeroom. The drunks seemed to be sleeping it off in this upper level. Sharpe motioned his men to wait in the passageway, and walked out onto the upper cloister level, where he had stood and talked with Madame du Breton. He stayed in the shadows, and stared down into the eye of chaos. This was the anarchy that Wellington feared, the short step from order, the abandonment of hope and discipline. Flames lit the deep cloister. A great fire burned on the broken stones above the wreckage of the delicate canals, and the fire was fed by thorn trees and by planks that had been torn from the great windows of the hall on the northern side of the cloister. The windows ran from the ground level, past the upper walkway, to delicate arches beneath the gallery, and now that the protective planks had been prized from the stonework, the window spaces gave free entrance between courtyard and hall. Their glass was long gone. Men and women came and went between the two areas, and Sharpe watched from above. He had run from the foundling home before his 10th birthday, and he had gone into the dark, close alleys of London's slums. There was work there for a nimble child. There was a world of thieves, body-snatchers, murderers, of drunkards, cripples, and of whores who had sold themselves into disease and ugliness. Hope meant nothing to the inhabitants of St. Giles. For many, their longest journey in this world was 1.5 miles along the length of Oxford Street, due west to the three-sided gibbet at Tyburn. The countryside, just 2 miles north up the Tottenham Court Road, was as remote as paradise. St. Giles was a place of disease, starvation, and a future so dark that a man measured it in hours and took his pleasures accordingly. The gin shops, the gutter, the floors of the common lodging-houses were the places where men and women dissolved their desperation in drink, coupling, and finally in death that tipped most into the open sewer, along with a night's harvest of dead babies. Without hope, there was nothing but desperation. And these people were desperate. They must have known that revenge was coming, perhaps in the spring when the armies stirred from winter torpor. Until it came, they numbed their desperation. They had drunk and were still drinking. Food lay on the broken stones, men lay with women, children picked their way through the couples to find bones that still had chewable meat or wineskins whose spigots they would suck on desperately. Close to the fire, some of the bodies were naked, asleep, while further away they were covered in blankets and clothes. Some moved. One man was dead, blood black on his open stomach. The noise was not from here, but from the hall, and Sharpe could not see what was prompting the sound. He thought of the minutes ticking by, of Frederickson counting in the cold thorns. He turned to the passageway and kept his voice low. "We're going round the cloister, lads. Walk slowly, go in 2s and 3s. There's a view you'll like as you go round." Harper walked just behind Sharpe, both men clinging to the shadows by the wall. The huge Irishman watched the couples by the fire, and his voice was cheerful. "Just like the officers' mess on a Friday night, eh?" "Every night, Patrick, every night." And what, he wondered, was to stop his own men going to join those in the courtyard? To be offered drink and women instead of work and discipline was the avowed dream of every soldier. So why did they not just go now? Kill him and Harper and take their freedom? He did not know the answer. He just knew that he trusted them. And where, more importantly, were the hostages kept? He pushed open the doors that he passed, but the rooms were either empty or inhabited by sleeping people. None were guarded. Once a man growled in protest from the darkness, and 2 women giggled. Sharpe closed the door. The flames of the great fire were warm on the left side of his face. He turned the corner, and now he could see into the great hall. 100 men and as many women crowded the floor. There was a kind of platform at the far end, a raised dais, and a staircase went from the dais to a gallery above that spanned the width of the hall. Sharpe could see 2 doorways leading from the gallery into corridors or rooms behind. There was easy access to the gallery through the tall empty windows. A man could simply step from the cloister onto the gallery. The men and the women were shouting. The shouting orchestrated from the dais. There sat Hakeswill. He had a chair that rose high above his head, like a throne, a chair with decorated armrests. He was dressed in the priest's finery, the robes too short for him so that his boots were visible almost to his knees. Beside him, leaning on the armrest, Hakeswill's hand about her waist, was a small, thin girl. She was dressed in brilliant red, a white scarf about her waist, long black hair falling below the scarf. A woman stood on the dais. She was grinning. She was dressed in a shift over which she wore a vest and a shirt. She had a dress in her right hand, and to the crowd's roar she hurled the dress towards a man in the crowd who caught it and waved. Hakeswill held up his hand. The face twitched. "Shirt! Come on then! How much? Shilling?" It was an auction. She had sold the dress, presumably, and Sharpe saw 2 small grinning children picking up coins from the floor beneath the dais and carry them to an upturned shako. The shouts came from the hall. 2 shillings, 3, and Hakeswill whipped them up, and his eyes looked into the hat to see the takings. They cheered and screamed as the shirt came off. The vest went for 4 shillings. The coins rattled on the stones. Sharpe wondered how many minutes had passed. The yellow face grinned. The hand jerked up and down on the small girl's rib cage. "A shift! Make it good! 10 shillings!" No one answered. "You lousy bleeders! You think she's not as pretty as Sally? Christ, you paid her 2 quid! Now come on!" He beat them up, higher and higher, and to a great cheer and thrown coins she peeled herself naked for £1 and 18 shillings. She stood there grinning, hand on hip, and Hakeswill lurched upright and sidled towards her, his golden-white robes ridiculous in the flame-light, and his blue bright eyes leered at the people in the hall as he slid his right arm across the woman's shoulders. "Now then, who wants her? You're going to pay. After her, after us, so come on." Bids came, and to some the woman stuck out her tongue, others she laughed, and Hakeswill egged them on. A consortium of Frenchmen bought her in the end, their price £4, and they came to fetch her, and the crowd cheered louder as one of them carried the woman sitting on his shoulders towards the fire in the courtyard. Hakeswill calmed them with long arms. "Who's next?" Names were shouted. Women pushed forward by their men. Hakeswill drank from a bottle. His face twitched on its long neck, and the small girl still clung solemnly to him. A group of men began chanting, "A prisoner! A prisoner!" The chant was taken up, shortened. "Prisoner! Prisoner! Prisoner! Now, lads, now! You know what the marshal says! Prisoner! Prisoner! Prisoner!" The women were screaming with the men, spitting the words like bile from their mouths. "Prisoner! Prisoner! Prisoner!" Hakeswill let them chant, his eyes knowing on them. He raised a hand. "You know what the marshal says. They're our precious little ones, the prisoners. We can't touch them. Oh, no. That's the marshal's orders. Now, if the bastards come, then you can have them, I promise." The crowd roared at him, protesting, and he let them roar before he held up the hand again. The thin girl clung to him, her left hand tight on the embroidered vestment. "But," the crowd silenced slowly, "but, as it's Christmas, we might have a look at one. Yes, just one. Not to touch, no. Just to check she's all there. Yes?" They roared their approval, and the yellow face with its lank grey hair twitched at them, while the toothless mouth gaped in silent laughter. People drifted in from the courtyard, attracted by the new noise. Sharpe turned and saw the faces of his men pale in the cloister, anxious, and he wondered how long they had been. It must be near the quarter hour. Hakeswill's left hand was twined in the long black hair of the girl. He twisted it and pointed at a man. "Go and tell Johnny to fetch one." The man started towards the staircase that led from the dais. but Hakeswell stopped him as he was climbing onto the platform. He turned to his audience, his face grinning. "Which one do you want?" The crowd erupted again, but Sharpe had seen enough. The hostages were behind one of the two doorways that led from the gallery. He turned to his men, and his voice was urgent, drowned to all but them by the cacophony in the hall. "We go to the gallery. We walk as far as the windows. Drop your coats here." His own greatcoat was unbuttoned. "Even numbers going to the right doorway, odd numbers into the left. Sergeant Rosner?" "Sir." "Take 2 men and keep the bastards from the stairs. First man to find the hostages, shout. Now." "Enjoy this, lads." Sharpe walked down the northern side of the cloister, sure that he must be visible because the windows into the hall made it seem as if the pavement was suspended in mid-air. He put one hand on Harper's sleeve. "Fire as we go in, Patrick. Straight into the bloody hall." "Sir." Their boots were loud, their uniforms divested of coats green in the firelight. The voices screamed and chanted below, drowning the sound of the riflemen's boots. Nemesis was coming to Adrados. 1 window, 2 windows, 3 windows, and Hakeswell's voice, sounding close, shouted above the din, "You can't have the Portuguese, eh? Do you want English, bitch? The one married to the Froggy? Do you want her?" They screamed assent, the voices bellowing in excitement, and Sharpe saw 2 armed men walk from the right-hand doorway and cross to the gallery's balustrade. One glanced at the men on the cloister, thought nothing of what he saw, and leant beside his companion to grin down at the bedlam below. The man who had been sent to fetch one of the hostages began climbing the stairs. Sharpe touched Harper's arm again. "Take the 2 on the gallery." "Yes, sir." The riflemen were bunched now. Sharpe looked at them. "Draw swords." Some would fight with the sword bayonets fixed on their rifles. Some would prefer to use them as short stabbing weapons. He nodded at Harper. "Fire." Harper filled the window space, the gun squat in his hands, his face broad and hard, and then he touched the trigger and the explosion of the 7 barrels echoed in the hall, and the 2 armed men were thrown sideways, ragged and twitching, while Harper was thrown back by the massive kick. Sharpe's sword was in his hand. He went through the smoke in the window space, and the long blade was red steel in the firelight. The riflemen followed him, screaming like the devils of hell come to this feast, as Sharpe had ordered them to scream. And Sharpe led the way towards the right-hand door, all waiting done, all nervousness dispelled, because the fight was on, and there was nothing now but to win. This was the Sharpe who had saved Wellington's life at Assilles, who had hacked through the ranks to take the Eagle with Harper, who had gone maddened into the breach at Badajoz. This was the Sharpe whom Major General Nairn had only been able to guess at as he looked at the quiet, dark-haired man across the rug in Frenada. A man appeared in the doorway, startled, his musket raised with bayonet fixed. It was a French musket, and the man raised it higher in desperation as he saw the rifle officer, but he had no hope. And Sharpe shouted his challenge. As the right foot stamped forward, the blade followed, twisted steel running with light reflected from the candles in the passageway beyond. And the sword was in the Frenchman's solar plexus, and Sharpe twisted it again, kicked at his victim, and the blade was free, and he could step over the screaming, dying man. God, that there was a joy in a fight. Not often in battle, but in a fight when the cause was good. And Sharpe was in the passageway, the tip of his sword dark, and he could hear the riflemen behind him. And then a door opened, spilling more light, and a man peered nervously out, foolishly out, because Sharpe was on him before he understood that revenge had come, and the great cavalry sword slid beneath his jawbone, and he gagged, jerked back, and Sharpe was in the doorway, and again the sword came forward, and the man clutched at the blade which was in his throat, and Sharpe could smell the foul smell that a sword drew from a man. And then his weapon was free, and he was in the room, with 2 men who fumbled with muskets, shook their heads in fear, and Sharpe bellowed at them, jumped the dead man, and the sword was a flail above the table that separated him from his enemies. Blood flew from the sword tip as it circled, and then it bit, and Sharpe could see a rifleman going the other way about the table, a grin of maniacal joy on his face, and the second enemy backed away, back until he was hard against another door, and the rifleman drove rifle and sword bayonet in a blow that would have pierced stone, so that the blade tip buried itself hard in the wood of the door. The enemy folded over it, bubbling and crying, and the second rifleman, a German, finished him off with far less force and more efficiency. The man Sharpe's sword had hit in the face screamed beneath the table, Sharpe ignored him. He turned to the room of riflemen. "Load! Load!" 3 men in a room, armed, guarding a door. This had to be a guard room. He reached past the pinned, bleeding figure and tried the handle to the door. It was locked. Behind him he could hear shouts, the banging of muskets, but he ignored it. He pressed the catch, twisted, and the rifle came free of the bayonet that still nailed the dead man to the door, and then he had space to stand in front of the door, raise his heel and smash it forward. The door shuddered. He did it again, a 3rd time, and then the door banged open. Wood splintering at the old lock, and the corpse was still attached to the wood by the 23-inch bayonet as it swung open and Sharpe entered. Screams. Screams of fear, and Sharpe stood in the doorway, his sword bloody, his cheeks smeared with the blood of the man he had killed in the guard-room door. And he saw the women huddled against the far wall. He lowered his sword. The blood was fresh on his green uniform, glistening in the candlelight, dripping onto the rug that furnished his prison room. One woman was not hiding her face. She was protecting another woman whose face was buried in her side, beneath the encircling protective arm, and the face was proud, thin, topped by the piled blonde hair. Sharpe made a half-bow. "Madame Dubreton?" 2 riflemen crowded in behind Sharpe, curious, and he turned on them. "Get out! There's a fight! Join it!" Madame Dubreton frowned. "Major? Major Sharpe, is it?" "Yes, ma'am." "You mean—" She was still frowning, still disbelieving. "Yes, ma'am. This is rescue, ma'am." He wanted to leave them, to go back and see how his men were faring, but he knew these women must be terrified. One of them was sobbing hysterically, staring at his uniform, and Madame Dubreton snapped at her in French. Sharpe tried to smile, to lessen their shock. "You will be returned to your husbands, ma'am. I'd be grateful if you would translate that for me, and if you'd excuse me." "Of course." Madame Dubreton still looked as if she were in shock. "You are safe now, ma'am. All of you." The woman whose face had been hidden in Madame Dubreton's side pulled herself free. She had black hair, lustrous hair, and she pushed it away from her face as she turned hesitantly towards Sharpe. Madame Dubreton helped her upright. "Major Sharpe, this is Lady Farthingdale." Lucky Farthingdale was the thought of a half-second. Then utter disbelief. And the girl with the black hair saw Sharpe. Her eyes widened, and then she screamed. Not in terror, but in some kind of joy, and she leapt across the room, running to him, and her arms were about his neck, her face pressed against his bloodied cheek, and her voice in his ear. "Richard! Richard! Richard!" Sharpe caught Madame Dubreton's eyes, and he half smiled. "We've met, ma'am." "So I see." "Richard! God, Richard, you! I knew you'd come." She pulled back from him, keeping her arms about his neck, and her mouth was as hopelessly generous as he had ever remembered, and her eyes as tempting as a man could want, and even this ordeal had not taken the mischief from her face. "Richard?" "I have to go and fight a battle." The noise was loud outside, orders and shots, screams and the clash of steel. "You're here?" He wiped the blood on her cheek. "I'm here." He pulled her arms from about his neck. "Wait here. I'll be back." She nodded, eyes bright, and he grinned at her. "I'll be back." God in his heaven! He'd not seen her for 2 years, but here she was, as beautiful as ever, the high-class whore who had at last become a lady. Josephina! Chapter 9. He left one man guarding the hostages. 2 each stood post in the passageways, the rest protected the stairway and the entrance to the gallery through the windows opening to the cloister. Smoke already clotted the gallery. Riflemen were slamming ramrods into fired barrels, others crouched waiting for a target. Harper was reloading the 7-barreled gun. He looked up at Sharpe, grinned quickly, and held up 4 fingers. Sharpe raised his voice. "We've got the women, lads!" They cheered, and Sharpe made a swift count. All his men were there, all seemingly unwounded. He watched a rifleman bring his gun into his shoulder, aim swiftly, and a bullet spun into the cloister. There was a yelp from the far side, then a ragged volley of muskets, the balls going high. One struck an iron ring suspended as a chandelier, old and rusty on its chains, and the 4 yellow candles fluttered as the balls struck. Sharpe moved to the stairhead. 3 bodies lay on the stairs, thrown back by rifle fire. The German sergeant, Rosner, his face blackened by the powder from his rifle pan, looked happily at Sharpe. "They run, sir." They did, too. The deserters and their women were screaming and shouting, pushing and scrambling, going into the courtyard of the cloister. Sharpe looked for Hakeswill, but the big man in his priest's vestments had disappeared in the crush. Rosner gestured with his rifle down the stairs. "We go down, sir?" "No." Sharpe was worried about Frederickson's men. He would rather that the main force of riflemen found the advance party concentrated, so that no one shot a man of his own side in the confusion and the shadows. He went back to the windows where Harper waited hopefully with a big gun reloaded. "Frederickson?" "Not yet, sir." Someone was shouting in the courtyard, bellowing for order. Someone who had perhaps realized that the attackers were few in number and that a concentrated counter-attack could overwhelm them. Sharpe stared at the far side of the upper cloister. He could see no men there in the firelight. The rifles had made it an unhealthy place. But then it was suddenly filled with running figures, shouting for aid, and Sharpe pushed down a rifle that was brought up to fire. "Hold it!" Women and children were fleeing, which meant Frederickson's men must be in the outer cloister, and Sharpe bellowed at the men who guarded the windows. "Watch out for Captain Frederickson!" Then there were dark figures in the entranceway of the upper cloister, figures that took immediate cover as they emerged into the wide-open space of the cloister, and Sharpe shouted again, "Rifles! Rifles! Rifles!" He stepped through the window, out onto the cloister where the firelight illuminated his uniform. "Rifles! Rifles!" A musket flamed below, the ball ricocheting off the balustrade into the night. "Rifles! Rifles!" "See you, sir!" A man with a curved sabre standing across the cloister. Riflemen were going left and right, clearing the upper gallery, and Frederickson came with them towards Sharpe. Sweet William looked dreadful. He had taken the patch from his eye and the false teeth from his mouth. It was a face from a nightmare, a face that would terrify any child, but it was a face that was smiling as he approached Sharpe. "Do we have them, sir?" "Yes." Frederickson's sabre was bloodied. He flexed it, wanting to use it again, and watched as his men burst open doors and shouted at men and women to surrender. One man hopped down the cloister, his right leg in his trousers, his left leg caught at the ankle, and he turned ludicrously as riflemen blocked his way, only to find riflemen behind him. He rolled over the balustrade, dropped into the courtyard, and hobbled away towards an archway on the far side. One of Frederickson's lieutenants blew long blasts on his whistle, then shouted over the cloister, "All secure, sir!" Frederickson looked at Sharpe. "Which way down?" "In there." Sharpe pointed at the gallery. There had to be another way down, but he had not seen it. "One section to guard gallery." "Sir!" Frederickson was already moving, his mutilated face eager for more fighting. Sharpe followed him and slapped Harper on the shoulder. "Come on!" Now it was a romp, a riot, a headlong charge down the stairs, a yelling pursuit of the enemy who had crowded through the archway across the cloister, a sabre-hacking, sword-swinging fight of the arch itself, a crash as the 7-barreled gun cleared the few defenders from the room within, and the cloister echoed to the cries of children, the shouting of their mothers, and riflemen rounded them up, herded them, and dragged men from hiding places. Sharpe went through the arch, through the room, and he seemed to be in some kind of dark crypt, damp and freezing, and he shouted for light. A rifleman brought one of the straw and resin torches that burned in the outer room, and it showed a huge empty cave, another entrance opposite. "Come on!" There was a current of air blowing towards them, shivering the torch flame, and Sharpe knew these rooms must lead to the blanket-covered hole that looked out onto the lip of the pass. If there was a gun there, and he knew the Spanish garrison had possessed 4 guns, then there would be powder there, and a defender could just be lighting a fuse that would bring flame and destruction billowing into this crypt. "On! On! On!" He led the way, sword out, boots pounding on the cold stones. and the flame light showed that he had charged into a strange passageway, and that his shoulders were brushing against curiously rounded yellow-white stones that reached from floor to ceiling. The gun was there, abandoned by Pot-au-Feur's men, pointing at the gaping hole that had been prized out of the convent's thick wall. The rammer leant against the dirty barrel. Next to it, a powder scoop and a ripper, or wormhead, the giant corkscrew used to pull out a damp charge. Sharpe could see round-shot, canister, both piled up against the curious white walls that opened up into the space where the gun had been put. A priming tube was in the gun's vent, suggesting that the cannon was loaded, but Sharpe ignored it, went to the opening from which the blanket had been torn aside and listened. Boots scrambling on the turf and rocks outside, the gasping and crying of women and children, the shouts of men. Those who had escaped from the convent were going for the castle. Torches flared on the battlement. "Can we fire it?" Fredrickson was fingering the priming tube, a quill filled with fine powder that flashed the fire down to the charge in its canvas bag. "No, there are children out there."
"God save Ireland!"
Harper had picked up one of the whitish rounded stones that had fallen behind the gun. He held it up as if it would kill him, his face screwed in distaste.
"Would you look at this? Good God!"
It was a skull. All the stones were skulls. The man with the torch pressed closer until Fredrickson barked him back because of the powder barrels. But in the smoky light, Sharpe could see that the piled skulls walled in a great pile of other human bones. Thigh bones, ribs, pelvises, arms, small curled hands and long feet bones, all piled in this cellar. Fredrickson, his face more ghastly than any skull, shook his head in wonderment.
"An ossuary."
"A what?"
"Ossuary, sir. A bone house. The nuns, they bury them here."
"Jesus."
"They strip the flesh off first, sir, God knows how. I've seen it before."
There were hundreds of the bones, perhaps thousands. To make a space for the trail of the gun, Pot-au-Feur's men had broken into the neat pile, and the skeletons had tumbled down onto the floor. The bones had been shovelled to one side, and Sharpe could see a fine white powder littered with shards where men had stepped on the human remains. "Why do they do it?" Fredrickson shrugged.
"So they're all together at the resurrection, I think."
Sharpe had a sudden image of the mass graves at Talavera and Salamanca heaving on the last day. The dead soldiers coming to life, their eye sockets rotten like Fredrickson's, the earth shedding off the dead ranks coming from the grave. Good God! There was a pail of dirty water under the gun, ready for the sponge, and a rag beside it. He stooped and cleaned off his sword before pushing it home in the scabbard. "We'll need 6 men here. No one's to fire the gun without my order."
"Yes, sir."
Fredrickson was cleaning the sabre, pulling the curved blade slowly through the wet rag. Sharpe went back through the pathway of skulls, following Harper's broad back. He remembered walking across Salamanca's battlefield in the autumn, before the retreat to Portugal, and there had been so many dead that not all had been buried. He could remember the hollow sound as a horse's hoofs had clipped a skull which had rolled like a misshapen football. That had been in November, not even 4 months after the battle, yet already the enemy dead had been flensed white. He walked into the cloister, a place of the living, and the fire showed disconsolate prisoners hedged by sword bayonets. A child cried for its mother, a rifleman carried a tiny baby deserted by its parents, and the women screamed at Sharpe as he appeared. They wanted to leave. It was not their doing. They were not soldiers. But he bellowed at them to be quiet. He looked at Fredrickson. "How's your Spanish?"
"Good enough."
"Find whatever women were captured up here. Give them decent quarters."
"Yes, sir."
"The hostages can stay where they are. They're comfortable enough. But make sure you've half a dozen reliable men to protect them."
"Yes, sir."
They were walking across the courtyard, stepping over the small canals.
"What about this scum, sir?"
Fredrickson stopped beside the deserters who were being captured. No Hakesville there, just 3 dozen solemn, frightened men. Sharpe looked at them. 2/3 were in British uniform. He raised his voice so that all the riflemen in the courtyard and on the upper gallery could hear him. "These bastards are a disgrace to their uniforms, all of them. Strip them. A rifle sergeant grinned at Sharpe. Naked, sir? Naked. Sharpe turned round and cupped his hands. Captain Cross? Captain Cross? Cross had been detailed to capture the outer cloister, the chapel, and the storerooms. He's coming, sir. A shout from above. Sir? Cross leaned over the balustrade. Wounded? Killed? None, sir. Right, give the signal for Lieutenant Price to come up. Make sure your pickets know. Yes, sir. The signal was a bugle call from Cross's bugler. And I want men on the roof. 2-hour duty only. Yes, sir. That's all, and thank you, Captain. Cross's face smiled at the unexpected compliment. Thank you, sir. Sharpe turned to Fredrickson. I need your men on the roof too, say 20? Fredrickson nodded. There were no windows in the convent, so any defence would have to be made over the parapet of the roof. Loopholes in the walls, sir? They're bloody thick. Try if you like. A lieutenant came up, grinning broadly, and handed Fredrickson a slip of paper. The rifleman twisted it towards the firelight, and then looked at the lieutenant. How bad? Not bad at all, sir. They'll live. Where are they? The missing teeth made Fredrickson's voice sibilant. Storeroom, upstairs, sir. Make sure they're warm. Fredrickson grinned at Sharpe. The butcher's bill, sir. Bloody light. 3 wounded, no dead. The grin became wider. Well done, sir. By God, I didn't know if we could do it. Well done yourself. I always knew we could. Sharpe laughed at the lie, then asked the question he had been wanting to ask ever since Fredrickson had appeared in the convent. Where's your patch? Here. Fredrickson opened his leather pouch and took out the teeth and the eye patch. He put them back in place, looking human again, and laughed at Sharpe. I always take them off for a fighter. Scares the other side witless, sir. My lads reckon my face is worth 12 riflemen. Sweet William at war, eh? Fredrickson laughed at the use of his nickname. We do our best, sir. Your best is bloody good. The compliment felt forced and awkward, but Fredrickson beamed at it, had needed Sharpe's praise, and Sharpe was glad he had said it. Sharpe turned away to look at the prisoners who were being forcibly stripped. Some were already naked. It would be hard to escape on a night like this without clothes. Find somewhere for them, Captain. Yes, sir. What about them? Fredrickson nodded towards the women. Put them in the chapel. Whores and soldiers were an explosive mix. Sharpe grinned. Find some volunteers, and they can have a storeroom apiece. That's the lad's reward. Yes, sir. Fredrickson would make sure some of the women volunteered. That all, sir? My God, no. He'd forgotten the most important thing. Your 4 best men, Captain. Find a liquor store. Any man who gets drunk tonight sees me in the morning. Yes, sir. Fredrickson left, and Sharpe stood close to the fire enjoying its warmth, and wondered what else had to be done. The convent could be defended from the roof, its door well guarded, and the prisoners had been taken care of. 12 of the deserters were wounded, 3 would never recover, and he must find a place for them. The women were disposed of, the children too, and the upper cloister would be like a brothel all night, but that was only fair to his men. A Christmas present from Major Sharpe. The liquor would be locked up. He must find food for his men. The hostages. He must reassure them, make certain of their comfort. And he stared up at the hall gallery and laughed out loud. Josephina, good God alive. Lady Farthingale. The last time he had seen Josephina, she was living in comfort in Lisbon, her house terraced above the Tagus and filled with sunlight reflected from the river and framed by orange trees. Josephina La Costa. She had jilted Sharpe after Talavera and run off with a cavalry captain, Hardy, but he had died. Josephina had run for Hardy's money, abandoning Sharpe's poverty, and she had always wanted to be rich. She had succeeded, too, buying the house with its terrace and orange trees in the rich Lisbon suburb of Buenos Aires. He shook his head, remembering her 2 winters ago, when her house had been a languorous place where rich officers congregated and the richest vied for Josephina. He had seen her at a party, a small orchestra sawing away at violins in the corner, Josephina gracious as a queen among the dazzling uniforms that fawned on her, wanted her, and would pay the highest price for one night of La Costa. She had put on weight since Talavera, and the weight had only made her more beautiful, though less to Sharpe's taste. And she had been choosy, he remembered that. She had turned down a guards colonel who had offered her 500 guineas for a single night, and had rubbed salt in that wound by accepting a handsome young midshipman who only offered 20. Sharpe laughed again, attracting a curious glance from a rifleman who herded the deserters to their naked, cold prison. 500 guineas. The price Farthingdale had paid for her ransom. The most expensive whore in Spain or Portugal, and married to Sir Augustus Farthingdale, who called her delicate, God in his heaven, delicate, and with the highest connections. That was true, though not in the way Farthingdale had meant it. But then perhaps he was right. Josefina had been married, and her husband Duarte had gone to South America at the beginning of the war. He had been of good family, Sharpe knew, and he had some sinecure with the royal Portuguese family, third gentleman of the chamber pot, or some such nonsense. And how had Josefina snared Sir Augustus? Did he know of her past? He must. Sharpe laughed again out loud, and turned towards the staircase they had discovered in the cloister's southwest corner. He would pay his respects to La Costa. "Sir," it was Frederickson emerging from a doorway. He held a hand up, motioning Sharpe to wait, while in his other he held his watch to the light of a torch. "Captain?" Frederickson said nothing, just kept his hand up, stared at his watch. Then a moment later he snapped the cover shut and smiled at Sharpe. "A happy Christmas to you, sir." "Midnight?" "The very hour." "And to you, Captain, and your men. A tot of brandy all round." Midnight. Thank God he had come early, or else Madame de Breton would have been the butt of Hakeswill's cruel game. Hakeswill. He had escaped over to the castle, and Sharpe wondered whether the deserters would still be there in the morning, or would they, knowing the game was up, flee in the dawn? Or perhaps they would try to retake the convent while Sharpe's men were still unfamiliar with the battleground. It was Christmas Day. He stared up into the total darkness beyond the sparks that were whirled upwards by the fire. Christmas. The celebration of a virgin giving birth. Yet it was more than that. Much more. Long before Christ was born, long before there was a church militant on earth, there had been a feast at midwinter. It celebrated the winter solstice, December the 21st, and it was the lowest point of the year, when even nature seemed dead, and so mankind, with glorious perversity, celebrated life. The feast promised spring, and with spring would come new crops, new life, new births, and the feast held out the hope of surviving the barrenness of winter. This was the time of year when the flame of life burned lowest, when the dark nights were longest, and on this night Sharpe might be attacked in the convent by Pot-au-Feu's desperate men. At this time of the winter solstice the dawn could be a long, long time coming. He watched a rifleman scramble onto the roof, and as he leaned down to take his gun from a colleague, the man laughed at some joke. Sharpe smiled. They would endure. Chapter 10. Christmas morning. In England, people would be walking frost-bright roads to church. In the night, Sharpe had heard a sentry softly singing to himself, "Hark the herald angels sing." It was the Methodist Wesley's hymn, but the Church of England had nevertheless printed it in their prayer book. The tune had made Sharpe think of England. The dawn promised a fine day. Light flared in the east, seeped into the valley, and showed a landscape mysterious with ground fog. The castle and convent stood like towers at the entrance to a harbour containing white soft water that flowed gently over the lip of the pass and spilt slowly towards the great mist-filled valley to the west. The gateway of God was white, weird, and silent. There had been no attack from Pot-au-Feu. Twice the pickets had fired in the night, but both were false alarms, and there had been no rush of feet in the darkness, no makeshift ladders against the convent walls. Frederickson, bored with the enemy's quiescence, had begged to be allowed to take a patrol across the valley, and Sharpe had let them go. The riflemen had sniped at the castle and watchtower, causing anger and panic in the defenders, and Frederickson had come back happy. After the patrol's return, Sharpe had slept for 2 hours, but now the whole garrison stood to its arms as the dawn turned from grey danger into proper light. Sharpe's breath misted before his face. It was cold, but the night was over. The hostages were rescued, and the Fusiliers would be climbing the long pass. Success was a sweet thing. On the ramparts of the castle he could see Pot-au-Feur's sentries still at their post, and he wondered why they had not fled against the wrath they knew must be coming. The sun touched the horizon, red, gold, and glorious, smearing the white mist pink. Daylight in Adrados. "Stand down! Stand down!" The sergeants repeated the call about the rooftop, and Sharpe turned towards the ramp Cross had built and thought of breakfast and a shave. "Sir!" A rifleman called to him from 20 paces away. "Sir!" He was pointing east, direct into the brilliance of the new sun. "Horseman, sir!" God damn it, but the sun made it impossible. Sharpe made a slit with his fingers and peered through, and he thought he saw the shapes riding on the valley's side, but he could not be certain. "How many?" One of Cross's sergeants guessed 3, another man 4, but when Sharpe looked again, the shapes had gone. They had been there, but not now. Pot-au-Feur's men, scouting an eastward retreat? It was possible. Some of the prisoners had spoken of raiding partisans, seeking vengeance for Adrados, and that was possible too. Sharpe stayed on the roof because of the horsemen, but the dawn showed no more movement in the east. Behind him there were warning shouts as men carried bowls of hot water from the makeshift kitchens. The men not on guard started shaving, wishing each other a happy Christmas, teasing the women who had elected to join their conquerors and who now mixed with the riflemen as if they had always belonged. This morning was a fine morning for a soldier. Only the detail who had to climb the hill to fetch the packs from the gully were grumbling about work. Sharpe turned to see them leave and was intrigued by a strange sight in the courtyard of the upper cloister. A group of riflemen were tying strips of white cloth to the bare hornbeam that had broken through the tiles. They were in fine spirits, laughing and playful, and one man was hoisted piggyback onto a comrade's shoulders so he could put an especially large ribbon on the topmost twig. Metal glinted on the bare twigs, buttons perhaps, cut from captured uniforms, and Sharpe did not understand it. He went down the narrow ramp and beckoned Cross to him. "What are they doing?" "They're Germans, sir." Cross gave the explanation as if it answered all Sharpe's puzzlement. "So, what are they doing?" Cross was no Frederickson. He was slower, less intelligent, and far more fearful of responsibility. Yet he was fiercely protective towards his men, and now he seemed to think that Sharpe disapproved of the oddly decorated tree. "It's a German custom, sir. It's harmless." "Well, I'm sure it's harmless, but what the devil are they doing?" Cross frowned. "Well, it's Christmas, sir. They always do it at Christmas." "They tie white ribbons on trees every Christmas?" "Well, not just that, sir. Anything. They usually like an evergreen, sir, and they put it in their billet and decorate it. Small presents, carved angels, all kinds of things." "Why?" Sharpe still watched them, as did men of his own company, who had not seen anything like it. It seemed that Cross had never thought to ask why. But Frederickson had come into the upper cloister and heard Sharpe's question. "Pagan, sir. It's because the old German gods were all forest gods. This is part of the winter solstice." "You mean they're worshipping the old gods?" Frederickson nodded. "You never know who's in charge up there, do you?" He grinned. "The priests say that the tree represents the one on which Christ will be crucified. That's bloody nonsense. This is just a good old-fashioned offering to the old gods. They've been doing it since before the Romans." Sharpe looked at the tree. "Yeah, I like it. It looks good. What happens next? Do we sacrifice a virgin?" He had spoken loud enough for the men to hear him, to laugh, and they were pathetically pleased because Major Sharpe had liked their tree and had made a joke. Fredrickson watched Sharpe go into the inner cloister, and the one-eyed captain knew what Sharpe did not know. He knew why these men had fought last night instead of deserting to their comfortable lascivious enemy. They were proud to fight for Sharpe. It made a man good to match up to high standards, and when those standards led to victory and approval, then the men would follow always. God help the British Army, Fredrickson thought, if the officers ever despised the men. Sharpe was tired, cold, and he had not shaved. He walked slowly around the upper cloister, down to the stairs, and found the large, chill room where Fredrickson had put the naked prisoners. 3 riflemen guarded them. Sharpe nodded to a corporal. "Any trouble?" "No, sir." The corporal spat tobacco juice through the doorway. The door had gone, and the 3 rifles looked over a crude barrier of charred timbers. "One of them got all upset, sir, about an hour ago." "Upset?" "Yes, sir. He was hollering and shouting, sir, making aggravation. Wanted clothes, he said. Said there wasn't animals and all that kind of rubbish, sir." "What happened?" "Captain Fredrickson shot him, sir." Sharpe looked at the corporal curiously. "Just like that?" "Yes, sir." The man smiled happily. "He don't take no nonsense, the captain, sir." Sharpe smiled back. "Nor should you. If anyone else gives you trouble, just do the same thing." "Yes, sir." Fredrickson had been busy, and evidently still was, for a cheer came from his company that manned the roof about the inner cloister. Sharpe climbed the stairs again, then the ramp that went from the upper gallery. There he saw why the men had cheered. A flag had been raised. It was a makeshift flagpole nailed together, and because there was not a breath of wind on this cold Christmas morning, Fredrickson had ordered a crosspiece hammered into the staff on which the flag had been hung. It was the signal which would tell the Fusiliers that the rescuers had succeeded, that they could climb the pass, and Sharpe had assumed that he would simply hang the flag over the edge of the building. The flagpole was a much better idea. Fredrickson had come to this part of the roof and looked up at the flag. "Doesn't look the same, sir." "The same?" "The Irish bit." When the Act of Union had been passed, indissolubly joining Ireland to England as one nation, a diagonal red cross had been added to the Union flag. For some people, even after 11 years, it still looked strange. For others, like Patrick Harper, it was still offensive. Sharpe looked at the captain. "I hear you shot a prisoner." "Was I wrong?" "No. You just saved a court-martial ordering the same thing." "It seemed to pacify them, sir." Fredrickson said it mildly, implying he had done the prisoners a service. "Have you slept?" "No, sir." "Get some. That's an order. We might need you later on." Sharpe wondered why he had said that. If all went to plan, the Fusiliers would relieve him within hours, and the rifle's job would be done. Yet an instinct needled him. Perhaps it was those strange horsemen in the dawn, or perhaps it was nothing more than the unaccustomed responsibility of leading nearly 200 men. He yawned, rubbed the bristles on his chin, and hunched himself closer inside the greatcoat. A cat walked on the tiles of the shallow-pitched roof, disdaining the rifleman who crouched beneath the low stone parapet. It walked to the ridge of the tiles, sat, and began to wash its face with cuffing paws. Its shadow was long on the pink tiles. Across the valley the shadow of the watchtower stretched towards the castle. The 2 buildings were 500 yards apart, the watchtower a good 150 feet higher, and between the 2 was a small, steep, thorn-covered valley. The mist was clearing from the smaller valley, showing the bare thorns touched with frost, revealing a small, sparkling stream. Men still guarded the castle and watchtower, and that was strange. Did Pot-au-Feu think that once the hostages were rescued, his men would simply march away? To the west, the hills of Portugal were touched by the flame gold of the sun, their valleys black and grey, streaked with white mist, while the horizon was still smoky with night. The landscape looked crumpled, as if it needed to stretch and waken up. In the far valleys it would still be night. Sharpe walked along the rooftop until he was at the northern parapet, lightly guarded, and he sat on the tiles and looked left towards the pass. No sign of the Fusiliers, but it was early yet. "Sir!" A German voice behind him. "Sir!" He turned. The man was offering him a cup of tea. The Germans had taken the habit from the British and, like them, carried the leaves loose in their pockets. One good rainstorm could ruin a week's supply. Yours? I have more, sir. Thank you. Sharpe took it, cradled it in his gloved hands, and watched the German go back towards the flag. The cloth was beaded with moisture. The sun shone through the thin material, something to fight for. The mist still flowed soft down the pass, spilling like water, and Sharpe sipped the hot tea and was grateful to be alone. He wanted to stare at the great unfolding beauty of the dawn, the light spreading across Portugal beneath a sky that was vast and streaked with the cloud remnants of the night. More cloud threatened in the north, dark cloud, but this day would be fine. He heard the footsteps on the roof, and he did not turn round, for he did not wish to be disturbed. He looked to his right, pointedly away from the footsteps, and watched the work party coming down the steep path between the thorns, with the packs tied to their rifles. "Richard?" He turned back, scrambling to his feet. "Josephina!" She smiled at him, a little nervous, and her face was swathed by the silver fur of her dark green cloak hood. "Can I join you?" "Yes, do. Aren't you cold?" "A bit," she smiled at him. "Happy Christmas, Richard." "And to you." He knew the rifleman on the huge, wide roof would be looking at them. "Why don't you sit?" They sat 2 feet apart, and Josephina drew the thick furred cloak about her. "Is that tea?" "Yes." "Can I have some?" "And live, you mean?" "I'll live." She held a hand out of her cloak and took the tin mug from him. She sipped, made a face. "I thought you might come back last night." He laughed. "I was busy." He had been to see the hostages to find 3 lieutenants paying court to them. Sharpe had not stayed long, only long enough to hear assurances that they had not been harmed, and to assure them that they would be returned to their husbands. All of them, curiously, had been concerned about the fate of the men who had held them hostage, and Sharpe had taken a list of names and those men who had been kind to the women. He had promised he would try and save them from execution. He grinned at Josephina and took the tea back. "Would I have been welcomed?" "Richard!" She laughed, her nervousness gone because Sharpe's voice indicated approval of her. "Do you remember when we met? Your horse had lost a shoe, and you were all grumpy and disagreeable." She held a hand out for the tea. "You were very earnest, Richard." "I'm sure I still am." She made a face at him, blew on the tea, and sipped at the cup. "I remember telling you that you'd become a colonel and be horrid to your men. It's coming true." "Am I horrid to them?" "The lieutenants are frightened of you, except for Mr. Price. But then he knows you." "And no doubt wanted to know you." She smiled happily. "You tried. He's like a puppy. Who's the frightening captain with one eye?" "He's an English lord. He's terribly rich, and he's very, very generous." "Is he?" She looked at him, interest quickening in her voice, and then she saw he was teasing. She laughed. "And you're Lady Farthingale?" She made a shrugging motion beneath her cloak, as if to indicate that it was a strange world. She sipped the tea, then offered it to Sharpe. "Was he worried about me?" "Very." "Truly?" "Truly." She stared at him with interest. "Was he truly very worried?" "He was truly very worried." She smiled happily. "How nice." "He thought you were being raped daily." "Not once. That strange colonel, Hicksville, made sure of that." "He did?" She nodded. "I told him that I'd come here to pray for my mother, which was sort of true." She laughed. "Not really, but it worked for Hicksville. No one could touch me. He used to come and talk to me about his mother. Endless talks. So I kept telling him that mothers were the most wonderful things in the world, and how lucky his mother was to have a good son like him. And he couldn't hear enough." Sharpe smiled. He knew of Hicksville's devotion to his mother, and he knew that Josephina could not have stumbled on a better protection than to appeal to that devotion. "Why did you come here?" "Well, my mother is ill." I didn't think you liked her.
I don't. She doesn't approve of me, but she is ill.
She took the tea from Sharpe, finished it, put the tin mug on the parapet. She looked at the rifleman and grinned.
The truth is, I wanted to go away for a day.
By yourself?
No.
She drew the word out reprovingly, suggesting he knew her better than that.
With a delicious captain, but Augustus insisted another one came along as well, so it would all have been very difficult.
Sharpe grinned. Her eyelashes were impossibly long, her mouth indecently full. It was a face that promised every comfort. I can understand why he worries about you. She laughed at that, then shrugged.
He is in love with me.
She made the word love ironic. And you with him?
Richard,
she reproved him again.
He's very kind and he's very, very rich.
Very, very, very rich.
Oh, even richer.
She smiled.
Anything I want, anything. He tries to be strict with me, but I won't let him. I locked the door on him for 2 nights, and I haven't had any trouble since.
Sharpe twisted round and was thankful that no one seemed to need his presence. The sentries crouched or paced the roof. The sound of knives and canteens came from the breakfasts in the cloister, and there was still no sign of the Fusiliers. He looked back at her, and she smiled.
I really am glad to see you, Richard.
You'd have been glad of any rescuer.
No, I'm glad to see you. You always make me tell the truth.
He smiled. You don't need me to do that.
You need friends.
She smiled quickly.
You really know me, don't you?
And you don't disapprove of me. Should I?
They usually do.
She was staring at the hillside.
They all say differently. They all make wonderful speeches, but I know what they think. I'm popular, Richard, just as long as I keep this.
She pointed to her face. And the rest of it?
Yes, she smiled at him. It still works.
He smiled back. Is that why you married Sir Augustus?
No, she shook her head. That was his idea. He wanted me to be his wife, so I could go everywhere with him.
She laughed, as if Sir Augustus had been stupid.
He wanted me to go north to Braganza, and we sailed to Cadiz, and he couldn't have me going to dinners as his whore, could he?
Why not? Lots of men do.
Not to those dinners, Richard. Very pompous.
She made a face. So you married him, so you could go to pompous dinners?
Marry him?
She looked at Sharpe as though he were mad.
I'm not married to him, Richard. You think I'd marry him? You're not.
She laughed at him, her voice attracting the attention of the sentries. She lowered it.
He just wants me to say that I'm married to him. Do you know what he pays me for that?
Sharpe shook his head, and she laughed again.
A lot, Richard. A lot.
How much? She ticked the things off on her fingers.
I've got an estate near Caldestaragne, 300 acres, and a big house, a carriage and 4 horses, a necklace that would buy half of Spain, and $4,000 in a London bank.
She shrugged.
Wouldn't you say yes to an offer like that?
I don't think anyone would ask me. He looked at her incredulously.
You're not
Lady Farthingdale.
Of course not. She smiled at him. Richard, you should know me better than that. Anyway, Duarte's still alive. I can't marry anyone else while I'm still married to him.
So he suggested that you call yourself his wife. Is that it?
She shrugged. Something like that. He wasn't very serious, but I asked him what he'd pay for it, and once he told me, I went along.
She smiled to herself.
I mean, he was already paying me so that no one but him got in the saddle, so why not pretend to be married? It's as good as marriage, isn't it?
I'm sure your priest would agree, Sharpe observed ironically.
Whoever he is.
And no one suspects?
They don't say anything, at least not to Augustus. He told everyone he'd married me. Why shouldn't they believe him?
And he doesn't think anyone's suspicious?
Richard, I told you.
She sounded almost exasperated.
He's in love with me. He really is.
He can't get enough of me.
He thinks I was created by the moon goddess.
At least that's what he said one night. Sharpe laughed and she smiled.
He really does. He thinks I'm perfect. He's always saying that. And he wants to own me, every part of me, every hour, everything.
She shrugged.
He pays.
And he doesn't know about anyone else?
The past, you mean? He's heard. I told him it was all rumour, that I had entertained officers, but why shouldn't I? A respectable married woman in Lisbon, perhaps a widow. I was allowed to take a tea with an officer or two.
He believes that?
Of course. That's what he wants to believe.
How long will it last?
I don't know. She made a face at the hillside. He's nice. He's like a cat. He's very clean and very delicate and very jealous. I miss, well, you know.
Sharpe laughed.
Josephina.
It was an incredible story, but no more than dozens he had heard of the shifts men and women resorted to in Cupid's service. She watched him laugh.
I'm happy, Richard.
And rich.
Very.
She smiled.
You're not to tell him I told you all this, understand? You're not to tell him.
I won't say you told me.
You'd better not. Another 2 months, and I'll have enough to buy some property in Lisbon. So I've told you nothing.
He knuckled his forehead.
Yes, ma'am. Lady Farthington.
Yes, my lady. She laughed.
I'm getting to like being called that.
She clutched the cloak tighter at her throat.
So, tell me about you.
He grinned, shook his head, and was trying to think of something non-committal to say when there was a bellow from across the roof.
Sir! Major Sharpe, sir!
He turned, getting to his feet.
What? Those horsemen, sir. Saw them again.
They're gone now. You're sure?
Yes, sir.
What were they?
Don't know, sir, except...
Except what? Sharpe shouted.
Well, can't be sure, sir, but I thought they could be bloody French. Only 3 of them, sir. But they did look French, eh?
Sharpe understood the man's doubt. French cavalry rarely moved except in large formations, and it sounded strange that just 3 enemy cavalry would be in this high valley.
Sir,
the man called again.
Yes? Could be deserters, sir. They've got Frenchy uniforms.
Keep looking. The man was probably right. 3 French cavalrymen from Pot-au-Feur's band were merely scouting the valley to the east and south. Pot-au-Feur surely was leaving. Sharpe turned to Josephina. Time to go. Work to do. He held out his hand and helped her up. She looked at him with a hint of worry.
Richard?
Yes? He presumed she was worried about the possibility of French troops in the High Valley.
Are you glad to see me?
Josephina. He smiled. Yes, of course. They walked along the flat space between the parapet and the tiles, riflemen making way for them and giving Josephina admiring looks. Sharpe stopped beneath the spread flag and stared westward into the shadows of the past, where the mist was shredding itself into decaying wisps. There was a slight movement among the grey rocks far down, a movement scarcely visible, but enough to prompt a shout from another sentry. "Sir, I've seen 'em, thank you." The Fusiliers were in sight. Sharpe looked from them up to the beaded, frail flag, and had wondered why the instinct persisted that he might yet have to fight for it. He pushed the thought away, handed Josephina to the head of the ramp, and raised his voice so that the rifleman could hear him. "Your husband will be here within the hour, milady."
"Thank you, Major Sharpe."
She bowed slightly towards him, then, in a superb gesture, waved an arm around the whole convent, a gesture that embraced all the watching riflemen. She raised her voice.
"And thank you to all of you. Thank you."
They all looked pleased, bashful and pleased, and Sharpe nudged a sergeant beside him. "3 cheers for her ladyship." "Oh, yes, sir, of course, sir." The sergeant beamed at the men. "3 cheers for her ladyship. Hip, hip, hip." Hooray! They bellowed it twice more, startling the cat on the roof tiles, and Josephina acknowledged it graciously. She nodded to them all, finishing with Sharpe, and he could have sworn that she gave him a wink as her head inclined. He went back to the flag, grinning. It was a morning of surprises. A Christmas tree for Christmas Day, Josephina for Sir Augustus Farthingdale, and in the east 3 horsemen to trouble Christmas morning. The shadows in the pass resolved themselves into a skirmish line that climbed towards the gateway of God. The companies in column behind it. Sharpe looked up at the flag, and his instinct still told him that trouble was in the windless air, that this Christmas held other surprises yet to come. Chapter 11. Lieutenant Colonel Kinney sent his fusiliers in open order for the last few yards of the scramble uphill. There was still a possibility that Pot-au-Feu might open fire with his captured Spanish guns, though the prisoners taken in the night swore that 2 of the cannon were in the watchtower, while the 3rd, remaining in the deserters' hands, was mounted on the east wall of the castle and unable to bear on the pass. Kinney, nevertheless, took no chances. Sharpe experienced a sudden regret because he was no longer the senior officer in the Gateway of God. Kinney now outranked him, Sir Augustus Farthingdale too, and Sharpe presumed that the single major of the Fusiliers was also his superior. Kinney slid from his horse at the convent gate and held a hand out to Sharpe, ignoring the salute. "Well done, Major, well done." Kinney was generous in his praise, embarrassingly so, effusive about the difficulties of a night march, a silent approach, and an assault on a building that incurred no serious casualties among the attackers. Sharpe introduced Frederickson, Cross, and Price, and Kinney spread his praise liberally among them all. Sir Augustus Farthingdale was less forthcoming. He dismounted stiffly, helped by his servant, and twitched the silk scarf that was tucked into the high collar of his cavalry cloak. Beneath the cloak he slapped a riding crop against his boots. "Sharpe?" "Sir?" "Sir, you are successful?" "Happily, yes, sir." Farthingdale grunted, sounding far from happy. His aquiline nose was red from the cold, the mouth more peevish than usual. The crop still slapped against the leather. "Well done, Sharpe. Well done." He managed to make the praise sound grudging. "Lady Farthingdale, well, is she?" "Perfectly, sir. I'm sure she'll be relieved to see you." "Yes." Farthingdale fidgeted, his eyes looking without interest at the castle and the village. "So what are you waiting for, Sharpe? Take me to her?" "Of course, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Lieutenant Price?" Sharpe nominated Price as Sir Augustus's guide to his bride. Sir Augustus turned at the convent steps, removed the bicorn hat from his sleek silver hair, and nodded at Kinney. "Carry on, Kinney." "Does the man think I'm planning to go to sleep?" The comment was made loud enough for Sharpe to hear. Kinney had obviously had a difficult time with Sir Augustus during the long night march, and now the Welshman kicked at a stone, sending it skittering against the convent wall. "God damn it, Sharpe! But she must be a remarkable woman to bring Sir Augustus all this way." Sharpe smiled. "She's a beauty, sir." Kinney looked east, where his battalion were forming up well out of canister range from castle or watchtower. "What do we do now, eh?" The question was not aimed at Sharpe. "Let's clear the beggars out of the village, then look at the castle." "The watchtower, sir?" Kinney turned towards it. The 2 guns in the watchtower, if they existed, could fire into the flank of any attack made on the fallen east wall of the castle. If there was to be a fight at the castle, then the watchtower would have to be taken first. Kinney scratched his cheek. "Do you think the buggers will fight?" "They haven't run away, sir." Pot-au-Feu must know that his escapades were over. His hostages were gone. The convent was taken, and now a battalion of British infantry was in his valley. The sensible thing, Sharpe thought, was for the deserters to run again, to flee eastwards or northwards. But they had stayed. Pot-au-Feu's troops were visible on the castle ramparts, and in the earthworks at the foot of the watchtower. Kinney shook his head. Why have they stayed, Sharpe? Must think they can beat us, sir. Then the man must be disabused. Kinney dwelt lovingly on the last word. I don't fancy any of my men dying today, Major. It will be a terrible tragedy on Christmas Day. He sniffed. I'll roast the village with bayonets, then I'll have a chat with our man at the castle to see if he wants to surrender. If he wants to do it the hard way, he looked at the watchtower. I'd be grateful in that case for the loan of a rifle company, Major. It was kind of Kinney to wrap an order in such politeness. Of course, sir. Let's hope it won't come to that. By then young Gilliland should have arrived. The rocket troop was an hour behind the 113th, delayed by a loosened wheel rim. Kinney smiled. 2 of those fireworks up their backsides might persuade them to throw themselves on our tender mercies. Kinney called for his horse, grunted as he pulled his considerable weight into the saddle, then grinned down on Sharpe. They probably haven't run, Sharpe, because they're all blind drunk. Well then, to work, to work! He gathered his reins, then stopped, staring over Sharpe's head. My word! My word! Josephina was in the convent gateway, being handed down by a Sir Augustus Farthingdale who looked quite different. The peevishness was gone, replaced by a simpering attention to the gorgeous woman who dazzled Kinney with her smile. There was a wealth of pride in Farthingdale's voice, the pride of possession. Colonel Kinney, the honour of meeting my lady wife. My dear, this is Colonel Kinney. Kinney removed his hat. My lady, we would have marched halfway round the globe to rescue you. Josephina rewarded him with parted lips, dipped eyelashes, and a pretty speech that complimented both Kinney and his troops. Sir Augustus watched it with pleasure, enjoying the admiration in Kinney's eyes, approving as his wife walked with small steps to pet Kinney's horse. When she was away from his side, he plucked at Sharpe's sleeve. "A word with you." Had she told him that Sharpe had known her? It seemed unbelievable, but Sharpe could think of no other explanation why Sir Augustus should draw him aside, out of Josephina's earshot. The colonel's face was furious. "There are naked men in there, Sharpe." Sharpe almost smiled. "Prisoners, sir." He had ordered a work party of deserters to continue the hard slog of boring loopholes in the huge walls. "Why the hell are they naked?" "They disgrace their uniforms, sir." "Good God, Sharpe! You let my wife see this?" Sharpe bit back a retort that Josephina had probably seen more naked men than Sir Augustus ever had. Instead, he gave a mild answer. "I'll see that they're covered, sir." "You do that, Sharpe. Another thing, sir. You haven't shaved. You're hardly in a position to talk about disgracing uniforms." Farthingdale turned abruptly, and his face changed to an indulgent smile as Josephina approached. "My dear, do you really want to stay out in this cold?" "Of course, Augustus. I wish to see Colonel Kinney's men punish my oppressors." Sharpe almost smiled again at the last word, but she had chosen it well for Sir Augustus. He straightened up, looking fierce, and nodded. "Of course, my dear, of course." He looked at Sharpe. "A chair for her ladyship and some refreshment, Sharpe." "Yes, sir." "Not that there'll be much of a fight." Sir Augustus was talking to Josephina again. "They won't have the stomach for a fight." An hour later it seemed as if Sir Augustus was right. The deserters who had stayed in the village fled with their women and children as Kinney's light company went in from the north. They fled, unmolested, across the valley floor and threaded the thorn bushes towards the watchtower. 24 were on horseback, muskets slung on their shoulders and sabres visible at their sides. Madame du Breton and the other 2 hostages from the French army came out for a while, took tea with Josephina, but the cold drove them back into the convent that had been their prison. Sharpe had asked Madame du Breton what she had thought when she saw her husband in the upper gallery of the inner cloister. "I thought I would never see him again." "You showed no recognition. That must have been hard." "For him as well, Major. but I would not give them that satisfaction. He had talked to her, while Price had tried to charm Josephina, of the difficulties of living as an Englishwoman in France, but she had shrugged the difficulties away. I am married to a Frenchman, Major, so my loyalty is obvious. Not that he requires me to feel enmity for my own country. She smiled. In truth, Major, the war affects us little. I imagine it must be like living in Hampshire. The cows get milked, we go to balls, and once a year we hear of a victory and remember that there's a war. She looked down at her lap, then up again. It's difficult with my husband away, but the war will end, Major. Pot-au-Feur's war was ending now. With the village cleared of the enemy, Kinney lined his battalion in the crisp wintry sunlight, and then he rode forward, 2 officers at his side, walking the horses slowly towards the castle. Sharpe walked up the valley so he could see the broken east wall, and Frederickson came with him. The captain nodded towards the 3 horsemen. "Calling for a surrender?" "Yes." "I can't think why the bastards don't run for it. They must know what's waiting for them." Sharpe did not reply. The thought worried him, too. But perhaps Kinney was right. Perhaps they were too drunk to know what was happening. Or perhaps the survivors of Pot-au-Feur's band preferred to throw themselves on the mercy of the British army, rather than face a cold winter in these hills that would be infested with vengeful partisans. Or perhaps Pot-au-Feur simply did not want to leave. The prisoners, questioned in the night, had said that the fat Frenchman had set himself up in mock state in the castle, lording it like a medieval baron, imparting justice and reward on his followers. Perhaps Marshal Pot-au-Feur's fantasy was strong enough to persuade him and his followers that the castle could resist assault. Whatever the reason, he had stayed, and his men had stayed. And now Kinney, with his 2 officers, reined in 80 yards from the fallen east wall, the rubble of which made a chest-high barrier that guarded the great courtyard. Kinney was standing in his stirrups, his hands cupped in front of his face. A group of men stood on the rubble, and Sharpe saw one of them beckon the horseman closer. "I can't hear." "Jesus!" Frederickson was frustrated. He did not approve of this parley with the dishonourable enemy. He fidgeted with the frayed edge of his eye-patch, and obviously wanted to lead his riflemen against the enemy who still beckoned Kinney closer. Kinney, in exasperation, kicked back to his heels, and his horse trotted forward. He stopped 50 yards from the enemy, within musket range, and shouted again. Then he seemed to wrench at his reins, leaned to his right, and helped the horse turn, for he had seen the movement to his left, the uncovering of the gun embrasured at the broken end of the eastern wall. But he was too late. Sharpe saw the smoke first, growing from the stub of wall, and then the bang came, a flat sound echoing round the valley like dying thunder, and the sound had the distinctive crack of a spitting canister fired from a cannon. The tin can had burst in the muzzle flame of the gun, spreading its musket balls in a widening cone that centred on Lieutenant Colonel Kinney. Horse and man went down, knocked sideways, and while the horse vainly thrashed and tried to regain its feet, the man lay still in the torn spray of his blood. Sharpe whirled on Frederickson. "Get a company out to the Fusilier Light Company. You'll be attacking the watchtower." "Sir!" Sharpe looked at his own men, lazing by the convent wall. "Sergeant!" Farthingdale was out of his chair, calling for his horse. Then for Sharpe. "Major!" "Sir." "Now I want your men in front of the castle. Skirmish order." Frederickson, already running, heard Farthingdale and stopped, looking back at Sharpe. Sharpe looked at the colonel, who was swinging himself into his saddle. "Not the watchtower, sir." "You happy, Major? Now move!" Sir Augustus touched spurs to his horse and took off towards the silent, stunned battalion that was lined across the road, leading from the village. Sharpe pointed towards the castle. "Skirmish order. My company left of the line, Captain Cross in the centre, Captain Frederickson to the right. Move!" Now why, in the name of all that was holy, had Pot-au-Feur prompted this fight? Did he really think he could win? As Sharpe ran across the hard pasture land of the valley, he saw the 2 officers who had ridden behind Kinney lift the colonel from the ground. One of them dispatched the colonel's horse with a pistol shot. The enemy ignored the 2 officers. content perhaps with the colonel's death. But why had they done this? They must think they could beat a battalion in a straight fight. And then Sharpe forgot about Pot-au-Feur's motives, because the first musket balls were twitching at the grass and soil about his feet. Smoke was lingering in tiny clouds above the thorn bushes that grew between the castle and watchtower, and Sharpe shouted for Lieutenant Bryce. "Keep those bastards busy, Harry. Use the muskets and 4 rifles." "Aye, sir." Bryce spread his arms wide. "Spread out! Spread out!" He took the small whistle from his cross-belt and blew the signal. Frederickson and Cross both used buglers to relay orders on the battlefield. Their lads, neither more than 15, were blowing as they ran, the notes ragged and broken, but the calls unmistakable, ordering the companies to form the skirmish chain. Sharpe anchored them 100 yards from the broken wall, out of effective musket range, and he ordered Cross's bugler to play the single note, the sustained G, that told the rifleman to lie down. "Now the open fire, lad." "Yes, sir." He took a breath. Then the glorious run of 3 notes climbing a full octave, repeated till the rifles were cracking down the line and the bullets were forcing Pot-au-Feur's defenders into hasty cover. Sharpe looked to his left. Price was keeping the scattered enemy in the thorn bushes busy, the lieutenant walking up and down behind his men, looking for targets. To Sharpe's front, the castle seemed suddenly bare of defenders, driven behind the castellations, or the rubble, by the rifle's accuracy. Behind him he could hear orders being bellowed at the Fusiliers. God damn it, but Farthingdale was proposing an immediate assault. The cannon, hidden in the short length of standing east wall, would only be vulnerable to fire from the right of Sharpe's line, and he called Cross's bugler to him again. "My compliments, Mr. Frederickson, and ask him to keep an eye on the cannon." Keeping an eye was an unfortunate way to phrase it, but that did not matter, nor did it matter that Frederickson would doubtless not need to be reminded. The rifle fire had slackened to an occasional burst whenever a defender showed his head, and Sharpe listened to the lieutenants shouting at their men to call out their targets and not to waste shots. Behind them, way back at the village, Sir Augustus was forming the Fusiliers into 2 columns, 4 files wide, that were aimed like a human battering rams at the broken wall. Sergeant Harper, exercising the privilege of his rank, stood up and joined Sharpe. Only sporadic musket shots came from the hillside, and the range was too great to concern either man. The big Irishman grinned sheepishly at Sharpe. "Sir, Sergeant, you wouldn't mind me asking, sir, but would that have been Miss Josephina in the convent? You recognised her?" "Hard to forget, sir. She's growing into a rare-looking woman." Harper liked his women plumper than Sharpe. "Is she the Lady Farthingdale?" Sharpe was tempted to tell Harper the truth, but resisted the temptation. "She's doing well for herself. She is that. I'll say hello to her." "I wouldn't say it was Sir Augustus is about." The big face smiled. "Like that, is it? Would she mind?" "Not at all." Sharpe looked towards the convent. He could see a few riflemen on the roof, left there as guards for the women and on the prisoners, and he could see the dark green of Josephina's cloak a few yards from the gate. Was she the reason for this precipitate attack? Was Sir Augustus so eager to prove his virility to his young bride that he would throw the Fusiliers into the castle before the watchtower guns were silenced? Perhaps he was right. There had been no shots from any gun on the hill. The Fusilier colours were taken from their leather cases, unfurled, and the flags were carried between the polished halberds of the sergeants whose job was to protect them. Each halberd was a giant axe, the steel burnished to shine like silver, and the sight of the standards amidst the glittering blades would move any soldier. The panoply of war. Sir Augustus, in front of the colours, removed his hat, waved it, and the 2 half-battalion columns broke into the quick march. Sharpe cupped his hands. "Fire! Fire!" It did not matter that there were few targets. What mattered now was to send the rifle bullets singing about the defenders' ears, discouraging them, making them fearful even before the 2 columns burst over the rubble of the shattered wall. Cross's bugler came stumbling and panting back from his errand, and Sharpe made him sound the advance and took the line forward 20 yards before he sounded the halt. "Fire! Let them know we're here!" The rubble of the eastern wall beckoned the two columns forward. It could be easily climbed. Its breast-high stones were fallen into a gentle ramp on which Sharpe could see his men's rifle bullets kicking up spurts of whitish dust. He imagined the two columns of the Fusiliers flowing over the wall into the courtyard, their anchor fired by Kinney's death. So why in God's name, had Pot-au-Feu invited this attack? The rifles were drowned by a double explosion from the watchtower hill, and Sharpe turned to see the jets of burgeoning smoke mark the position of the two guns in the earthworks beneath the tower. The round shot rumbled, struck the ground short of the columns, and bounced over their heads. The Fusiliers jeered, and their officers shouted for silence. Bayonets were bright in the ranks. Sergeants shouted dressing at the men, ordered their marching, and some of the red jackets with white facings were clean and bright, showing that new recruits were fighting on this Christmas morning. The guns fired again. The barrels were hotter, or else the elevating screws had been touched a fraction, and this time the first bounce of the balls was in the nearer column, and Sharpe saw the files swiped sideways, blood splashing behind, and one man pitched forward, musket dropping, and then crawled from the column and collapsed. "Close up! Close up! Faster!" Farthingale waved the hat. Perhaps he was still right, Sharpe thought. The guns could do little damage in the time it would take for the columns to reach the castle. They might kill a dozen men, wound as many again, but that would not stop the attack. He looked at the castle. Musket smoke spouted from almost every embrasure. His riflemen had targets now, and no bullets struck the slope of the broken wall. He ordered the skirmish line another 10 paces forward. No bullets striking the rubble. He looked again. Nor was there musket smoke above the wall. His men had switched their fire to the men who fired at the attack, and no men fired from the wall, which meant it was undefended. Undefended. No men were there. And then Sharpe cursed and began a stumbling run over the uneven ground towards the columns that were close to his skirmish line. A cannon fired from the watchtower, high this time, so the balls struck between the columns and bounced up and over. The sergeants called the marching time, their mouths huge, and the officers rode or walked beside their companies with swords drawn. The second gun fired, smashing the nearer column again, plucking men out of the ranks, so that the men behind stepped over the carnage and closed files. And still the columns came on. The gun echo died in the valley. The rifles cracked ahead, muskets sputtered from the ramparts, and the leading men of the columns were in the lingering smoke of the skirmish line's first position. Sharpe pushed unceremoniously through the ranks of the nearer column. He waved at Sir Augustus, proud on his nervous horse. "Sir! Sir!" Farthingale's sabre was drawn. His cloak was peeled back to show the red, black, and gold of his uniform. He had purchased his way to colonelcy, never having fought, always being the political soldier in the palaces and parliaments of power. "Sir!" "Major Sharpe?" He sounded cheerful. He was leading an attack before the eyes of his lover. "The wall's mined, sir." The peevishness was back in his face. He looked at Sharpe in annoyance, thinking, reining in his restless horse. "How do you know?" "No one's defending it, sir." "They're deserters, Sharpe, not a damned eye." Sharpe was walking alongside the prancing horse. "For God's sake, sir, it's mine. God damn you, Sharpe, out of my way." Farthingale let his horse have its head, and it leapt ahead, and Sharpe stood there, impotent, while the two columns marched stolidly past. 270 men in each column, bayonets glittering by their faces, marching for the easy-looking wall that Sharpe knew had been left as a temptation for just such an attack as this. God damn it! He looked behind him. The grass had been trampled flat and pale by the two columns, littered by the small knots of bleeding and dead men where the cannon fire had struck. The guns fired again, and Sharpe pushed through the column and headed back for his men. Pray God he was wrong. Cross had pulled his company aside to let the columns through, And Sharpe could see the colours held high, and he knew that the ensigns, not yet out of boyhood, would be proud of this moment. Kinney had not brought the band's instruments with him, or else the musicians would be playing the attack forward until the fighting made them take up their secondary job, that of caring for the wounded. Farthingdale waved them on, cheered them on, and at last the Fusiliers were allowed to cheer themselves as they broke into a run for the last few yards. The cannon on the eastern wall was unmasked, fired, and the head of the further column was torn ragged by the flailing canister. One man crawled on the grass, his white trousers soaking red, his head shaking because he did not know what had happened. "On! On! On!" Sir Augustus Farthingdale had stopped his horse, let the colours go past him, and now he urged the columns onto the eastern wall. Smoke from the cannon drifted over the rubble. "Let me be wrong," Sharpe prayed. "Let me be wrong." The first men onto the rubble broke ranks. They spread out, as each chose a path on the uneven stones. Their muskets were held ready for the killing thrust of the bayonet. "On! On!" Farthingdale was up in his stirrups, sabre flailing the air, and Sharpe cursed the man, for he knew that this display had been put on for Josephina. Musket bullets struck in the columns, making a flurry like a stone dropped into a water current, the men reclosing about the disturbed patch. "On! On!" They ran at the rubble, packing it, spreading up it, cheering as they bested it, and saw the courtyard in front of them, and again Sharpe prayed he was wrong. And then he saw that the first men were over the stones, and he felt a flood of relief, because they would not die in the flaming horror of an exploding mine on Christmas Day in the morning. The jet of smoke seemed to leap from the base of the stones towards Farthingdale and his horse, leaping like a striking snake, and the horse reared, throwing Farthingdale backwards, and then the smoke was coming from every crevice of the stones, and Sharpe shouted in helpless warning. The broken wall heaved upwards, turned into flame and boiling dark smoke, so that it was like premature night where the Fusiliers were hurled up and back by the packed powder beneath the stones. The explosion rumbled, then cracked into defiant thunder that rolled between the thorn-clad hills, and the wall heaved up, out, and the men who had not reached the broken barrier stopped in fear. The gun on the wall fired again, and then there was cheering from the castle, from the hill by the watchtower, and Pot-au-Feu unleashed every musket onto the motionless columns. Flames licked among the smashed barrier beneath the smoke. Musket flashes showed where the enemy was hunting the survivors who had been first into the courtyard. "Back! Back!" someone shouted it. All accepted it, and the two columns went back from the smoke, the musket noise, and then Price screamed at Sharpe. "Sir!" Men were filing down between the thorn bushes to attack the stricken battalion on its flank. "Form on a column!" Sharpe bellowed. Cross's bugler blew the 3 notes that meant form, and Sharpe pushed men towards the red-coated ranks. A Fusilier captain, wild-eyed and confused, was shouting at his men to go back. Sharpe yelled at him to stand fast. 6 companies at least were unaffected by the mine, and there was still a chance of hurling them into the courtyard. But the Fusiliers obeyed the voices of their own officers. "Back!" The men from the thorn bushes were making a rough skirmish line to attack the retreating battalion, and there was some satisfaction, not much, in seeing the riflemen hurl them back with well-aimed shots. And then Sharpe heard the clash of steel from beyond the smoke, the sound of more shots, and he knew that there were Fusiliers trapped in the courtyard of the castle. Those men must not die, or worse, become new hostages to Hakeswell's cruel vices. Sharpe threw his unfired rifle at Hagman, drew his sword, and turned to where the dark smoke still clung to the blood-streaked stones. He would get those men out, and then they would take this castle in the proper way, the professional way. And as he turned, he heard footsteps behind him on the grass. "What are you doing?" "Coming with you." Harper's voice brooked no argument. It was Christmas Day, and they were going to war. Chapter 12. Going through the acrid curtain of smoke, between the licking flames that consumed the scraps of powder barrel, was like passing into a different world. Gone was the clean air and cold grass of the valley. Instead it was a world of broken stones slick with blood, littered by scraps of unrecognizable burned flesh. A courtyard where the survivors of the mine were being hunted across a cobbled yard. Sharpe saw Harper go down, and he checked in fear for the sergeant, then saw the huge Irishman tugging the shaft of a halberd clear from a body. The blade swung up into the smoke, a great axe of silver light, and Harper screamed his war shout in his native Gaelic. Sharpe had seen this moment before. The instant when the normally placid sergeant seethed with the anger of Irish heroes, careless of his safety, caring only to fight in a manner that might be enshrined in the plaintive Irish songs that kept alive the heroism of a nation. Within the courtyard was a new low wall, easily jumped. That was Pot-au-Feur's defence line inside the castle. Men were running to the wall, laughter on their faces, muskets ready to fire at the Fusiliers who were dazed in the smoke. Some of Pot-au-Feur's men had leapt the wall and hunted survivors with bayonets. A few of the Fusiliers had bunched together, a sergeant commanding them, and they held their bayonets out and died as the musket balls flamed across the puny wall. Then Harper came out of the smoke. To the defenders in the courtyard, it must have seemed as if a creature from myth had come out of the explosion's darkness, a huge man, drunk with battle, an axe head swinging from his hands. And he ran at the wall, jumped, and the steel blade clove the smoke and bit wet into the defenders. "Fusiliers! Fusiliers!" Sharpe shouted. He slipped, his right heel greased by a smear of blood, and the fall saved him from a Frenchman's bayonet that came from his left. Sharpe rolled on the ground, swung the huge sword, and saw a sliver of wood slice from the musket above him. He lashed out with his left foot, caught the man on his kneecap, and then the man was staggering as Sharpe was on his feet and the sword finished the Frenchman off. "Fusiliers! To me!" He tugged at the sword blade, kicked the body, and the weapon came reluctantly free. "Fusiliers!" God, this was a bad place. It was only the presence of some of the enemy around the survivors that stopped Pot-au-Feur's musket sweeping the courtyard clean. 4 men lay at Harper's feet. Others had gone back from the fury in the huge man, from the great blade that swung from his powerful arms, and Sharpe saw a man take careful aim with his musket. "Patrick!" The halberd was thrown, the fluke of its axe head burying itself in the man's forehead, and Harper came back over the wall, unslinging his 7-barreled gun. "Save it, Patrick! To me! To me!" The sergeant was hustling his men towards Sharpe. 3 wounded were being helped. Another man had both colours of the Fusiliers bundled carelessly under his arm. The shafts were broken and splintered. "This way!" Sharpe turned and kept the movement going in a backswing of his sword that drove back a man in Portuguese uniform who was charging from the rubble. The man seemed crazed, mad with fighting, and Sharpe saw other figures on the broken wall where the smoke clung and was thick with the smell of roasted flesh. Sharpe concentrated on the one man, letting all his anger flow into the lunge of the twisting sword, and he saw the brown uniform fold over the great blade, and he was twisting it free, even as he knew that they were surrounded. A musket ball slammed into the stones by his left foot, another plucked at the tail of his jacket, and a third spun a Fusilier clear round, dying before he hit the ground. And Sharpe could see men thick on the stones, scrambling towards them, and he knew that he could never get the wounded across the barrier. He twisted round again. He would not die here, not at the hands of these scum, on this day. They expected him to stand and fight, or else to run over the stones, so he must do something else, and he must decide in an instant, or else they would all be dead or worse. Pot-au-Feur did believe he could win. He was proving it to his men, and they were rewarding him by fighting with a fanaticism that was partly born of the knowledge that they were doomed, if defeated. To his right was the gate tower, huge and massively turreted. There had to be a doorway into it, and Sharpe was moving, yelling, and the Fusiliers changed direction, and Sharpe led them with his sword, and the deserters backed off because they had not expected this, and the sword swept at them. He stepped over a red-jacketed body, its mouth open and red, and then the sword took a man in the back, and Harper seized a fallen musket, squeezed the trigger, and Sharpe was on the low wall, across it, yelling as if the fiend was inside him, beginning to enjoy this crazy charge into the heart of the enemy's defence. And there was the doorway, small and black, off to his right. "There! Go, go, go!" The sergeant led them, dragging a wounded man despite his screams of pain, and Sharpe seized Harper's elbow, turned him, so the two of them would be the rear guard as the Fusiliers scrambled into the desperately small doorway. A backswing to knock a musket and bayonet into the air, withdraw, lunge, and shout in triumph because another bastard was down, and then the shout across the courtyard. "Get them!" Hakesworth's voice. The musket balls flattened on the gate tower, pecked at the cobbles, and Sharpe went backwards. "Get inside!" Thank God for the smoke in the courtyard. The hiding smoke. But then there was a crude line visible that came towards them, mouths open, bayonets ahead of them, and Harper went on to one knee, and the great gun was in his shoulder. "Get back, sir!" The kick of the 7-barreled gun almost threw Harper into the doorway. The centre of the attacking line was snatched away, the shot echoed huge in the castle, and Sharpe grabbed Harper's collar and hauled him backwards. The sergeant rode clear inside the doorway and shook his head. "God save Ireland!" "Stair, sir!" The Fusilier sergeant pointed at the winding stairway. "Door!" Harper slammed it. It looked rotten and frail, nail heads half falling from the once stout planks. There was a bar for it, and Sharpe dropped it into place as a musket ball splintered a hole by his right wrist. The Fusilier sergeant was hesitating at the bottom of the curving stairs. "Buggers are up there, sir." Sharpe told him what he thought of the defenders upstairs, and then led the way with his sword outstretched. Going up, tight, spiral staircase, Sharpe understood the cleverness of the old castle builders, for the steps in this direction turned in a clockwise direction. Sharpe's sword arm, like most men's, was his right arm, and it was blocked and hampered by the central stone shaft that supported the inner side of each step. A defender, going backwards up the stairs, would have far more freedom for his right arm. So far, no one challenged his ascent. He was going slowly, carefully, scared of each step. Below him he could hear the thumping as musket butts hammered at the door. It could not hold. Then one of his wounded screamed horribly, and Sharpe remembered a glimpse of a shattered thigh bone sticking clean from the torn flesh, and he knew the man was being dragged up the steps. Poor bastard. Christmas Day, 1812. And the thought gave him such anger that he abandoned his caution and ran up the steps shouting, and he burst into a spacious room where men, far more frightened than he, waited to see what came out of the doorway. They did not know if it would be friend or foe, and they hesitated long enough for the sword to take one, and the other two ran back to an open door that looked onto the northern ramparts. Sharpe slammed the door shut, barred it, then turned to look at their refuge. It was a large, rectangular chamber, lit by 2 arrow slits that looked out at the valley. 2 huge and broken windlasses were in the room, long decayed, and a rusted pulley on the ceiling showed where once a portcullis had been raised and lowered by guards in this room. Another circular staircase led upwards from a doorway, and Sharpe knew it must lead to the turret's top, from which Potterfer's men had fired on the attack. Harper was loading his 7-barreled gun. A long process, while the Fusiliers dragged the wounded into the chamber. Sharpe grabbed the sergeant's tunic. 2 men for each doorway, muskets loaded. He looked at the windlasses. The great drums were still there, the wood rotten and dusty. Try and block the stairway, one of them. A shot echoed up the stairway, then another, then a splintering crash as the door was pounded down. Sharpe grinned at the sergeant. "Don't worry, they'll be cautious coming up here." 2 Fusiliers tugged at the nearest windlass, snapping bits of wood from its decrepit frame, but achieving nothing. Harper gave one his 7-barreled gun and the handful of pistol cartridges he fed it with. "Load that, son. Just like a bloody musket. Now, stand back." He wrapped the huge arms about the vast wooden drum, tested his strength tentatively against the force of the anchors that held the axle to the huge beam beneath, and then the arms tightened, the legs pushed, his face was distorted with the effort, and still the drum would not move. One of the men guarding the staircase primed his musket, hastily levelled it, and fired down into the winding stair. A shout from below. That would slow them. Harper tugged at the drum, swore at it, jerked it rhythmically so that his muscles tore at the ancient brackets. He pulled again, sinews like the ropes that had once raised the portcullis through the slit in the door, and Sharpe saw a rusted angle iron snap heard the splintering of dry wood, and Harper's legs straightened as the drum rose ponderously clear, shedding old dust, and the Irishman carried it, gait as clumsy as a dancing bear, the burden looking like a hogshead of beer in his grasp, and he grunted at the two guards to stand aside. He let it go, into the stairway. It fell, crashing and bouncing, and then jammed itself into the bend. He wiped his hands and grinned. A present from the Irish. They'll have to burn the bastard out of there. He went back to his 7-barreled gun, finished the loading, and grinned at Sharpe. Next floor, sir. Did I ever tell you you're a useful man to have around? Tell my ma, sir. She wanted to throw me back, I was so little. One of the Fusiliers laughed, almost hysterically. His jacket was fresh and bright, a recruit, and Harper grinned at him. Don't worry, lad. They're far more scared of you than you are of them. The boy was guarding the door onto the northern rampart, a rampart that had been clear of the enemy, for no attack threatened from that side. Sharpe went to the doorway that led to the turret's top and peered cautiously inside. An empty stair, going up. A voice swore in the other staircase. A bayonet scraped on the wood of the blockage, but Sharpe had no fears now of an attack from below. He was frightened of this stairway, though. The men at the top would know by now that there was an enemy below. He was tempted to leave them there, but he knew that he could defend the summit of the gate tower far more easily than this room. I'll go first. With respect, sir. The gun's handier. Harper hefted the 7 barrels. It was true, but Sharpe would not let someone else lead. You follow. The staircase was like the first, bending inconveniently to the right, and Sharpe pushed away the inconsequential thought that captains of the past must have sent their left-handed swordsmen first into stairways like this. He was frightened. Each step added to the fear, each step revealing another stretch of dark, blank wall. A single man with a musket would have no difficulty in killing him. He stopped, listening, wishing he had thought to remove his boots so that their ascent would be quieter. Beneath him he heard muskets, a shout, and then the calm voice of the Fusilier sergeant. The man could easily defend the chamber for a few minutes. But Sharpe half expected his small party to be marooned in this castle for hours. He had to have the turret top, and he thought of the defenders waiting up these stairs, and he wished devoutly that he did not have to climb them. He could hear Harper fidgeting and grunting behind him, and he shushed him irritably. The Irishman pushed something at him. "Here, sir!" It was his green jacket. Sharpe understood. Hang the jacket on the sword tip, because the defenders, nervous themselves, were just waiting for something to appear in the gloom of the stairway. Harper grinned and motioned with his gun, telling Sharpe to stay close to the shaft of the staircase so the sergeant could fire past him and trust to the ricocheting of the 7 bullets. Sharpe pushed the bloody tip of the sword into the collar of the jacket, and in the half-light he could see the laurel wreath badge that was sewn onto the sleeve. Sharpe wore one himself, the coveted badge that said a rifleman had gone first into a defended breach. Yet Badajoz seemed so long ago now. The utter fear of it just a dulled memory, while the fear of this moment was so huge and paralyzing. Death was so channeled and directed by this staircase, yet Sharpe had learned that the steps a man feared most were the ones that had to be taken. He climbed. The jacket was ahead of him, a dark shape in the gloom, and he tried to remember how tall the gatehouse was, and how many steps it would take to reach the top. But he was confused. The turning of the stair had taken away his sense of direction. The fear turned each scrape of his boots' soles on the cold stone into a jab of alarm as he imagined the bullet striking from above. The sword blade jarred on the central pillar. The jacket jerked with each step. It was a pathetic ruse, looking nothing like a man. But he told himself that the defenders would be nervous too. They were rehearsing in their minds what kind of attack would burst up these stairs. They were imagining death too on this Christmas Day. The volley, when it came, was sickeningly close, and the bullets snatched at the jacket, billowed it, tore it, and Sharpe involuntarily ducked, for the staircase seemed full of shrieking metal striking stone. And then the 7-barreled gun exploded next to his ear, deafening him. and Sharpe screamed a challenge that he could not hear, twitched the jacket free of the sword point, and charged up the stairs. The jacket saved his life. He had thought only to discard it, to free the blade, but his right foot stepped on it, threw him painfully forward, and tumbled Harper behind him. The Irishman crushed the breath from Sharpe, drove his ribs against the corners of the steps, and as they fell, so the second volley, saved for this moment, flamed over their heads. Harper felt the hot breath of the guns, knew that the shots had missed, and he clawed his way forward over Sharpe's body, and used the massive gun as a club in the doorway of the small turret that carried the staircase onto the tower's top. Sharpe followed, his head ringing with the explosion of the 7-barreled gun, and on the confined roof space his sword was the better weapon. The fear would have its outlet now, like a clawed animal released from a stinking cage, and he killed with the blade. He could hear nothing, only see the enemy who went back before him, and he knew these men had drawn his nerves steel tight, had forced fear on him in a small place, and he killed with the efficient skill of his sword arm. 6 men cowered in a corner of the turret, weapons discarded, hands held up in supplication. Those the riflemen ignored. 3 men still fought, and those 3 died. 2 with the sword, the third Harper picked up bodily and heaved into the courtyard, his dying scream being the first sound that penetrated Sharpe's fuddled, deafened ears. He lowered the sword, his eyes grim on the terrified men who pressed back against the castellations. He breathed deep, shook his head. Jesus! Harper took the 2 bodies at the stairhead one at a time and hurled them after the other man. He looked at his officer. "Stairways cleared and castles taken. We should go into business, sir." I didn't enjoy that. Nor did they. Sharpe laughed. They had done it. They had taken the turret's top, and he wondered who had last climbed those stairs in a fight, and how many years before. Had it been before gunpowder? Had the last man to come into the sunlight with his rampart been in uncomfortable armour, swinging a short mace that would crush in the confined death-trap of the winding stair? He grinned at Harper, slapped his arm. "Well done." Whoever had been last up these stairs, fighting up, had done exactly what Sharpe did now. He shouted down the stairway, shouted loud, and waited for the man to bring what he wanted. Bullets fluttered about their heads from the castle's keep, but Sharpe ignored them. He shouted again, impatient, and here they were, staff broken, but it did not matter. On the old battlements, facing east, facing the fusiliers and the rifle companies, Sharpe hung the colours. They were discoloured by smoke, torn by explosion and bullet, but they were the colours. Banners hanging from a castle wall, the boast of a fighting man. Banners hung by Sharpe and Harper. The gatehouse was taken. Chapter 13. It had been a piece of pure bravado to hang the colours on the gate tower, each one fixed by driving an enemy bayonet through the flag and into the crumbling mortar of the battlements. It crossed Sharpe's mind that he and Harper had saved these colours from Sir Augustus's impetuosity, from the man's stupidity, and Sharpe looked down at the place where Farthingdale had fallen. Smoke still drifted there, and then Sharpe swore and ducked as a bullet from the valley chipped at the stone by the flags. Someone down there thought the colours had been captured, that the enemy was flaunting them. "Sir?" Harper pointed north, towards the convent. The rocket troop had arrived. The fight at the eastern wall had meant their passage of the pass, close to the castle's northern wall, had been undisturbed. Now the wagons were parked on the road leading to the convent, the troopers watching curiously the confusion of the failed attack. Who was in charge down there? Was Sir Augustus alive? Sharpe had assumed Kinney's death. Certainly the Welshman was hard hit, so who was giving the orders to the companies that had escaped the explosion? Bullets made the air above the gate tower a deadly place. Bullets fired from both sides, from keep and from valley. Sharpe sat down and watched Harper load the 7-barreled gun. We'd wait. There was nothing Sharpe could do from the high turret. He had plucked some Fusiliers from the chaos, saved the colours, and now they would have to sit it out until the castle fell. He wished he had eaten some breakfast. Sharpe had raised the colours in bravado, but to the Fusiliers they were a taunt of failure. They did not see that it was riflemen on the high battlement. They only saw their pride, their colours, tacked to an enemy fortress. Men did not fight for king and country so much as they fought for those squares of fringed silk. And the Fusiliers, recovering their order, saw the flags, and no power on earth was going to stop them attempting to recover them. 6 companies had been untouched by the explosion, 2 others hardly affected, and now they turned, charged, and Frederickson launched his riflemen ahead of them. No one noticed that the guns in the watchtower had ceased firing. The battle was no longer being directed. It was now an expression of anger. The bullets had stopped flickering about the gate tower, and Sharpe risked a look, saw the surge of men coming from the valley, and turned back. "Muskets!" He pointed to the guns that had belonged to the half-dozen prisoners who still cowered against the stones. Harper raked the muskets towards them, selected 4 that were still loaded, and raised his eyebrows towards Sharpe. The cannon? The gun on the eastern wall, hard by the keep, was still the one weapon that could hurt the attack. It was a long shot for a musket, but the balls flying about the gunners' ears would at least discourage them. Sharpe levelled an unfamiliar French musket over the wall. It felt clumsy. He could see the gunners behind their embrasure, one holding the port fire, which would spark the priming tube and slam the canister from the muzzle, and he aimed a little above the man's head and pulled the trigger. The gun hammered his shoulder, smoke blotted out his view, and then Harper's musket sounded in the next embrasure. Sharpe took the second musket, cocked it, and waited till the smoke of the first shot had thinned a little. Damn this still air! The gunners had ducked, were looking wildly about for the source of the shots. Sharpe grinned, aimed lower, and once more a flint sparked on steel, priming, exploded in his face, the burning powder stinging his cheek, and again the smoke obscured his view. Then there were cheers from the rubble, shouts of alarm from the courtyard, and Sharpe and Harper stood up and watched the scene from above. Pot-au-feu had no defence against this second attack. He had pinned all his hopes on the destructive power of the mine, added to the desperation of his men, and now his defence collapsed. Sharpe saw with satisfaction the gunners leaving the cannon unfired, scrambling for the safety of the keep, and their example was being followed by the rabble in the courtyard. Red uniforms were flooding over the rubble, a line of green riflemen ahead of them, and the Fusiliers were in no mood for mercy. They took the slim 17-inch bayonets to the enemy, stabbed, and the blades came back reddened while Pot-au-feu's men clamoured and fought to gain the safety of the single-arched door that led into the keep. A bugle was playing, a double note in the centre of each chord that drove men to the charge, and Frederickson's riflemen with their longer bayonets drove more fugitives towards the stable block beneath the western ramparts. They jumped the low wall, shouted their challenges, and the enemy ran. Bayonets were not used often on the battlefield, at least not to kill. The force of the weapon was in the fear it provoked, and Sharpe had witnessed dozens of bayonet charges when the blades never reached the enemy. Men would turn and run rather than face the edged steel. Yet here, in the confines of the courtyard, the riflemen and fusiliers had trapped an enemy with no space to run. They killed, as they had been trained to kill, and it took time before individual soldiers saw that some of the deserters were surrendering, and then the attackers began defending the unarmed prisoners against the fury of other men who still hunted with dripping blades. Sharpe saw Frederickson, his patch and teeth removed, sending troops up the staircase which led, beside the stable block, to the western wall. The castle was falling. "Let's go down!" 2 more fusiliers had come to the turret's top, and Sharpe left them guarding the prisoners. He and Harper clattered down the staircase, mundane now that it was not a place of stifling fear, and they came into the large room where the wounded moaned, and the fusilier sergeant turned a worried face to Sharpe. "Am I right, sir?" "Yes. Keep shouting down the stairs. They'll know your name, won't they?
Well, yes, sir.
Sharpe opened the door that led to the northern wall. The rampart was empty. At its far end, the fire step entered a tunnel in the northwestern turret before turning left onto the western wall. As he watched, he saw a figure appear in the turret, drop to one knee, and bring up a rifle. Sharpe stepped into the sunlight. "Don't shoot!" Thomas Taylor, the American, jerked his rifle safely upwards. He grinned, knowing he had frightened Sharpe, then called over his shoulder. Fredrickson appeared, sabre in hand, and his face showed astonishment, and then pleasure. He ran down the rampart. "Was that you on the top?" "Yes." "Christ! We thought it was the enemy. Jesus, I thought you were dead, sir." Sharpe looked at the courtyard where Pot-au-Feur's men made a desperate defence at the gateway to the keep. Otherwise it was chaos, as Fusiliers took prisoners, searched them, and shouted triumphantly over their booty. "Who's in charge?" "Damned if I know, sir." "Farthingdale? Haven't seen him." Sharpe could imagine what would happen if the Fusiliers reached the liquor that Pot-au-Feur undoubtedly had within the keep. He gave orders to Fredrickson, shouted more to Captain Cross, whose riflemen now lined the eastern wall, and turned to Harper. "Let's see if we can find that bloody gold we delivered." "God, I'd forgotten it." The sergeant grinned. "After you, sir." There was no resistance at the doorway that led from the ramparts into the keep. The riflemen were already through, spreading out into the floors built about the keep's central courtyard. Prisoners were dragged from hiding places, booted down steep winding stairs, and Sharpe could hear the screams of women and the cries of frightened children. Then, looking through a crumbled and whitened arrow slit at the southern side of the keep, he swore. "Sir?"
"Look!"
It was his fault. One patrol of rifles in the early morning would have discovered that there was an escape into the hills direct from the keep. Sharpe could not see it, but he guessed that the stones had fallen from part of the lower wall, and he could see the remnants of Pot-au-Feur's band scrambling through the thorns to the clearer turf of the hilltop. Scores of them, men, women, and children, all escaping. He swore again. This was his fault. He should have scouted to the south. Harper swore too, then pointed through the arrow slit. "More lives than a basket full of bleeding cats." Hakeswill, mounted on a horse, the long neck easily visible as he spurred the horse into the hilltop. Harper climbed out of the embrasure. "Won't get far, sir." Most would not get far. The winter and the partisans would see to that. But Hakeswill had gone, slipped out into the world where he would plan more evil. Harper still tried to gloss over the failure. "We must have got half of them, sir. More." "Yes." It was a success, no doubt of that. Adrados would be seen to be avenged. The hostages had been rescued. The women captured on the day of the miracle had been saved. The priests who had preached Britain's calumny from their pulpits would have to eat humble pie. It was a success. Yet Sharpe could see his enemy on the hilltop, an enemy who paused, turned in his saddle, then rode over the crest. They'll have taken the bloody gold with them. Like as not. Shouts, musket shots. The noises of hunters and hunted still came from the castle rooms. Redcoats were running through the floors now, looking for loot or women, and Sharpe and Harper elbowed them aside as they went downstairs into the courtyard. A bellow attracted them, and they saw Fredrickson, sabre still drawn, threatening Fusiliers. He saw Sharpe and grinned. "Look us in there, sir." He jerked his ghastly face at a door behind him. "Off to get London drunk." Prisoners were herded into the corners of the yard, a repetition of the scene last night in the convent, and Sharpe watched as Fusilier officers took control of their men. It was over. All done. A Christmas day's work. He looked at Fredrickson, who was marking the fight's end by donning his eye patch. "Anything else interesting?" "You should look in the cellar, sir. Something nasty in the dark." The darkness was lifted by straw torches carried by curious men into the dungeons of the castle. It was a miserable place. One vast room, low-vaulted, wet and freezing, and Sharpe pushed through the crowd of Fusiliers and stopped at the edge of the horror. He saw a sergeant. Don't just stand there. Get a detail of prisoners. Get rid of this. Yes, sir. Hakes will? Harper asked. Who knows? We can find out if any of the bastards will tell the truth. Someone had been busy. The band of deserters at the Gateway of God had not been over brotherly. There had been punishment here too, and the punishment was worse than any the army ever handed out. It stank in the cellar. Men had been mutilated here, and Sharpe, looking into the grisly shadows, saw that women had been brought to this place of punishment as well. The bodies looked as though a madman had attacked them with an axe, then left them as rat food, and only one body, naked and stiff, was whole. It appeared to be untouched, and Sharpe, curious, walked so he could see the man's head. Hakeswell did this. How do you know? Sharpe tapped a fingernail against the skull. It sounded metallic. He's been killed with a flat-headed nail. What? Hammered in? Not exactly. I saw him do it before. In India. Sharpe told Harper the story, and the Fusiliers listened. He told of being captured by the troops of the Sultan Tipu, and how he had been taken to the prison cells in Seringapatam, and had watched, through the half-moon windows that looked out at ground level, the torture of British prisoners. Perhaps torture was too strong a word, for the men had died swiftly enough. The Tipu Sultan, for his own pleasure and the pleasure of his women, employed jetties, professional strongmen, and Sharpe had watched as men from the 33rd had been dragged over the sand to where the muscled men waited. The heels of the prisoners had left scuff marks, he remembered. They killed in two ways that day. The first was to clamp their massive forearms either side of the victim's head, and, on a signal from the Tipu, they would take a breath and jerk the head through half a circle. Another jetty would hold the body still, and whatever the resistance of the prisoners, their necks would be wrung, swift as a chicken. The other method was to place a flat-headed nail on the victim's skull, and then, with one massive blow of the palm, drive the nail 6 inches into the skull. That killed quickly, too, if the job was not botched, and Sharpe remembered telling Sergeant Hakeswell what he had seen. The sergeant listened with the other men about the bivouac fire. Hakeswell had tried it on Indian prisoners, practicing until he had got it right. Damn Hakeswell. Sharpe had damned the Sultan Tipu too, and he had killed him later when the British troops were assaulting the citadel of Seringapatam. Sharpe could still remember the look on the fat little man's face when one of his prisoners had come from the wrong end of the water tunnel where the Sultan was firing his bejewelled fowling pieces at the British. That was a good memory, spoilt only by the ruby that Sharpe had cut from one of the pudgy dead fingers. He had given that ruby to a woman in Dover, a woman he thought he loved more than life itself, and then she had run off with a bespectacled schoolteacher. He supposed she had been sensible. Who needs a soldier for a husband? A burst of cheering startled him from the top of the dungeon steps. Cheers and jeers, laughter and catcalls, and he left the bodies in their crusted horror and went up the